Chapter 931. The representatives from the Combat Master Hall arrive. Zhu Jian was one of the Grade 1 students chosen by school head Su Chongqing to participate in the Combat Master selection. 2 years ago, Hongqi Empire had sent him to the academy to study. After the guidance of his teacher and the hard work he had put in for 2 years, he had finally reached Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle, a step away from reaching Cosmos Bridge Realm. In truth, he had already accumulated sufficient Zhenqi to achieve a breakthrough 3 months ago. However, in order to participate in the Combat Master selection, he had decided against it, choosing to further refine his Consonant Spirit Realm cultivation instead. Through his hard work, he was able to almost reach the limits of what could be achieved in his realm. This was also the reason he had been able to emerge victorious in the internal selection with an outstanding result of being in the 5th place. He had originally been an unfavored prince of Hongqi Empire, but if he could become a combat master, he would surely stand out among the other princes. Even if he couldn't inherit the throne in the end, at the very least, he would be able to free himself from the scorn of others and become a respected figure in the royal family. He had thought that with his outstanding achievement of finishing 5th place in the internal selections, he would be able to emerge victorious in the combat master selection as long as he were to work hard. However, when he saw the power display from the other 3 master teacher academies, his heart had turned cold. Even though the candidates from the other academies were in Grade 1 as well, their strength was at a totally different level. Even without exchanging blows, he could clearly feel from the might the others emanated that he wouldn't even make it into the top 40 with his current strength. Given that there were only 20 slots for each grade, it could be said that it was hopeless for him. While the principal had said that he would conduct a lecture just to impart his combat insights to them, he still didn't think a short 2 hours could cause any significant change in his strength. After all, cultivation was a process of accumulation. It was infeasible to raise one's fighting prowess abruptly just by some last-minute training. Even if the knowledge that the principal was going to impart to them was profound and exquisite, allowing him to raise his fighting prowess up a notch, he had no doubt that he would still be utterly defeated at the hands of the experts from the other 3 master teacher academies. The display of power from the other candidates had utterly shattered his confidence. Sighing deeply, he turned his gaze back to the front. The principal was looking over with a kind gaze, and his warm voice echoed in his ear like heavenly music. He was explaining the utilization of certain tricks and battle techniques in combat. Just by hearing a few words from him, the students could feel their Zhenqi pulsating excitedly, wanting to practice as he had taught. Listening to the lecture, Zhu Jian was awed as well. It had to be said that the principal's comprehension of battle techniques and combat had reached a masterful level, far more formidable than any master teacher he knew of. However, it was a pity that time was too short. 2 hours was just insufficient to change anything. If only Principal Zhang had returned half a month earlier, there might still be hope of victory. Zhu Jian sighed deeply. If they had half a month's time to ruminate over the principal's combat insights and incorporate them into their fighting style through practice battles, they might just have been able to make a massive improvement that could allow them to potentially achieve victory in the Combat Master selection. However, now that they were only 2 hours away from the selection, what was the point? Shaking his head, Zhu Jian was thinking that he should just give up and listen no more when the eyes of a junior seated not too far from him suddenly lit up, seemingly having comprehended something. That junior raised his finger and tapped forward, and the glint of a sword materialized on the tip of his fingernail before falling straight to the ground, creating a huge depression. This is Swordman Union? Zhu Jian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had sparred with this junior before, and the other party did possess quite a bit of talent in swordsmanship. Nevertheless, the other party had still been a huge distance off from matching up to him. Why would the other party suddenly reach Swordman Union when he wasn't even close to it yet? Swordman Union, that was an extremely important demarcation line in swordsmanship. One who had achieved that realm would have their fighting prowess increased immensely. Even though the junior had only ranked 10th back in the internal selection, with the newfound prowess he had just obtained through comprehending Swordman Union, the other party would definitely be able to get into at least the top 3 should the internal selection be conducted once more. Frightening. Jai. While he was still trying to digest the shock from his junior's abrupt breakthrough, he suddenly heard another sound not too far away. It came from the creaking of bones and muscles, but the deafening loudness of the noise made it sound like the rumbling of thunder instead, and even the ground seemed to tremble under its sheer volume. This is the sound of the tiger howl adamantium fist being cultivated to major accomplishment. But when I crossed blows with that fellow just yesterday, wasn't his mastery of the technique only at novice level? Zhu Jian's lips twitched as he felt his head spin in confusion, unable to make sense of what was happening around him. The person who had produced that loud creaking sound was a familiar face too. In the grade, one internal selection, the other party had ranked 17th. Just the day before, he had sparred with the other party, and the other party's mastery in his tiger howl adamantium fist had clearly been at novice level, still a certain distance away from reaching initiate. One's mastery of battle techniques could be classified into several tiers: novice, initiate, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and consummation. How could that fellow, in the blink of an eye, make a breakthrough of 3 whole tiers and reach major accomplishment in his mastery of the tiger howl adamantium fist? Wasn't that a little too exaggerated? Hoo. However, that wasn't the end of Zhu Jian's shock. Not too far away, Jinqi suddenly started gushing out of a young man's Taiyang acupoint, gathering atop his head in the form of a bizarre bird that seemed like it could soar into the sky at any moment. The Taiyang acupoint refers to one's temples, which are located between the top of the ear and the eye. With just a glance, Zhu Jian could immediately tell that this was another symbol of one achieving major accomplishment in the mastery of a certain battle technique. Pung. Pa. Be it his front, back, left, or right, innumerable surges of zhenqi spurted chaotically within the area of the barrier. Almost every single student, after listening to the principal's lecture, had comprehended something and achieved a breakthrough. The principal's lecture, is that formidable? It was only at this moment that Zhu Jian realized that he was about to let the opportunity of a lifetime slip through his fingers. He swiftly suppressed the shock and incomprehension in his mind to listen to the lecture carefully. It had to be said that the principal's lecture was first-rate. The content gradually delved from the basics to the complex, and the essence regarding combat skills and battle techniques was carefully sieved out and laid bare before everyone to see. Profound concepts that they struggled to understand normally were deciphered into simple language that they could easily comprehend and grasp. Just by listening to it for a short moment, Zhu Jian found himself falling into a deep trance, his attention completely absorbed by the words spoken before him. It was at this moment that he realized that, despite his many years of cultivation and studying of battle techniques, his understanding of combat was laughably shallow. As compared to what the principal was lecturing, it was indeed not worth a mention at all. Due to the barrier, it was impossible to see or hear what was happening inside. Thus, those who were outside were unaware of the innumerable breakthroughs in the comprehension of battle techniques occurring within. Seeing that their principal had gathered all of their candidates together to conduct a lecture, school head Mo fell into a daze. Isn't it a little too late for Principal Zhang to be conducting a lecture at this moment? Based on the news he had received, the representatives of the Combat Master Hall would be arriving very soon. To be conducting a lecture now, wasn't it a little too late to be trying to hug the Buddha's leg? Hugging the Buddha's leg. This is proverb referring to desperate last-minute attempts. It is indeed a little too late for that. Zhao Bingshu shook his head. The fighting prowess of a cultivator comes from the accumulation of cultivation and battle experience over a long period of time. Just a simple lecture itself can't possibly raise the student's fighting prowess by much. It is probably a last-ditch attempt from Principal Zhang, but it doesn't seem optimistic. Su Chongqing sighed deeply. It was not that they didn't believe in Principal Zhang's prowess, but there was a limit to a student's ability to comprehend. Within the span of 2 hours, no matter how profound or incredible a teacher's lecture was, it would be futile if the students hardly comprehended a word of it. In fact, even if they were to comprehend it, it was not guaranteed whether they would be able to utilize it effectively in a real battle or not. It seemed like their principal was still too young and naive. Sigh, but it isn't as if we have any other solution in mind either. Let's just wait and see then. Shaking his head, Zhao Bingshu fell silent. However, the worry in his eyes was unconcealable. It wasn't just the 10 great master teachers who didn't think Zhang Xian's efforts were appropriate. Wu Tianxiong, Shen Pingqiao, and Wu Ran also shook their heads after seeing Zhang Xian's actions. Indubitably, impartation of knowledge was something that would benefit the students. However, whether it was effective or not was another question. Knowledge was something that had to be built up, tested, and reinforced over time. If a few lectures could easily raise a person's fighting prowess immensely, wouldn't that mean that just anyone could become an expert of the Combat Master Hall? Not even the Combat Master Hall had the capability to raise the prowess of their own members that quickly. Recalling Zhang Xian's identity, Wu Ran muttered meaningfully, "Perhaps he is just reluctant to admit defeat. One must know that he was an incredible genius who had the capability and courage to point out even Kong Shi's flaws. It was natural that a person like him would be prideful. It was inevitable that he would find it hard to accept that his students were far weaker than the other candidates, and Wu Ran could empathize with such an emotion as well. However, it was futile. No matter how well the other party did for 2 hours, the only plausible conclusion was failure. Oblivious to the thoughts of the others, Zhang Xian was busy imparting the essence of the simplified version of the Heaven's Path battle technique and his combat experience to them in the most simplified explanation he could come up with, not intending to keep anything from them. He was imparting the exact same knowledge that he had imparted to Wang Ying and the others, disregarding whether they were his direct disciples or not. Speed is not everything in combat. The person who is able to make his move faster than the other may not necessarily claim the advantage in the battle. What is more important is to understand the intent and purpose behind your opponent's move, because only through knowing that will you be able to prepare yourself and make countermeasures in advance. Zhang Xian spoke calmly, his tone carrying a unique rhythm to it that piqued one's attention. The heart of a teacher paired with his soul depth comparable to a 7-star master teacher allowed the knowledge he explained to penetrate deep into the mind of the students, allowing them to understand just by hearing, accomplish just by understanding, and master just by accomplishing. The amount of spiritual energy in the surroundings is insufficient. As the students before him comprehended the essence of his impartation, their zhenqi began to palpitate in excitement, and their mastery over their battle techniques rose swiftly. However, in face of such a situation, not only was Zhang Xian not delighted, he even frowned instead. In order to master a battle technique, not only must one comprehend the essence of it, the zhenqi circulation pathway for it must also be paved entirely. Most powerful battle techniques had their own unique zhenqi circulation pathways, and if one didn't drive zhenqi through it often, it was extremely easy for it to become blocked. This was also the reason one was sometimes unable to fully execute a battle technique despite comprehending the essence of it. After all, not everyone possessed the Heaven's Path zhenqi, which could travel through any meridian easily without being impeded. As such, the cultivation of battle techniques involved the driving of zhenqi as well, so naturally, one would have to consume spiritual energy as well. Considering that Zhang Xian's lecture had caused so many students to achieve breakthroughs one after another, the spiritual energy within the barrier was running low. If this continued, the students could very well find themselves being disturbed in the midst of their comprehension due to the lack of spiritual energy to fuel their zhenqi circulation. Once that happened, it would be extremely difficult for them to return back to their state of comprehension once more. In a sense, this was similar to musing over one's sudden inspiration, where disturbance could break one's train of thought, causing one to lose their grasp over their comprehension. Narrowing his eyes, Zhang Xian swiftly took out the earth vein spirit essence and flicked droplets of it from the tip of his finger to the acupoints of the students. While the spiritual energy within high-tier spirit stones was purer, it was more difficult to absorb, making it less effective in comparison. At this point, he was running low on earth vein spirit essence, but this was a crucial moment, and he couldn't afford to hesitate. Tzzzlala. The students, who were in the midst of their comprehension, suddenly felt a resurgence of energy. Their understanding of their battle techniques swiftly deepened, and the meridians that had been closed previously also suddenly opened up entirely. Infused within the spirit essence wasn't just concentrated spiritual energy, but a tinge of Heaven's Path zhenqi as well. Under the effects of Heaven's Path zhenqi, the students were able to overcome the previous blocks easily. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian was just about to continue his lecture when he suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. Beneath the vast blue sky, a massive aerial saint beast could be seen whizzing through the air. In just a few moments, it was already floating right above the academy. The representatives from the Combat Master Hall are here. It has only been an hour, though. Zhang Xian had thought that he would have 2 whole hours to lecture, but just an hour in, the representatives of the Combat Master Hall had already arrived. All right, I shall end the lecture here. Stopping his lecture, the students within the barrier gradually roused from their trance. After all of them had recovered, Zhang Xian raised his hand and removed the barrier. With this, the Combat Master selection had commenced. Chapter 932. The selection process. The Saint Beast was massive, more than a dozen meters long. It had a dark blue body, which contrasted with its fiery red wings that harnessed blazing flames. Before the Saint Beast even arrived, the crowd on the training grounds could already feel an incredible heat emanating from it. There were around a dozen men who stood on top of the Saint Beast, but as if they were rooted to the spot, their posture didn't budge in the slightest despite the movements of the Saint Beast. The heat can be vividly felt even from such a far distance away. How can anyone ride on that Saint Beast? Many master teachers were bewildered by the sight before them. Even from where they stood, the heat already felt unbearable. If they were to really sit on the back of the Saint Beast, wouldn't they be reduced to dried meat in an instant? Furthermore, have you all noticed that there is no room on top of that Saint Beast? Someone amid the crowd exclaimed. It was then that everyone realized that the Saint Beast's back didn't have the usual room that would be attached for transportation purposes, so that the passengers could avoid the wind resulting from the flight and travel in comfort. Without the room, it meant that one would have to stand without any support or protection from the flames on the Saint Beast's back. It might still be endurable for a short journey, but it would be nothing short of a torture for a long journey. Those who possessed weaker cultivation or minds would surely find themselves collapsing under the ordeal. This is a method used by the Combat Master Hall to temper their members. Even when traveling around, they are expected to continue their training, what Tianqiong muttered. Indeed, the Combat Master Hall is extremely strict on its members, pushing them to cultivate at every possible opportunity, not allowing them to show the slightest bit of laziness. To them, even journeying can be used as a form of cultivation, Shin Pingchao said. After many years as the principals of master-teacher academies, they had come into contact with the Combat Master Hall on many occasions, thus granting them a glimpse into the habits and behavior of combat masters. It was due to their persistence in training that the members of the Combat Master Hall were able to grow so strong. If I am not mistaken, that is the Saint Realm 3 Dan Inferno Phoenix Saint Beast, known to possess the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix. The temperature of the flames on its back is on par with that of Earth flames, and if one can withstand the heat of the flames for a prolonged period of time, one's physical body will be enhanced significantly, and the purity of one's zhenqi will also be refined further, Wu Ran remarked. It was not sufficient for the members of the Combat Master Hall to possess superior talent. More importantly, they had to be able to devote their everything to their training. Looking at all of that, Zhang Xian couldn't help but nod in agreement. Talent did grant one a starting line ahead of the others, but if one was unwilling to put in the hard work, one would never be able to get to the end. Taking him for example, even though the cultivation technique he practiced was the Heaven's Path Divine Art, granting him a great advantage over other cultivators, he never allowed himself to slack in his cultivation. Everything that he knew he had to do, he would accomplish with all of his effort, not allowing the slightest opportunity for a slip-up to occur. Hula! Amid the commotion beneath, the aerial Saint Beast flapped its wings and gradually landed on the training ground. 13 men dressed in master-teacher robes leaped off the top of the aerial Saint Beast. Their master-teacher robes were tight-fitting, as opposed to the loose ones that master-teachers usually wore, and inscribed on the emblems pinned on their chests was a sword instead. Looking at it from afar, one couldn't help but feel the chilling aura of a sharp sword. The one who stood at the very center was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. He exuded an air of valiance, and the powerful aura he emanated revealed the immense strength he wielded. He was a Saint 2 Dan realm expert, but his presence felt far more overwhelming than ordinary cultivators of his cultivation, reminiscent of an unsheathed sharp blade. His cultivation might have been beneath Wu Ran, but there was little doubt that Wu Ran be the one to ultimately lose in a real duel. Formidable, Zhang Xian remarked as he turned his gaze toward the other members of the representative party. Suddenly, he caught sight of two familiar faces, and his eyes lit up. They were Lu Cheng and Wu Su, whom he had met in the valley back when he was attempting to pick the scarlet firefly fruits. He had guessed that they were combat masters previously, and it seemed his deduction was spot on. The duo felt very different from 2 months ago. Their cultivation felt significantly stronger, and their zhanqi seemed to be much purer as well. Wu Su had even successfully achieved a breakthrough from Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle to Half-Saint. Even though it hadn't been long since Wu Su had made the breakthrough, the energy he harnessed within his body felt vast like the ocean, as if it was undepletable. It seems like my suggestion worked out for him, Zhang Xian thought with a chuckle. Wu Su had been intending to use the scarlet firefly fruit to attempt a breakthrough previously, but Zhang Xian had chosen to not sell it to him. Instead, he had sold the other party his earth vein spirit essence. Through making use of the easy absorbability of the spiritual energy harnessed within the earth vein spirit essence to fuel his zhanqi, he was able to build up the momentum required for a breakthrough and successfully reached Half-Saint. Zhang Shi. Just when he noticed the duo also noticed him and bowed respectfully. Combat masters tended to be arrogant due to their superior fighting prowess, but they shared great respect for experts stronger than them as well. Even though Zhang Shi had only been at the ethereal treading realm, he had been able to subdue them easily. His fighting prowess had already way surpassed theirs, reaching a terrifying level. In face of such a genius, they dared not show the slightest disrespect to him. The four principals stood up and introduced themselves. I am the principal of the Yunshu Master Teacher Academy, Wu Tianxiang, the principal of the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, Shen Pingqiao, the principal of the Qingzhou Master Teacher Academy, Wu Ran, the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Xian. Pleased to meet you, combat masters. The middle-aged man also hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his fist respectfully. I am 100-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, Zhuo Qingfeng. Even though he was from the Combat Master Hall and possessed superior fighting prowess, the standing of the four principals was still above his, so he would still have to keep up with the formalities. So, it's Zhuo Shi. Wu Tianxiang chuckled. I have long heard of you. A blade to level 3 rivers, a breath to sweep 9 provinces. Once, you pursued the 5 bandits of Qingyuan with a single sword in hand for 10 years straight. In all that time, they didn't dare return to their den. That grand feat of yours has won the respect of this old man. Hearing that the principal of the No. 1 Academy beneath Qingyuan conferred empire had heard of his name, Zhuo Qingfeng responded with a soft chuckle. Principal Wu, you are too courteous. Those are just insignificant deeds. There is no need to be humble. The fact that you were able to become 100-men commander of the Combat Master Hall is testimony to your strength. Wu Tianxiang stroked his beard with a smile. Knowing that Wu Tianxiang was only trading pleasantries to soothe the situation, Zhuo Qingfeng replied with a polite smile before getting to the matter at hand. I had a message delivered to Principal Wu some time ago, so I believe everyone present should be aware of the changes in the slots by now. Yes, we have heard that the Combat Master Hall will be taking in 100 combat masters in this selection, Shen Pingqiao and the others replied. Wu Tianxiang had informed them of the matter some time ago. This was good news, since it meant that more of their students would be able to join the Combat Master Hall. Indeed. However, I would first like to clarify that this doesn't mean that our selection criteria will be any less strict, but instead, it will be even harsher than before. Zhao Qingfeng said with a nod. Harsher than before? The few principals traded glances with one another, and Zhang Xian stepped forward and asked, May I know the format that the selection exercise will be in? How does the Combat Master Hall intend to conduct it? The norm in the previous few selections was to conduct an elimination tournament, where the candidates would duel one another, and the remaining 50 would be brought into the Combat Master Hall, Zhuo Qingfeng said. Wu Tianxiang and the others nodded. While the rules regarding the Combat Master selection might differ from time to time, the crux of it still usually revolved around an elimination tournament between the candidates in the form of duels, and the remaining candidates would be brought into the Combat Master Hall. Such a tournament format means that each candidate will have to fight several battles. Not only is it time-consuming, those who are injured in prior battles due to facing a stronger enemy will be unable to exert their full strength in the subsequent battles as well. As such, we have decided to try a different selection process this time around. The previous elimination tournament format aimed to sieve out the strongest 10 from a total of 80 candidates from the 4 great master teacher academies in each grade. In other words, each person would have to fight a minimum of 3 battles. Considering that the cultivation of every candidate was equal, every single battle would be tough, requiring each candidate to utilize their full strength in order to emerge victorious. By the time they finished the 3 rounds, most would already be a step into their grave. In fact, there were occasions where a candidate who possessed the potential to enter the top 10 was eliminated in the first round due to meeting an extraordinarily powerful opponent. Even on the off chance that the candidate won, they would still be eventually eliminated due to the severe injuries they had sustained early into the tournament. This wasn't just a loss for the 4 great Master Teacher Academies, but for the Combat Master Hall as well. However, such had been the case for many years, so upon hearing that the selection format would be changed, Wu Tianxiong, Shen Pingqiao, and Wu Ran couldn't help but glance at one another in bewilderment. It was undeniable that an elimination tournament had its flaws, but it was also one of the few methods that most cultivators viewed to be fair and could accept the results. If the new selection format wasn't viewed to be as fair as an elimination tournament, the candidates might find it hard to accept their elimination, and that could pose many problems as well. However, the trio didn't remain perplexed for too long. The new selection format is simpler and faster. Instead of an elimination tournament among the candidates, the members of our Combat Master Hall will be the ones to fight and assess the capability of the candidates. If a candidate is able to withstand 3 blows from one of our members of the same cultivation, they will have cleared the selection. Zhuo Qingfeng explained. 3 blows? Hearing those words, Wu Tianxiong and the others frowned. While this selection process did sound much simpler in truth, the difficulty had been hiked up. Others might have been unaware of the fearsome might that members of the Combat Master Hall possessed, but having served as the principals of their respective academies for many years, they knew very well that the prowess that each combat master wielded could be considered invincible among those of their cultivation realm. The candidates they had chosen and trained were strong, but in a real duel against a combat master, 3 blows, it was rather doubtful whether they would be able to withstand it or not. Noting the frowns on the principals' faces, Zhuo Qingfeng assured, "Don't worry, I have already instructed them to standardize the force they use for each candidate, and I will also be keeping watching myself. There won't be any situation where a combat master goes easy or makes things difficult for a specific candidate." Hearing those words, Wu Tianxiong and the others replied with smiles, "We don't doubt the Combat Master Hall's integrity." There was no reason for the Combat Master Hall to compromise the credibility of their own selection exercise, so there was no need to worry about that. Waving his hand, Zhuo Qingfeng said calmly, "Since that's the case, let us start the selection right now, so that we can end it as soon as possible." "All right." At the other party's urging, the principals hesitated for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. After everything they had done to prepare their candidates for a battle against the other candidates, it turned out that the Combat Master Hall would be invigilating the selection themselves, catching them completely off guard. While this selection format was rather unorthodox, it wasn't without its advantages. It was impossible for their candidates to defeat the combat masters, but if it was just 3 blows, considering the strength of their own candidates, they should still be able to grit their teeth and persevere to the end. Sutai and Qinzhu, you two will be assessing the grade 1 candidates. Zhuo Qingfeng instructed. Yes. 2 young men clasped their fists and stepped out from the group. Both of them looked to be around 17 or 18, and their cultivation was equivalent to the grade 1 students' Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle. However, they commanded a threateningly sharp aura, which sent one's alarm bells ringing. "Allow me to go first," the young man on the left, Sutai, said to his companion on the right, Chunzhu, before leaping onto the dueling platform. Surveying the grade 1 candidate standing beneath the dueling platform, he announced, any grade, one candidate who is able to withstand 3 blows from me will be deemed to have cleared the selection examination. After saying those words, he flicked his wrist and wielded a sword. The cold glint reflected off the sword, inducing shivers in one's body. At the same time, his aura also began to surge. Despite being only at consonant spirit realm, his aura seemed to create a huge pressure that penetrated straight into one's soul. It felt that even a Cosmos Bridge realm would be unable to rival him. Formidable. I thought that Yunshu's candidates were plenty scary, but to think that the combat masters would be even more frightening. To be able to cultivate in the consonant spirit realm to such an extent, as expected of combat masters. Indeed, even with my Cosmos Bridge cultivation, I don't think that I would be able to defeat him. Feeling the powerful air shrouding Su Tai, everyone's expression subconsciously tensed. Chapter 933. Zhu Jian makes a move consonant spirit realm. This was the realm where a cultivator would first come into contact with matters relating to the soul, as well as the first hurdle that one would face on the long journey to becoming a true expert. Typically speaking, no matter how much a cultivator reinforced their cultivation, there was still a limit to the strength one could wield at consonant spirit realm. Yet, the aura of the combat master on the dueling platform felt heavy like a towering mountain, far surpassing the conventional boundaries of a normal consonant spirit realm cultivator. "Allow me to go first." Amongst the crowd beneath, a masculine voice suddenly sounded, and a young man leaped onto the stage. It's Zhao Zhongchuan of Yunshu. In the internal selections, he was ranked 6th. To be ranked 6th strongest in Yunshu, there is no doubt that he will be able to clear the selection. Indeed, this will also be a good opportunity for us to see the prowess of that combat master Su, so that we can prepare ourselves in advance. It is a huge disadvantage to go first, given that one doesn't have concrete information on the opponent's prowess yet. However, given Zhao Zhongchuan's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to withstand 3 blows. Upon seeing the young man, hushed whispers immediately spread beneath the stage. Many of the grade 1 candidates were staring at the dueling platform intently, unwilling to miss a single second of the battle. Previously, Zhao Zhongchuan had displayed astounding prowess in the power display, and even among all 80 candidates from the 4 Master Teacher Academies, he would easily rank within the top 15. In other words, even in the usual elimination tournament format, he would have been able to clear the combat master selection. With such a powerful candidate going up first, the other candidates would be able to assess the full extent of the prowess that Su Tai wielded, so that they could possibly take precautions for their turn. Upon seeing Zhao Zhongchuan, Su Tai flicked his sword slightly and asked nonchalantly, "Where is your weapon?" Despite his overwhelming strength, he didn't show the slightest complacency or underestimate his opponent. "It's here." Flicking his wrist, Zhao Zhongchuan wielded a saber, and flicking it lightly, a powerful gust of wind whipped up in the surroundings. "Begin." Knowing that his opponent was stronger than him, Zhao Zhongchuan immediately dashed forward to grasp the initiative so as to control the tide of battle. At the same time, he flung his saber furiously, and saber chi shot forth furiously from his blade, filling the area several dozen meters ahead of him completely with saber chi. Not bad. Wu Tianxiong had been slightly worried when he saw Zhao Zhongchuan volunteering to head up first. However, upon seeing this sight, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was the strongest technique that Zhao Zhongchuan had in his arsenal. Under its relentless attacks, even a Cosmos Bridge realm would have to back down for the time being or risk being fatally wounded. Knowing that the crux of the duel lay not in defeating his opponent, but withstanding 3 blows, Zhao Zhongchuan didn't bother taking the risk to try out his opponent first, deciding instead to use his strongest move so as to suppress his opponent right from the start. From this, it could be seen that he wasn't an inflexible person. Not too bad, but still too slow. In face of the endless saber chi, Su Tai didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, with a light chuckle, he suddenly made a swift maneuver, which made his figure disappear entirely from the spot. A moment later, he abruptly reappeared before Zhao Zhongchuan and did a light jab with his sword. Ding! Feeling a massive might gushing toward him furiously, sealing the movements of his saber, Zhao Zhongchuan was forced to retreat several steps, and a stifled sensation welled up in his chest from the abrupt termination of his battle technique. Drats! Seeing that the other party had managed to overcome his strongest technique with just a single jab, Zhao Zhongchuan was alarmed. He immediately tried to retreat to a safe location to regain his footing in the battle, but a cold glint flashed across his eyes, and all of a sudden, a bone-chilling sword was pressed right against his neck. With his sword pointed directly toward Zhao Zhongchuan's neck, Su Tai said impassively, "You have lost." "I have lost." Zhao Zhongchuan's face turned pale. The other party had managed to corner him with just 2 moves, leaving him devoid of an opportunity to retaliate at all. If this had been a life-and-death duel, his head would have already rolled. Hey this, Zhao Zhongchuan has lost? If he could only withstand 2 moves, doesn't that mean that there is no hope for us? The faces of the crowd below turned grim. Zhao Zhongchuan was an existence who could be ranked in the top 15 among the grade 1 candidates, and yet, he had fallen within 2 moves. So, wouldn't that mean that the others stood less of a chance? It seems like the difficulty has indeed been heightened. Wu Tianxiong clenched his fists tightly upon seeing this sight. He had thought that with the revised rules, it would be easier for all of the candidates to clear the selection. After all, it was only 3 moves. However, it seemed like he had underestimated the difficulty of the matter. Combat masters were simply too much stronger than the other cultivators of the same cultivation realm, to the point that it was despair-inducing. How are we supposed to fight against that? Zhu Jian muttered despondently. Zhao Zhongchuan was far superior to him in terms of zhenqi purity and complexity of moves, and yet, the other party had still been unable to withstand 3 moves from the combat master. If he were to go up, he had no doubt that he would be utterly defeated. It seemed like his dream of becoming a combat master was going to come to a halt. Let me give it a try. At that moment, another young man leaped onto the dueling platform. Zhu Jian recognized the young man. The latter was one of the top students from the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, having placed 3rd in their internal selections. He had also participated in the power display earlier, and his pair of golden and silver rings were capable of performing consecutive lethal attacks. With Zhu Jian's current strength, even 2 of him combined wouldn't be a match for the young man. Ding ding ding. While Zhu Jian was still deep in thought, the duel on the platform began. This time, Su Tai was the one to take the first move. With a flick of his sword, he charged toward the young man with furious momentum. It was as if Su Tai's movements were precisely measured with a ruler. There weren't any excessive motions in his movements at all. In the first move, he accurately breached the defense of the double rings his opponent had put up. In the second, he managed to get into close quarters with his opponent, and in the third, his sword accurately pierced into his opponent's chest. It wasn't too deep, but fresh blood still flowed profusely from the wound. I admit defeat. The face of the young man from Luoqing paled. Had the other party not gone easy on him and exerted just a bit more strength, he would have been a lifeless corpse by now. He had thought that he would have been able to stand his ground with his strength, but to think that he hadn't been able to withstand 3 moves either. As the young man walked down the dueling platform, the atmosphere among the crowd suddenly grew extremely heavy. Everyone looked at one another with an awful complexion. It was one thing for Zhao Zhongchuan to have lost. He was only ranked 15 among all of the candidates. But the young man from Luoqing could definitely get into the top 10 with his strength. Yet, to think that even he would be unable to withstand 3 moves. The difficulty of the test had far exceeded their expectations. Previously, there had been a few who were still harboring hopes that, as long as they were to grit their teeth and endure the 3 moves, they would be able to clear the test. But from the looks of it, such thoughts had been too naive. Allow me. Another candidate leaped onto the dueling platform. This candidate was skilled in defensive and evasive maneuvers, and as soon as the battle begun, he began skirting around the dueling platform, hoping to drag the battle beyond 3 moves. However, Su Tai was far swifter than the candidate had expected. With just 2 moves, Su Tai had already cornered him and knocked him off the dueling platform with severe wounds. This fellow sure is a difficult opponent to deal with. He has no particularly major flaws that one can easily exploit against him, Zhang Xian noted with a grim expression. As expected of a combat master, Su Tai's speed, strength, and defense were nearly impeccable. Had Zhang Xian faced him as a consonant spirit realm cultivator as well, he would have had to take at least a single move in order to defeat the other party. Fearsome. Considering how Zhang Xian could easily rival opponents with cultivation far beyond his, it was indeed rare for him to require one whole move in order to subdue an opponent of the same cultivation realm. Of course, if he were to use the Eye of Insight or the Library of Heaven's Path, he should have been able to destroy the other party in half a move. Soon, more and more candidates went up to the dueling platform, but each and every one of them were defeated. It was not until the 10th candidate that a person finally managed to withstand 3 blows with great difficulty. That candidate was ranked first within Qingzhu's internal selection, and he was known to be invincible among the Grade 1 students. Yet, a person of his caliber had barely managed to clear the selection. The combat master on the dueling platform, Su Tai, was indeed far too powerful. Is there anyone else? It didn't take long for the selection to come to a standstill. There were still many candidates who hadn't gone up yet, but after witnessing the fearsome prowess that Su Tai possessed, they dared not stand up. Candidates from Yunxiu, Luoqing, and Qingzhou have stood up and faced me, but I don't seem to have faced any from Hongyuan yet. Is there anyone from Hongyuan who wishes to give a try? Or could it be that you don't even have the courage to do so? If that's the case, why even bother coming for this combat master selection? Su Tai sneered as he turned his sight toward the candidates from Hongyuan's side. The candidates from the other 3 academies had already tried their luck, and it was only the candidates from Hongyuan who had remained motionless, none going up to challenge him at all. Hearing Su Tai's words, the faces of the Grade 1 candidates from Hongyuan flushed crimson in embarrassment. They knew full well where they stood. They wouldn't be a match for even Zhao Zhongchuan and the others, so they would only be making a fool out of themselves even if they were to head up. Forget it. I will go. What else can happen other than defeat? Seeing that no one was willing to make a move, Zhu Jian clenched his jaws and volunteered himself. In any case, the worst that could happen was a loss. Given that the other party had specifically named Hongyuan, if they continued to cower with lowered heads, they would only become sinners who had brought shame to the academy. They might be weak, but they mustn't become cowards. Stepping forward, Zhu Jian leaped onto the stage. Not bad. It seems like you still have some guts. Su Tai chuckled softly. Take out your weapon. Weapon? There is no need for that. I shall face you with my bare hands. Zhu Jian replied with a shake of his head. His loss was already sealed, so there would be no difference whether he used a weapon or not. Since that was the case, he might as well save a bit of strength. You aren't going to use a weapon? I will just say this in advance. I won't go easy on you just because you are unarmed. Seeing that his opponent wasn't intending to use a weapon, Su Tai shook his head, but it seemed like he had no intention of casting aside his sword due to it. Instead, he flicked his wrist, and a piercing shrill echoed in the air. Tzizila. Innumerable sword chi slashed through the air, headed toward Zhu Jian. Su Tai didn't go easy on Zhu Jian just because the latter was unarmed. Just as he'd done with the other candidates, he went at the latter at his full strength right from the start. The sword chi harnessed a bone-chilling aura, which left Zhu Jian's goosebumps standing on end before it could even approach, and his face paled in fright. He had witnessed the other party's swordsmanship several times in the previous battles, and he knew that even if he were to dodge this attack, the other party would swiftly follow up with another strike that would leave him cornered. Sighing deeply, he was just about to surrender and admit defeat when he suddenly recalled Principal Zhang's teachings. Since the worst thing that can happen is loss, why should I admit defeat? Perhaps, if I try a bit harder, I might just get lucky and clear the test. As soon as such a thought surfaced in his head, the various insights that Principal Zhang had just explained to him suddenly gushed into his mind like a torrent. The other party's sword is pure and earnest, seemingly having come right from his heart. According to what Principal Zhang said, in order to unravel such swordsmanship, I will have to examine him closely to assess the purpose and intent behind his swordsmanship, as well as the maximum might he can exert through it. I have already seen the maximum might of the other party's swordsmanship earlier, and the purpose and intent are clear, too. He intends to overwhelm me with his sword chi so as to limit my movements. If I counterattack, I will be falling into his trap instead. From the classifications that Principal Zhang listed earlier, the aim of his swordsmanship is to force me to expose an opening, which he can then exploit against me. If I wish to unravel his swordsmanship, I will have to force him to err before me. These thoughts swiftly flowed into Zhu Jian's mind. It might seem complicated, but everything came to him in just an instant. When Principal Zhang first explained those concepts, it had felt extremely abstract to him. However, utilizing them in a battle now, he suddenly realized that everything the other party had said was truly the utmost essence of combat. With these realizations, the other party's profound swordsmanship, which he had been unable to comprehend earlier, suddenly seemed as if it was nothing special at all. Everything was apparent to him, be it the direction of the other party's attack or his possible future maneuvers. It was as if all of its secrets had been laid bare to him. Principal Zhang said that the best way to deal with such a move is, gritting his teeth, Zhu Jian faced the other party's swordsmanship without dodging at all. Instead, he squeezed his body together while directing his forefinger forward abruptly. Poochie! Zhu Jian felt as if his finger had managed to strike something, and in a moment of fluster, he hurriedly took a step back before taking a closer look at what had happened. It was only then that he realized that Su Tai, whom he was fighting with, was lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back, spurting large mouthfuls of blood on the ground. Seeing the fellow, whom so many experts before had been unable to defeat, lying on the ground after just a casual finger jab from him, Zhu Jian was dumbfounded. At this point, there was only one thought in his mind. Is this a sham accident to scam me of my wealth? Chapter 934. Chunju. It was completely beyond Zhu Jian's imagination that he would be able to defeat the other party. He had seen the other party's prowess clearly from below earlier, superior sword mastery paired with sharp and deadly moves. Even three of him combined wouldn't be a match for the other party. That was also the reason he had hesitated until the final moment before going up onto the dueling platform, and it was only upon recalling Principal Zhang's teaching that he counterattacked. Principal Zhang's lecture had covered how one could deal with a person whose strength, swordsmanship, and reflexes were nigh perfect. Back then, he had thought that he would never have an opportunity to encounter such a fearsome opponent, so he hadn't thought much of it. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that doing exactly as Principal Zhang had instructed would produce such miraculous effects. To incapacitate the opponent with a single finger. Was this for real? Wasn't this too easy? Was that fellow really the same formidable expert whom even Zhao Zhongchuan couldn't withstand 3 moves from? How can this be? What happened? I have no idea too, but it seems like Combat Master Su Tai has been defeated. So many experts who have gone before couldn't even withstand 3 moves from him, and yet, that fellow was able to defeat him? Aren't the candidates from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy the weakest of us here? But what is this situation here? While Zhu Jian had blanked out on the dueling platform, the crowd below went completely mad. Each of them had their eyes bulging and lower jaws touching the ground, as if they had seen a ghost. It was just a moment ago that the 4 great Master Teacher Academies had conducted a power display of their candidates, so everyone had a rough gauge of the strength of one another. The person who was standing on the dueling platform at this very moment, Zhu Jian, couldn't even be ranked amid the top 50 of the 80 of them. Yet, he had actually managed to subdue Su Tai with a single jab? How could such a huge change in his fighting prowess suddenly come about? You cheated. After coughing several mouthfuls of blood, Su Tai finally managed to catch his breath and recover. Standing up, he glared coldly at the young man before him with savagery reminiscent of a ferocious beast. To think that he, an esteemed combat master, would be defeated by a person who was inferior to him on all aspects, be it jinshi, strength, or reflexes. Not to mention, he had even been defeated by a simple finger jab. It was not difficult to imagine the indignation and rage he felt at that very moment. Zhu Jian was stunned. He had truly no idea how he could explain himself. Even he could not understand how he had managed to defeat the other party, so even he himself felt that he had cheated. But yet, it had indeed been a fair duel. Furthermore, He had gone empty-handed against an armed opponent, so in such a sense, his victory was indisputable. "Do you dare to have another match with me?" Su Tai spat through gritted teeth. Zhu Jian hesitated for a brief moment before eventually nodding. Fine. In truth, Su Tai wasn't the only one who had such a thought in mind. Many of the candidates below also shared the same view as him. As such, even if Zhu Jian were to insist that he was the victor and win, his victory would be thought of as dishonorable. "This time, I won't go easy on you anymore." Hearing Zhu Jian agreeing to the duel, Su Tai roared furiously as his sword warped into a massive dragon, charging at Zhu Jian with astounding momentum. This battle technique was even more fearsome than the sword art he had executed in the previous duel. Even before the sword approached Zhu Jian, the dueling platform had already been torn apart by the sword chi emanating from it. In face of the other party's immeasurably powerful stab, Zhu Jian swiftly recalled the teachings from their principal. The situation is identical to before, and Principal Zhang has also explained the countermeasures to take when faced with such a move. As such, he nimbly twisted his body to the side before wielding his finger like a sword and stabbing toward a specific direction. Puqi, the finger, imbued with zhenqi, sunk deeply into flesh like a dagger. In the next moment, the majestic Su Tai collapsed to the ground once more. His face paled, and large quantities of blood spilled from his mouth. In fact, his state seemed to be even worse than before, as blood spewed from his mouth profusely like a human fountain. In that moment, a wave of silence swept across the crowd, and not a person could speak a word. He was defeated again? He used his full might this time around, but he was still defeated in a single move. Could it be that Zhu Jian has been concealing his cultivation all along? I really can't tell. His move was simply too profound. The three champions of the grade, one internal selections of the other three academies, glanced at one another as cold sweat trickled down their cheeks. Previously, they hadn't even thought of Hong Yuan's students as opponents. They had thought that, considering the caliber of Hong Yuan's candidates, they wouldn't even claim a single slot of the 20. Yet, never had they thought that even a seemingly inconspicuous candidate from Hong Yuan would be able to defeat a combat master so easily. You. Struggling to his feet with difficulty, Su Tai pointed a shaking finger at Zhu Jian furiously. He really couldn't accept his defeat. Even until this point, he still had no idea how the other party had managed to outmaneuver him. To think that a combat master like him, an unrivaled existence among cultivators, would be defeated by an opponent of the same cultivation without knowing the reason behind it. This inconceivable situation left him extremely frenzied. Seeing that Su Tai was unwilling to back down, Zhuo Qingfeng harumphed coldly. "Su Tai, that is enough. Don't you think that you have embarrassed yourself enough for today?" "Leader, Su Tai turned to Zhuo Qingfeng anxiously, unwilling to let this matter slide just like that. That young man over there might not be able to measure up to you in terms of zhenqi and strength, but his comprehension of battle techniques and grasp over timing in combat are far beyond yours. That finger jab he executed might seem humble and unimpressive, but it is a move that can only be made with a deep understanding of your swordsmanship and zhenqi circulation." With the sharp eyes that Zhuo Qingfeng possessed, he could easily see through the crux of the battle. Using his finger as a sword, he was able to bait an opening out of you before exploiting it with impeccable timing. With just the eye of discernment he possesses, he is qualified to become a combat master. Yes. Seeing that even his leader had spoken up for the other party, Su Tai dared not argue any further. As such, he could only nod meekly and back down. "I cleared the selection?" Zhu Jian had gone up to the dueling platform without harboring any hope of victory at all, so when he heard that he had cleared the selection, he could hardly believe his ears. "The criterion of our selection is for the candidate to withstand 3 moves from one of our combat masters. Given that you have defeated our combat master, who else should we clear if not you?" Zhuo Qingfeng replied with a kind smile. "Yes." Excited, Zhu Jian nodded his head hurriedly before leaping off the stage. "All right, Su Tai, you should rest for a moment first. Chen Zhu, you will take his place." Combat masters were powerful, but they weren't unmatched in the truest sense. At the very least, When Zhuo Qingfeng was at consonant spirit realm, Su Tai was no match for him at all. From time to time, there would be a formidable genius emerging from the four great master-teacher academies who would be able to defeat their combat master. It might have been a rare sight, but it wasn't something too surprising. As such, Zhuo Qingfeng didn't think too much about it and instructed for the test to continue. Yes. Chunju nodded before leaping up to the dueling platform. Gazing down on the crowd beneath, he said, "Is there anyone who dares battle with me? The same rules apply. As long as you are able to withstand 3 moves from me, you will be qualified to become a combat master." The weapon that Chen Zhu wielded was a sharp saber. Paired with his powerful aura and torrential zhenqi, the crowd couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the might he would be able to produce. In comparison to Tai Su, this Chen Zhu seemed to be even stronger and scarier. If I knew that he was so powerful, I would have gone up earlier. That won't make any difference. Even Zhao Zhongchuan was unable to withstand 3 moves from Combat Master Su Tai. Do you think that you would have been able to do better than him? I wonder who will be able to withstand 3 moves from him. Feeling the frightening strength that Chen Zhu emanated, apprehension swiftly swept across the faces of the crowd. Su Tai was already a difficult opponent to deal with, and the substitution with the stronger Chen Zhu spelled nothing but disaster for the subsequent challengers. "Allow me." A young man leaped onto the dueling platform. It's the champion of Luoqing's internal selection, Zhang Qingshan. Given his formidable might, he might just be able to withstand 3 moves. Upon seeing the face of the first challenger, the crowd beneath immediately directed their gazes intently toward the dueling platform. Zhang Qingshan was the strongest expert of the grade 1 students of the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy. Even the Zhao Zhongchuan from before was no match for him at all. With him making a move, victory was almost assured. Hoo. Amidst the discussion, the battle began. Zhang Qingshan split open his fingers and thrust his palm forward. A surge of zhenqi burst forth with the momentum of the relentless tide of a river. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely been torn apart in an instant by the rampaging surge of zhenqi. However, Chen Zhu was like a small boat amid the furious waves of the ocean. Regardless of how violent the storm became, he was able to match its movement perfectly, thus avoiding the brunt of the force. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zhu had already used up 2 moves, and both parties were still equally matched. "How can it be that easy for you to withstand 3 moves from me?" Seeing that he had already used up 2 moves, Chen Zhu narrowed his eyes and harumphed coldly. All of a sudden, the saber flew out of his hand and tore through space with speed reminiscent of a bolt of lightning. Voila! The saber was simply too fast. Before Zhang Qingshan could even react, he could already feel a fiery gale assaulting him from the front, threatening to split his body in half. Crap! Sensing the immense danger from the saber, Zhang Qingshan narrowed his eyes and retreated furiously. At the same time, he whipped out a sword from his storage ring in order to protect himself. Pong! The saber collided with the sword, and the overwhelming force resulting from the clash caused the ground beneath to be devastated. Under the massive might, Zhang Qingshan's face reddened, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth as he flew out of the dueling platform and crashed heavily onto the ground beneath. I lost? How could I have lost? Lying on the ground, Zhang Qingshan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, unable to believe what had just happened. He was the number 1 expert of the grade 1 students of the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, and yet, despite his incredible fighting prowess, he had actually failed to withstand 3 moves from the other party. Having failed the combat master selection, the overwhelming sense of defeat that weighed down on his heart left him incredibly stifled and frustrated. Chen Zhu, what the hell are you doing? What did I tell you before coming here? Didn't I tell you that secret art is forbidden? Just as Zhang Qingshan was wallowing in despair from his defeat, Zhuo Qingfeng's wrathful voice suddenly resounded deafeningly across the training ground. If it had been a normal clash, Zhang Qingshan would surely have been able to withstand the 3 moves easily. However, who could have known that his subordinate would break the rules and use a forbidden move in the crucial moment? Chen Zhu's face reddened. Watching Su Tai's defeat with his own eyes had left his heart shaken. When he realized that he was unable to defeat his opponent within 3 moves, he had suddenly felt a surge of panic, which compelled him to use his secret art. After lecturing Chen Zhu, Zhuo Qingfeng turned to Xin Pingqiao and said, "My apologies, Principal Shan. My subordinate has made a huge mistake. Even though Zhang Qingshan of your Luoqing Master Teacher Academy has lost the duel, he does indeed possess the qualifications to become a combat master." "Thank you, Combat Master Zhuo." Hearing that his student was still able to qualify as a combat master, Xin Pingqiao heaved a sigh of relief and clasped his fist in gratitude. Zhu Qingfeng's actions were prompt and courteous, clearly having spared a thought for his honor. As such, he had to reciprocate with at least a word of thanks. After dealing with Zhang Qingshan's matter, Zhuo Qingfeng raised his hand and said, "Let's continue the test." Chen Zhu surveyed the surroundings haughtily and said, "Who else wants to try next?" Even though Zhang Qingshan had eventually been deemed to have cleared the test, the last saber that had sent Zhang Qingshan flying was simply so powerful that it had instilled apprehension into the hearts of the remaining candidates subconsciously. All those who had intended to go up a moment ago couldn't help but cower fearfully. Their strength and reflexes were nowhere near Zhang Qingshan's level. If the other party were to use that powerful technique against them too, it would be hard to tell whether or not they would be able to counterattack in time. Most likely, they would suffer severe injuries, or even be split in two. Chen Zhu turned his gaze toward the candidates from Hongyuan as he uttered coldly, "What? No one dares to challenge me? If I am not mistaken, so far, there has only been one candidate from Hongyuan, right? Is there anyone there who dares face me?" His good friend, Su Tai, had been severely wounded by a student from Hongyuan, so he intended to exact vengeance for him, as well as to return honor to the combat masters. He wanted to make them know that even with just 3 moves, they, combat masters, were a force that the likes of them couldn't hope to match up to. Hearing Chen Zhu issuing them a challenge publicly, the candidates from Hongyuan glanced at one another hesitantly. A moment later, a young man clenched his jaws and stepped forward. "I will face him." Saying those words, he leaped onto the dueling platform. Someone amid the crowd shouted, "Zhu Shi, you finished last place in the internal selections. Aren't you seeking death by going up at a tense moment like this?" Chapter 935. Crippling with a kick. There was a total of 20 grade 1 candidates from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and Zhu Shi was ranked 20th among them. In other words, he was Hong Yuan's weakest candidate. To make things even clearer, if the 80 grade 1 candidates of the 4 great Master Teacher Academies were arranged in terms of strength, he would be ranked 80th. Even Luoqing's champion of the grade 1 internal selection had been sent flying with a saber. Wasn't it practically suicide for a person as weak as Zhu Shi to challenge Chen Zhu? Everyone couldn't help but stare at him as if he was a fool. There were even a few who couldn't help but cover their eyes, unwilling to see the cringe-worthy sight that would unfold very soon. "Forget it. I will have to go up sooner or later. It is just a question whether I lose now or later." Chuckling softly with an edge of despair in his tone, Zhu Shi leaped onto the dueling platform without any hesitation. In truth, from the power display itself, he already knew that it was impossible for him to become a combat master with his strength. But even if he were to lose, he couldn't allow anyone to think of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy as a den of cowards. Interesting. To think it would be weaker one who has more guts than the others. Very well. Just try to withstand one move from me, won't you? Chen Zhu smirked coldly as he licked his lips. Driving his shunqi, he flicked his saber, and the air whimpered loudly under the sheer pressure of his saber. "I also hope that I can withstand one move," Zhu Shi muttered before taking a deep breath. Flicking his wrist, he whipped out a spear as he tried to recall the knowledge that Principal Zhang had imparted to him earlier on. He had paid careful notice to the duel between Su Tai and Zhu Jian earlier, and it seemed that the latter had used the techniques that Principal Zhang had taught them. Since the worst possible situation was just failure, he wanted to take a leap of faith and give it a try. Begin. As soon as the duel started, Zhu Shi immediately opened his eyes wide as he thrust his spear forward abruptly with great momentum. Principal Zhang has said that the greatest advantage of a spear lies in its reach. When against a shorter weapon, one should make full use of its advantage. An inch shorter, an inch riskier. While the other party's saber does wield incredible strength, it is lacking in reach. I can make use of this to draw in the opponent and make him lower his guard. As the words of their principal resounded in his mind, she pushed his spear forward furiously, creating afterimages after him. Humph! On the other hand, seeing Shi's offense, Zhu sneered coldly. With a slash of his saber, a furious burst of saber chi sliced the air before him in two to meet the spear ahead of him. Now is the time. Seeing that the other party's countermeasure was identical to how Principal Zhang had analyzed, Shi's eyes lit up as he continued pushing his spear forward. At the same moment, he lifted his leg to kick the other party's groin. True strikes should always be fixed amid feints in combat. The furious charge of the spear made it seem as if Shi was intending to capitalize fully on the advantage resulting from the length of his weapon, but the true threat was actually concealed beneath that, his leg. Principal Zhang had once explained to them the various common flaws a cultivator would tend to expose when executing certain moves. Considering the furious might that the saber in Zhu's hand wielded, it was apparent that the other party had focused all of his might on his upper body. Naturally, this meant that his lower body was open. Pong! The crisp sound of a foot sinking deeply into flesh was heard by all, and Zhu instantaneously narrowed his eyes. Oh! He gasped in indescribable pain as his body instinctively leaped up as if shocked by lightning. After which, his entire body collapsed to the ground, curled up like a shrimp. As this was the first time she had utilized Zhang Xian's teachings in battle, not to mention the overwhelming strength of the opponent he was facing, he had inadvertently used his full strength in the kick. Furthermore, the crotch was a huge weakness for any man. With that kick, she had nearly crippled Zhu for life. This, completely stunned, she scratched his head blankly. He had only intended to give it a try, thinking that the worst that could possibly come was defeat. He didn't really think that his kick would really be able to strike his opponent's vitals and incapacitate the other party. Wasn't that fellow extremely powerful? How did he fall so easily to a kick from him then? Shi wasn't the only one who was surprised by this turn of events. The crowd below also stared at one another with eyes widened. Wasn't that Shi fellow the weakest of them all? Yet, the weakest one actually incapacitated Zhu in just 2 moves? To this, even Zhuo Qingfeng himself had stiffened from shock. Others might not have been able to see through the profoundness behind the maneuver, but as 100-men commander among the combat masters, he was able to see through it clearly. Shi had exerted his full might in his spear, not holding back in the slightest. Facing such an attack, Zhu had also instinctively focused his attention and strength on his upper body to fend off Shi's spear. It was with such a setup that Shi had been able to successfully take Zhu by surprise and land his kick on the latter's groin accurately. But as easy as it sounded, it was not that easy to execute. Without a masterful grasp over one's combat timing, Zhu would have surely noticed the kick in advance and dodged it easily. Even for a person with Zhuo Qingfeng's mastery of combat, he wouldn't have been able to exploit such a flaw against Zhu, either if he were to fight against the latter with his cultivation suppressed. For the last-ranking candidate of Hongyuan to easily achieve a feat that even he was incapable of, what was going on? It took a very long time for Zhu to recover. Getting back to his feet, he glared at Shi with raging flames burning in his eyes. He had intended to exact vengeance for his friend, but who would have thought that an even more tragic plight awaited him? Shi scratched his head sheepishly. I don't have any idea how I won either. Do you want to go another round? It was just a few moments ago that he had received Principal Zhang's teachings, and there hadn't been sufficient time for him to fully make sense of them. In the battle, he had only executed the moves as Principal Zhang had taught him earlier, so even he himself was unsure of how he had managed to subdue his opponent. However, this feeling of victory was truly addicting. If the other party wanted to go another round, he was more than willing to accompany him. In any case, this would be a good opportunity to practice and internalize Principal Zhang's teachings. You are seeking death. Seeing how the other party even had the audacity to challenge him after what he had done, Zhu's veins popped out from anger. With a deafening roar, he threw his saber out with astounding momentum. This was the very same secret move that he had used to defeat Zhang Qingshan earlier. With his strength augmented by the immense rage coursing through his veins, the flying saber seemed to harness far greater force than before. Slicing through the air furiously, it seemed as if it would have been able to tear apart even a mountain of metal in two easily. Formidable. Seeing the same move that had left him defeated being executed once more, Zhang Qingshan's face paled in fright, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't help but imagine his plight had Chen Zhu executed the secret art against him with such force earlier. There was no way he could have gotten off that easily against that. Perhaps he might have really been split in two by now. It seemed like the other party had gone easy on him in the duel. As expected, it is this move. Upon seeing the flying saber, Zhu Shi didn't panic. Instead, his eyes lit up. When he had witnessed Chen Zhu executing this move against Zhang Qingshan from below earlier, he had immediately analyzed it carefully with Principal Zhang's teachings out of curiosity, wondering if he could find a flaw in the technique. To execute this secret art, Chen Zhu had poured his full strength into his saber to launch a decisive blow against him. However, it was in the moment of a powerful offense that one's defense would be the weakest. As long as he was able to exploit this flaw against Chen Zhu, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to curb the other party's move. Thus, Zhu Shi raised his spear and jabbed it forward consecutively toward the empty air like serpents leaping at their prey. Ding 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 ding. A series of crisp metallic reverberations rang out as the spear strikes accurately struck the openings of the saber's strike. The saber did possess overwhelming momentum, but under the several hundred jabs from Zhu Shi's spear, it was eventually worn out, fending off strength with speed. This was also something that Principal Zhang had talked about in his lecture. Under the circumstances in which one was faced with overwhelming strength far beyond one's means, one could gradually wear their opponents might thin with continuous light jabs, thus making up for quality with quantity. Even a droplet of water could form a torrent if a sufficient number of them gathered. Zhu Shi was only intending on giving it a try, but who could have thought that he would actually succeed? After neutralizing the might of the other party's spear, Zhu Shi charged forward and sent a kick right toward Chen Zhu, just like before. After executing such a powerful attack, Chen Zhu was in an extremely brief state of frailty, requiring a moment longer before he could regain his momentum. As the famed saying goes, while he's ill, go for the kill. Every opportunity in a duel only had a brief window to it, and naturally, Zhu Shi couldn't allow this chance to slip past his fingers. On the other hand, Chen Zhu had intended to decapitate Zhu Shi with his saber in his moment of wrath, but to his astonishment, the other party had actually managed to neutralize his attack easily and even sent yet another kick toward him. Horrified, Chen Zhu immediately conducted an evasive maneuver to the side, but he suddenly saw a palm enlarge before his eyes. The kick was a feint, and the true strike lay in the other party's palm. Too preoccupied with dodging the kick, Chen Zhu had left his face completely open. Under the massive force of the palm, his face immediately swelled up as his body tumbled backward uncontrollably. Zhu Shi had utilized his full strength in the palm strike. While his strength and zhenqi purity were beneath Chen Zhu's, ultimately, he was still at the same cultivation realm as the latter, consonant spirit realm pinnacle, and as a candidate qualified for the combat master selection, he also wielded strength superior to ordinary consonant spirit realm pinnacle cultivators. The strike knocked out more than a dozen teeth from Chen Zhu's mouth, and he crashed headfirst into the ground beneath the dueling platform, his body convulsing uncontrollably. I won. Seeing that he had managed to defeat Chen Zhu once more, Zhu Shi's eyes shone in excitement. Even though he had memorized every single word that Principal Zhang had said, he had never utilized his teachings in battle before, so he had been unsure of the might harnessed within them. It was only after using them against Chen Zhu that he realized, hell, those moves were truly convenient and exhilarating. The feeling he felt at this very moment was as if he had gone to an examination knowing the answers and the detailed explanation behind them in advance. To think that even the lofty combat masters would be nothing compared to Principal Zhang's teachings. What is going on? The many students, elders, and principals from Yunxiu, Luoqing, and Qingzhou stared at one another, dumbstruck. If they could still reason Zhu Shi's victory in the first battle as sheer luck, in the second battle, Chunju had used his strongest technique but had been utterly defeated. It was apparent that there was something very bizarre going on. Isn't that fellow the weakest candidate from Hongyuan? If even the weakest candidate from Hongyuan is able to defeat combat master Chunju so easily, how strong must their strongest candidate be? I really can't begin to imagine that. In the power display earlier, they had clearly seen that not only did the students of Hongyuan possess cultivation inferior to them, their comprehension of combat and battle techniques was also unimpressive. But why would they suddenly become so powerful as soon as the test started? It was as if someone else had taken their places. This was simply too peculiar. Be it Zhu Shi or Zhu Jian, their Jinshi and cultivation are far beneath Su Tai and Chenju, but they were still able to achieve victory easily. This only goes to show that their comprehension of battle techniques and combat sense have already reached an inconceivable level, what Tianqiong said with his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He had also thought that Hong Yuan's results would be unsatisfactory after watching the power display, but their results had truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the few top candidates from his academy had been unable to withstand 3 blows from the combat masters, but the candidates from Hongyuan were actually able to defeat the combat masters easily. Indeed. Shin Pingchao nodded with a deep frown on his head, unable to comprehend what was going on. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator's combat sense would usually be attributed to talent, especially considering how abstract a subject it was. There was no such thing as a solution to combat. It was one thing for a candidate with such incredible combat sense to emerge from Hongyuan, but for 2 to appear simultaneously, the odds of it happening were too unlikely to just play it off as a coincidence. It took a while for Zhuo Qingfeng to finally recover, and with twitching lips, he announced loudly, "Zhu Shi is the victor. I hereby announce that he has cleared his selection." I succeeded. Zhu Shi's eyes were gleaming in delight. He had already given up hope on the matter, but who would have thought that he would successfully become a combat master just by following Principal Zhang's teachings? The timing of your movements was extremely precise, allowing you to outmaneuver even Chan Zhu. Naturally, our combat master hall welcomes someone as talented as you. Zhuo Qingfeng nodded. It was hard to believe, but facts were facts. From the very first time that Chenju was kicked in his groin, he had already lost. The second round was no more than a farce. Thank you, Combat Master Zhuo. Zhu Shi hurriedly clasped his fist and thanked Zhu Qingfeng. However, he suddenly realized something at that moment and asked, if the 2 consonant spirit realm combat masters in charge of invigilating the test of the grade 1 candidates are injured, how will the test proceed? All in all, including Zhuo Qingfeng, there were 13 men from the combat master hall. Putting aside the half-saint Wu Su and Lu Cheng, from consonant spirit realm to chrysalis realm, there were 2 combat masters to invigilate each of the 5 grades. But of the 2 consonant spirit realm combat masters in the party, one of them was still spurting blood after being struck by Zhu Jian, and the other one still had his face planted in the ground. There was no one else to assess the grade 1 candidates. This, seeing that it was unlikely for his subordinates to recover within a short period of time, Zhuo Qingfeng frowned as well. Chapter 936. How can we continue the test? He had previously thought that 2 combat masters for each grade would be more than sufficient to assess all of the candidates. Who would have thought that the candidates from Hongyuan would wield the power to incapacitate his subordinates? In any case, it didn't seem like the test could continue on like that. After a moment of hesitation, Zhuo Qingfeng raised his hand and said, since that is the case, Su Hong and Yi Jun, suppress your cultivation to consonant spirit realm pinnacle. You 2 will be assessing the grade 1 candidates. Yes. 2 young men clasped their fists and stepped forward. The both of them were at Cosmos Bridge realm pinnacle, and in their eyes, one could vaguely see a bridge connected with the world. With just a look, it was apparent that they had immersed themselves within this cultivation realm for a very long time, and they wielded strength far superior to ordinary cultivators. Zhuo Qingfeng raised his hand, and the Zhenqi from his body gushed out and shrouded the duo. Palipala. In just a few short moments, the cultivation of the duo plummeted to consonant spirit realm pinnacle. Tianqiong frowned. Combat Master Zhua, won't having a Cosmos Bridge Realm Cultivator fight against Consonant Spirit Realm Cultivators be equivalent to raising the difficulty of the test? Even though the cultivation of the two Cosmos Bridge Combat Masters had been sealed, their reflexes and comprehension of battle techniques were still not something that Consonant Spirit Realm Cultivators could match. That was a considerable hike in the difficulty of the test. Don't worry, I will have them control their strength. As long as they keep their strength in check, the difficulty shouldn't be too different from before, assured Zhua Qingfeng with a nod. Through limiting the fighting prowess of the two new invigilators, it was possible to maintain the difficulty of the examination. Wu Tianxiong was still slightly hesitant after hearing those words of reassurance, but eventually, he still nodded. Considering the current state of the two Consonant Spirit Realm cultivators, there was no way that the test would be able to continue any other way. Whether he liked it or not, he had to accept it. Leaping to the stage, Su Hong declared loudly as he scanned his surroundings, "I am Su Hong, and I am now in charge of invigilating the Grade 1 tests. As long as you can withstand 3 moves from me, you will have cleared the selection." "Allow me." A young man amid the crowd stepped forward and leaped onto the dueling platform. Zhang Xian recognized the young man. It was the champion of Yunshu's internal selection, and the prowess he had shown in the display earlier was amazing as well. He didn't disappoint in the duel as well. Against Su Hong, even though he was being suppressed right at the start, he still managed to withstand 3 moves and clear the selection. Upon seeing someone succeed, others also went up the dueling platform enthusiastically. However, they didn't fare as well as him. 5 challengers from Yunshu, Luo Qing, and Qingzhu lost consecutively, and the situation fell into a standstill once more. "I'll go." Seeing that no one was going up, a young man from Hongyuan stood up and stepped forward. "That's Zhao Chuan, who is second last. I remember that fellow from the power display. He is roughly equal to Zhu Shi in terms of strength. I would say that he doesn't stand a chance with cultivation like his, but there is just something a little bizarre about the students from Hongyuan. It isn't a little bizarre, but very bizarre." Upon seeing that another candidate from Hongyuan had gone onto the dueling platform, a commotion broke out amid the crowd. Hongyuan's performance in the power display earlier had been unimpressive, so no one had thought well of them at all. Yet, who would have thought that they would be the dark horse of the selection round? So far, they had 2 candidates who had gone up, and both of them had incapacitated a combat master each. At this point, there was no one who dared make any guesses about the outcome of the battle anymore. "Who?" Zhao Chuan leaped onto the dueling platform. "Let's begin," Su Hong said before charging forward with his fist. On the other hand, seeing that Su Hong wasn't using a weapon, Zhao Chuan also decided not to wield one either. Clenching his fist, he rushed forward to face Su Hong's punch with a kick. Pong! As the punch and the kick collided, Zhao Chuan instantaneously felt immense might overwhelming him, knocking him down onto the floor. Under the impact, his face paled, and a stifling sensation assaulted his chest. Without even withstanding a single move, he had been defeated. "Who?" Seeing Zhao Chuan's defeat, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the situations before were indeed just exceptional circumstances. Not everyone in Hongyuan wielded such monstrous strength. Beneath the stage, Zhu Jian yelled anxiously upon seeing such a sight. "Zhao Chuan, what the hell are you doing? Have you forgotten Principal Zhang's teachings? Think about the combat techniques Principal Zhang has imparted to us and get it together." Zhu Shi shouted as well. How could Zhao Chuan even think of going head-to-head with his opponent? In the very first place, their greatest disadvantage against the combat masters lay in their inferior jinshi and strength. Moreover, the other party was a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator who had his cultivation suppressed. The other party's control over his strength was surely to be far superior to theirs. If they wished to achieve victory, the only way was to make full use of the combat techniques that Principal Zhang had imparted to them. "The combat techniques that Principal Zhang has imparted us?" Zhao Chuan muttered feebly as he struggled to his feet. He contemplated over the content of Principal Zhang's lecture for a brief moment to allow the wisdom contained within it to wash over him before exhaling deeply and turning his gaze to Su Hong once more. "There are still 2 more moves, right? Let's continue." Seeing how that fellow, who couldn't even withstand a punch from him, wanted to continue the battle, Su Hong couldn't help but sneer derisively at the other party's foolishness. "You are courting death." With a swift step off from his current position, Su Hong's figure disappeared from the spot, and several afterimages appeared on the dueling platform. Each of them had a concrete presence, which made it impossible for one to discern the real from the fake. Principal Zhang says that when facing a maneuver utilizing feints, one must not allow oneself to be blinded by the false grandeur put up by the opponent. There is a thin but clear line between truth and falsehood. No matter how powerful a battle technique may be, as long as one can find the point where truth and falsehood overlap with one another and focus one's attack on it, one will surely be able to neutralize the opponent's attack. Hearing the shouting beneath the dueling platform, Zhao Chuan suddenly recalled these words from Principal Zhang's lecture. Even though Principal Zhang had only had an hour to lecture them, he had managed to cover a diverse range of common combat techniques. The opponent he was facing, Su Hong, was able to produce numerous afterimages through capitalizing on his powerful movement technique. And with Zhao Chuan's current limits, the only way he would be able to overcome such a profound movement technique was to find the point where truth and falsehood overlapped and exploit it. Focusing his gaze, Zhao Chuan stared at the other party's movements intently, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "I found it!" Zhao Chuan exclaimed internally in delight. Clenching his fists tightly, he charged right toward an afterimage opposite him and struck it decisively. Pong! It was a sound reminiscent of a fist sinking into a sandbag. Su Hong had been moving at a speed so quick that one could hardly see him, but in that moment, his figure suddenly converged into a rapidly retreating figure, which crashed forcefully into the ground before he could even release a howl of agony, blacking out. Zhao Chuan's fist was directed at a point through which Su Hong was unable to drive his shenqi, thus inducing an energy backlash within the latter. Not even a Cosmos Bridge Realm expert would be able to withstand that. "I won." Seeing Su Hong fainting over, Zhao Chuan's lips began trembling in agitation. Having faced the other party's punch head-on earlier, he had gotten a glimpse of the huge power difference between the two of them. Yet, just by following Principal Zhang's teachings, he had been successfully knocked out the other party with just a single move. Wasn't this a little too good to be true? On the other hand, upon seeing this sight, Zhuo Qingfeng's body began trembling in disbelief. "It is one thing for your guys to knock out my consonant spirit realm combat masters, but to do the same to my Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivators with their cultivation suppressed? Are you all actually experts disguised as consonant spirit realm master teachers? More importantly, you were beaten up helplessly like a dog on the first move, unable to put up a fight at all. Yet, on the second move, you were suddenly able to turn the tables and defeat my combat master so easily. Don't you think that you are changing too quickly?" All of a sudden, Zhuo Qingfeng couldn't help but remember the shouting beneath the dueling platform right after the first move. Just a moment ago, they mentioned combat techniques that their principal imparted to them earlier. What is going on? At the same time, the same thought struck with Tianxiong and Shun Pingqiao, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Could the hour-long lecture that Principal Zhang conducted for them have something to do with this? They had been thinking that a last-ditch effort to enhance the students' fighting prowess right ahead of the selection would have been completely futile, but who would have thought that Principal Zhang's last-ditch effort would not only be useful but extremely effective as well? If that wasn't the case, why would Zhao Chuan suddenly experience a burst in power that allowed him to knock out even the Cosmos Bridge Realm Su Hong after a reminder to follow the combat techniques imparted by their principal? An hour-long lecture? Hearing Wei Tianxiong and Shan Pingqiao's words, Zhuo Qingfeng frowned. While it was indeed possible for formidable master teachers to impart the essence of combat to their students, what could one possibly teach within the span of an hour? Perplexed, Zhuo Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before turning to the young man in front of him and instructing, "Yijun, you will head up to challenge the candidates from Hongyuan?" "Yes." Responding with a nod, Yijun leaped onto the dueling platform. This time, instead of issuing a challenge to all of the candidates of the 4 Great Master Teacher Academies, he turned to the candidates of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and challenged just them. "I will go." One of the Grade 1 candidates from Hongyuan stood up. "Try to remember Principal Zhang's teachings. As long as you adhere to what he taught us, you won't lose." Zhu Jian quickly advised. After watching so many battles, that candidate had also realized that Principal Zhang's teaching was beyond ordinary. With a nod of his head, he walked up the dueling platform. With this realization in heart, his fight was significantly easier. Within 2 moves, he had already found Yi Jun's flaw and crushed him with a palm, leaving the latter convulsing uncontrollably on the ground. The knowledge that Principal Zhang imparted to us is really formidable. Seeing that yet another one of their own had cleared the selection to become a combat master, even knocking out the invigilator while doing so, the other candidates of Hongyuan felt a huge boost of confidence. If they had still harbored any doubts regarding their principal's teaching previously, after witnessing this, the apprehension they had felt vanished, leaving nothing but awe and admiration for their principal. Zhu Jian, Zhu Shi, and Zhao Chuan. As fellow grade 1 students from Hongyuan, they were well aware of the strength that those 3 wielded. Under normal circumstances, putting aside defeating the combat masters, they wouldn't even have been able to match the top 15 candidates from the Yunqiu Master Teacher Academy. Yet, all 3 of them had managed to emerge victorious through utilizing the teachings their principal had imparted to them an hour earlier. It was inconceivable, but their principal had managed to make the impossible happen. The heck? Are they on drugs? Looking at the 2 additional combat masters lying on the ground, Shui Qingfeng felt as if the limit of his sanity was being challenged. A single person defeating a stronger opponent could be rationalized as extraordinary combat talent and luck. 2 people was pushing it, but it might just have been overwhelming coincidence. But 4 people consecutively? It was apparent to all that all 4 candidates from Hongyuan were significantly weaker than their opponents, be it in terms of jinqi, strength, agility, or reflexes. Yet, all of them had still been able to floor the combat master they were facing with ease as soon as they made a move. Were they hacking? Or could it be just as they had said, the hour of lecture really had such mystical effects? But if that was really the case, wasn't that lecture a little too fearsome? Unable to hold himself back, Shui Qingfeng turned his sight over and spoke with a questioning tone. Principal Zhang, your students, Wu Tianxiang, Shen Pingqiao, and Wu Ran also turned their gazes over. They were also bewildered by the situation before them, and they direly wanted to know what was going on. Oh, I lectured them on combat techniques for an hour just before the battle, so perhaps they might have been able to comprehend some of it. Understanding the intention behind their gazes, Zhang Xian nodded, following which, helplessness and frustration surfaced on his face. It really pains my heart to see them see that these fellows weren't able to comprehend the true essence of the combat techniques I imparted to them, using them crudely and sloppily. He felt that it was truly a pity that he had only been able to lecture them for an hour. If only he'd had another hour, he would have been able to reinforce their knowledge further. Perhaps then, their movements wouldn't have looked so cringeworthy to him. Comprehend some of it? Pains your heart? Shui Qingfeng couldn't help but shudder upon hearing those words. This is the freaking result of only comprehending some of it? If they really comprehend all of it, won't our entire combat master hall be destroyed by your students? Furthermore, we have only tested 4 of your students so far and 4 of our invigilators have already been floored. How do you expect us to continue the test? Screw that. In any case, our combat masters will lose anyway. And more importantly, pains your heart? Pain your ass. Your students were able to subdue my combat masters without even sustaining the slightest injury, and you say that your heart is in pain? The one who should be in pain is me, all right? Chapter 937. Stone of True Breath. Principal Zhang's lecture was actually that incredible? Not only were Shui Qingfeng, Wu Tianxiang, and the others frenzied, even Schoolhead Mo, Schoolhead Zhao, and the others were shocked silly. Having trained the candidates personally over the past few days, they knew each of their abilities very well. When they heard that the candidates would have to withstand 3 moves from the combat masters, they had already prepared themselves for the complete defeat of the grade 1 candidates. Yet, all 4 of the challengers they'd sent up had actually successfully gotten rid of a combat master each. More importantly, the challengers were the weaker of the bunch. So, didn't that mean that every single one of their grade 1 candidates would be able to clear the selection? If that was the case, The candidates from the other Master Teacher Academies could probably retire for the Combat Master selection this time around now. Their Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy was going to take up all 100 slots for themselves. Even though they had long known that Principal Zhang was extraordinary, they had really never thought that it would be to such an extent. To allow their students to possess a fighting prowess comparable to combat masters within an hour, not even the word overpowered was worthy of being used to describe such a feat. When the examination ends, I will have them copy down the content of Principal Zhang's lecture word for word. Su Changqing and the other school heads clenched their jaws in agitation. A lecture that could turn even their weaker candidates into nigh unparalleled experts in their power class. Just how profound and incredible could the content be? Just the thought of it could send excited goosebumps up their arms. While the copied words wouldn't be infused with the impartation of heaven's will, making the effects less pronounced as compared to being lectured by Principal Zhang, they had no doubt that it would become a great source of inspiration to help further their fighting ability. After taking some time to soothe the stifled sensation that he felt, Chua Qingfeng took a deep breath, clenched his jaws, and instructed, "By Quan and Huang Tao, the both of you shall suppress your cultivation and continue the examination." Since his Cosmos Bridge Realm Combat Masters wouldn't work, surely his Perfect Harmonization Combat Masters should be able to do the job. Yes. The two Combat Masters replied in unison before stepping forward. After suppressing his cultivation, the Combat Master on the right, by Quan, leaped onto the dueling platform. This time, before he could even say anything, a commotion broke out among the candidates at Hong Yuan's side. "I'll go. You are stronger than me, and there will be plenty of chances for you later on. You should let me give it a try first instead." "Try your head. I will go first. You can try all you want after I am defeated. Do you take me for a fool? By the time you are done, that fellow will already be knocked out on the ground. Hey, you are older than me, right? Haven't you learned anything about giving in to your juniors before? Where in the world has your decorum as a master teacher gone? Look at me. I am far younger than you, and my cultivation is beneath yours. Don't you think that you should give way to me?" The crowd from Hongyuan argued with faces reddened in excitement. The candidates from the other academies lay low, not wanting to face a perfect harmonization realm invigilator who had his cultivation suppressed in fear of the latter's strength. On the other hand, the candidates from Hongyuan looked like they had seen some kind of precious treasure, squabbling with one another vehemently as if afraid that the other party would steal it from their hands. Do you need to be so exaggerated and savage? On the dueling platform, Bai Quan's face twitched upon seeing this sight, and he was so furious and frustrated that tears were already on the verge of spilling down his eyes. "I am a combat master, a figure whom none in the master-teacher continent dare look down on. Yet, in a duel against me, not only do none of you show any fear, you are even squabbling with one another to fight against me as if ladies in a wet market. This is intolerable." Bai Quan clenched his jaws so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard from his teeth. "Arrogant, aren't you all? I swear that I will beat deference deep into each of your bones." Who? Just as he made such a vow in his heart, a young man leaped onto the dueling platform. The young man had a rather slim frame, and he was one of the weaker candidates from Hongyuan. Upon seeing the young man leaping up to the dueling platform, the crowd behind him revealed regretful looks. If they had known earlier this would happen, they would have just dashed up to the dueling platform instead of squabbling with one another. They were being too courteous with one another, which allowed that fellow to get ahead of them. Damn it! Seeing the disappointed looks on the faces of Hong Yuan's candidates, Bai Quan felt something in his mind snap. Frenzied, he roared furiously, "Come, show me your strongest move." Voila! As he shouted, he drove his zhenqi furiously, drawing every ounce of strength he could draw from his current consonant spirit realm pinnacle cultivation into his palm before thrusting it forward furiously. The resulting attack was extremely powerful, at least 10% stronger than Chen Zhu when he was using his secret art. Bai Quan's strength was far greater than the other combat masters that had come before him. His moves were majestic and complex, and his reflexes were swift as well. However, it was as if the opponent he was facing could peer right through his offense. After trading 2 moves, His opponent found a flaw in his offense and sent a kick right toward it. After which, nothing. Bai Quan collapsed under the kick, defeated. Before he lost consciousness, a stream of tears flowed down his cheeks. I really am a combat master. I really was sent here to test these guys. Yet, to think that I would actually lose so tragically to one of them. Why does it feel as if I am the one being tested instead? You are the one who is supposed to survive 3 moves from me, but the one to collapse within 3 moves ended up being me instead. Seeing that even Bai Quan had been defeated, Zhuo Qingfeng was just about to dispatch Huang Tao when Lu Cheng suddenly sent a Jinqi telepathy to him. Leader, if this continues, I fear that we will all be floored before we can even finish assessing the grade 1 candidates. Furthermore, that is just the least of our worries. If the reputation of our combat master hall takes a blow because of this, while others might be unaware of the uncanny things that happened around Principal Zhang, he was one of the few who had experienced it personally. To be able to defeat the half-saint pinnacle him with a cultivation of Chrysalis Realm primary stage, how could the students taught by such an incredible figure possibly be ordinary? Hearing Lu Cheng's words, Zhuo Qingfeng rubbed his temples. The other party was right. Should they continue the selection as it was indeed very likely for such a situation to occur. If the combat masters responsible for testing the candidates were all knocked out, how could they proceed with the examination? There was a strict deadline for the selection to be completed, and Zhuo Qingfeng couldn't begin to imagine how he was going to explain this matter to the Combat Master Hall if he failed to finish the selection in time. For the ones testing to be knocked out by the ones who were being tested, how embarrassing was that? Why don't we first assess the candidates from the other 3 academies first, and leave Hong Yuan to the very last? Lu Cheng suggested. Zhuo Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, that seems to be the only thing we can do now. If they were to continue assessing the candidates from Hong Yuan, there was no doubt that more of their combat masters would be incapacitated. Since that was the case, they needed to first finish assessing the other 3 academies before deciding on a measure to deal with Hong Yuan. Having made up his mind, Zhuo Qingfeng immediately began making a series of arrangements. Wu Tianqiang, Shen Pingqiao, and Wu Ran were displeased to hear that the candidates of their academies would be assessed first, but eventually, they still agreed to the arrangement. There was no way around it. Given the peculiar circumstances surrounding Hong Yuan's candidates, they would never be able to complete the selection in time should they continue as it was. It took 8 hours to assess all of the candidates from grade 1 to grade 5 of the other master teacher academies. Owing to the strong foundations of the other 3 academies, their candidates were indeed powerful. However, the combat masters were simply far too strong. Only 12 candidates had cleared the selection from the strongest academy, Yunshu, resulting in the lowest record in its entire history. The other academies fared even worse. Luoqing only had 10, and Qingzhou, 8. The other 3 academies had marched into the combat master selection confidently, but their results were far from satisfactory. They hadn't thought that such a situation would occur, especially given the increased number of slots. Only Hong Yuan is left now. After assessing the candidates of the other 3 academies, Zhuo Qingfeng finally turned his gaze back to the candidates of Hong Yuan. Su Tai, Chen Zhu, and the others had also recovered by this point, and they participated in the test as well. It didn't take long before they blacked out once again under the insane fighting prowess of the grade 1 candidates from Hong Yuan. It seemed like the previous experience had made them more proficient at blacking out. With just one move, the combat masters were already defeated. This, seeing as his subordinates fall one after another, Zhuo Qingfeng's face swiftly grew more and more livid as frustration and helplessness built up within him. They weren't even done assessing the grade 1 candidates from Hong Yuan yet, and there were still another 80 from the other 4 grades waiting for their turn. At this rate, when could they finish their job? It was not as if they had come here in seek of a beating. For one of them to be knocked out in each duel, it sure was humiliating. Hesitating for a brief moment, Zhuo Qingfeng stood forward and proposed, "Principal Zhang, at this rate, we won't be able to finish the selection in time. Thus, I have a suggestion. As long as your candidates clear a certain test, I will take them in regardless of the limit of 100 slots. Otherwise, I will just have to ask your candidates to conduct an elimination tournament among themselves to sieve out the required numbers to fill up the remaining slots. So far, a total of 30 candidates from the other 3 academies had cleared the examination, leaving behind 70 slots to fill. If the candidates from Hongyuan were able to clear that test, Zhuo Qingfeng would be able to make an exception and accept all 100 candidates from Hongyuan if needed. Otherwise, Hongyuan would only be issued the 70 remaining slots, and the candidates would have to fight it out among themselves to determine who among them would be selected. Ultimately, the 100 slots could be considered as a guideline from the Combat Master Hall. If the 100 candidates from Hongyuan turned out to be true geniuses, it would be a blessing for the Combat Master Hall too if they could bring in all of them. Zhang Xian turned his gaze to Zhuo Qingfeng and said, "Please speak, Combat Master Zhuo." Combat masters require not only combat skills but jinqi and strength superior to normal cultivators as well. This is a necessary requirement for them to be able to complement the other combat masters in group battle and not become the baggage of the others, said Zhuo Qingfeng. Wu Tianxiang, Shen Pingqiao, and Wu Ran also nodded in agreement. Combat masters could be considered as the military of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, and the main purpose of their existence was to deal with the otherworldly demonic tribe and any other existences that threatened mankind. Typically speaking, the battles they faced would be group battles instead of individual battles, thus requiring them to collaborate with one another. No matter how high one's comprehension of battle techniques was, if one's jinqi and strength couldn't match up with one's companions, it was very likely that one would just end up dragging down the team eventually, especially in a prolonged battle. I have borrowed a stone of true breath from the Combat Master Hall specially for this selection exercise. As long as one places one's palm on it, it will clearly reflect the level of jinqi and strength one possesses. Zhuo Qingfeng said, "The students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy have indeed achieved a frightening level of comprehension in their combat skills, but their jinqi and physical strength are still lacking. Under normal circumstances, one has to achieve a score of 4 on the Stone of True Breath in order to qualify as a combat master. However, considering the unique circumstances surrounding Hongyuan, your candidates only have to achieve a score of 2 in order to clear the test." There was a high threshold that one had to meet in terms of their jinqi purity and physical strength in order to qualify as a combat master, but there was something peculiar about the candidates from Hongyuan that necessitated special consideration. Their jinqi purity and physical strength were clearly far beneath that of their opponents, but they had still been able to knock out their opponents easily. For geniuses of such caliber, even the Combat Master Hall headquarters would make special exceptions for them. There was indeed such a precedence as well. A score of 2? Zhang Xian frowned in confusion. This was his first time hearing of the Stone of True Breath, so he had nothing to gauge what a score of 2 or a score of 4 meant. Hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian asked, "Can you allow me to take a look at your Stone of True Breath?" "Sure." Zhuo Qingfeng nodded before flicking his wrist, and a huge stone tablet around his height appeared before him. The stone tablet was grayish in color, but it emanated a beautiful light blue hue around it. "It's indeed the Stone of True Breath. Incredible." Wu Tianxiong's eyes lit up. "Principal Wa has seen the Stone of True Breath before?" Shen Pingqiao asked in intrigue. "I have never seen it myself, but I have read of it in a book before. It is said that it harnesses the amazing ability to assess one's jinqi purity and physical strength quantitatively. Just by placing one's hand on it and exerting one's jinqi to the maximum, a number will surface. A number beyond 2 means that one possesses some talent, and a number beyond 4 means that the talent one harnesses far exceeds that of ordinary geniuses." Principal Wu replied, "If that's the case, will the level of one's cultivation affect the result?" Shen Pingqiao asked. "If one's cultivation affected the results of the Stone of True Breath, would it really be fair to assess one's talent using the same standards?" "It is fine. The Stone of True Breath only assesses the purity of one's jinqi and physical body strength. The assessment criteria it uses are, to a great extent, separate of one's cultivation," Principal Wu replied. While the two were speaking, Zhang Xian walked up to the Stone of True Breath, and after examining it closely for a moment, he turned to Zhuo Qingfeng and asked excitedly, "Combat Master Zhuo, can I give it a try?" Chapter 938 The Invincible Zheng Yang 1. He didn't have an understanding of the Stone of True Breath at all, and the only way for him to get a clear gauge of the exact significance of a score of 2 and 4 was to try it for himself. Principal Zhang, you want to give it a try yourself? Beneath the dueling platform, the faces of school head Imo and the others immediately paled. No, they knew about the destructive tendencies of their principal. Anything that came into his hand would be destroyed in one way or another. Unless combat masters didn't want his Stone of True Breath, it was best not to let that god of destruction come into contact with it, or else it would be too late for regrets after the fact. Seemingly hearing the voices in the school heads' hearts, Zhuo Qingfeng smiled courteously and said, "There is no need to trouble Principal Zhang with this. Chenju, come over." "Yes." Chenju nodded before swiftly heading toward the Stone of True Breath. He placed his palm on it, and a brilliant burst of light flashed in the area, following which, a number surfaced on the stone tablet, 5. This means that Chenju's Zhenqi purity and physical strength has exceeded the required standard of 4, Zhuo Qingfeng explained. "Allow me to give it a try too." Luoqing's Zhang Qingshan, who had been defeated by Chenju's saber previously, walked over and placed his palm on the stone tablet as well. With a radiant flash of light, a number surfaced, 4, 5. Even though it hadn't reached Chenju's level, it did meet the prerequisite to becoming a combat master. "Let me try it as well." Zhu Jian stepped forward and placed his palm on the stone tablet. A glow of light followed. 2, 1. I am only 2, 1. Zhu Jian's face twitched in horror. He was ranked 5th among the 20 grade 1 candidates from Hongyuan, but he had only managed to attain a result of 2, 1. Didn't that mean that the other 15 candidates behind him would struggle to even reach 2? It seemed like it would have indeed been impossible for him to become a combat master were it not for Principal Zhang's impartation. With this, I believe Principal Zhang should have gained some understanding of the Stone of True Breath, Zhuo Qingfeng said with a smile. Through the results of the 3 people, it wasn't too difficult to roughly estimate the gauge for the Stone of True Breath. Zhang Xian nodded with a frown. Zhu Jian's strength could be considered to be at the forefront of most of the candidates, but he had only been able to achieve a score of 2, 1 on the Stone of True Breath. If the other candidates were to take this test as well, it was highly likely that more than half would not be able to reach 2. In other words, a minimum of 40 candidates would be eliminated. Zhang Xian contemplated for a brief moment before eventually speaking up. "Combat Master Zhuo, is it possible for you to give me 4 hours? I wish to lecture my students for a moment first before allowing them to take the test." 4 hours. Hearing Zhang Xian's request, Zhuo Qingfeng was taken aback. Even if it was really possible to raise one's combat techniques in a short period of time, surely Zhenqi and strength would require accumulation over time. A 4-hour lecture. What could it possibly do? Zhuo Qingfeng pondered for a moment before replying. "There is no need for that. It is already getting late, so why don't we conduct the test in the morning instead? This way, you will get the entire night." Just assessing the candidates of the other 3 academies had taken 8 hours, so by this moment, the sun had already set, allowing darkness to envelop the sky. In any case, he had been given 3 days to complete the combat master selection, so there was no need for him to finish it on the first day. "That will be truly helpful, Combat Master Zhuo. You have my gratitude." Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Be it the physical strength or the Zhenqi purity of Hongyuan's candidates, they were unimpressive. However, if Zhang Xian had a night to lecture them, he was confident that he would be able to induce a metamorphosis in them. This isn't anything much. It will also be a blessing to the Combat Master Hall if we can bring talented fresh blood in, Zhuo Qingfeng replied with a smile. "That's good to hear. Pardon me, but I will be taking my leave in advance. Schoolhead Zhao and Schoolhead Imo, I will be troubling you to make suitable arrangements for the 3 principals and their students and Combat Master Zhuo and his subordinates. I have to make full use of the limited time to conduct a supplementary lesson for these fellows." Zhang Xian instructed with a smile before leading the candidates toward the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall had a formation to isolate auras and a formidable spirit-gathering formation. On top of that, it was also spacious enough to house 100 people comfortably. After Zhang Xian left, Schoolhead Imo and the others quickly took Principal Hua and the others to a night banquet to welcome them before eventually settling them into their accommodation. After arriving at the Elder Hall, Zhang Xian adjusted the spirit-gathering formation set up in the room to maximize its effects before scattering 500 high-tier spirit stones around the room. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was already permeated with spiritual energy, so concentrated that it caused the air to become viscous. Seeing that it had reached a satisfactory level, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. While raising one's physical strength and zhenqi purity might have been an arduous task for any other master teacher, that was not the case for Zhang Xian. After collecting countless physical body cultivation technique manuals from the Cultivation Compendium, he had already perfected the first 4 levels of the quintuple incandescence golden body into Heaven's Path tier, allowing one to cultivate them without the need for catalysts. As for zhenqi purity, even if it was impossible for the students to cultivate Heaven's Path zhenqi like him, he could still impart a very, very simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art to them. It would be easy and fast for them to cultivate, and it would help to refine their zhenqi to make it purer and more condensed. You all only have a night's time. How much you manage to improve will depend on your capability and diligence. After settling everyone down, Zhang Xian scanned the faces of the students for a brief moment before starting. I will now impart a physical cultivation technique to all of you known as the quintuple incandescence golden body. Zhang Xian's voice was infused with the impartation of heaven's will, inducing the students to drive the zhenqi in their bodies as per his words. Wu Yangzi's quintuple incandescence golden body was extremely complicated, and even with the talents that these students wield, being the top 20 fighters in their respective grades, it would still require several dozen years of effort before they would be able to master it. As such, Zhang Xian had simplified it through the Library of Heaven's Path, making it significantly easier to comprehend and cultivate. Immersed in their cultivation, the students' physical strength began growing at an incredible pace. In the manner that King Huai had given Zhang Xian, Zhang Yang stretched his back lazily as he walked out of his room. After a day of cultivation, he had finally managed to digest everything that his teacher had taught him, thus inducing a significant rise in his fighting prowess. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Yang suddenly recalled something and his eyes lit up. If I recall correctly, it seems like today is the day that the Combat Master Selection is held. It will be good to take a look. He had heard many things about the legendary Combat Masters, and rumor had it that they were capable of easily matching opponents with cultivation far higher than them. As such, he was curious to see how powerful they were. Zhang Yang took a look at Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and Wei Ruyan's room, and noting that they were still cultivating, he decided to head to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy alone. It didn't take him too long to arrive at his destination. By this moment, the sun had already set, and the night banquet was already over as well. However, there were still many students from Hongyuan walking around the academy with excited looks on their faces. Hongyuan had always been outdone by the other 3 academies in the Combat Master Selection. However, under the leadership of the new principal, they had finally managed to turn things around. In this Combat Master Selection, their candidates managed to defeat even the Combat Masters themselves, and this made them feel extremely exhilarated. From the discussions of the students around, Zhang Yang was able to gain a rough idea of what had happened in the day, and he chuckled softly in response. Having followed his teacher from Tianqian Kingdom, he knew that his teacher possessed astounding capability despite his young age. Putting aside defeating the relatively weaker invigilators of the Combat Master Hall, he wouldn't be surprised in the least if his teacher were to train a group of experts that could overthrow the entire Combat Master Hall. Zhenqi purity and physical strength, these can only be accumulated through cultivating over a long period of time. Yet, that Principal Zhang actually thinks that he can raise the strength of his students through just a night of lecturing. He sure is delusional. Indeed. In order to raise our zhenqi purity and strength, we had to go through so much suffering and pain. For one, we had to endure the insufferable heat from the Inferno Phoenix Saint Beast on the journey here. But even so, we were only able to raise our zhenqi purity and strength by just a bit. Just because he achieved some success in his lecture on combat techniques, he thinks that he is the chosen one or something. Just wait and see how he makes a fool out of himself tomorrow. Walking along the street, Zhang Yang suddenly heard some irked voices. Turning his gaze over, he saw a few young men dressed in peculiar master-teacher robes walking along the road with disdainful sneers on their faces. The students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had humiliated their combat master hall through and through. There was no way they wouldn't feel indignant about that. It was one thing to learn that Principal Zhang had raised the prowess of Hongyuan's candidates through nothing but a lecture at the very last moment. But for the other party to actually hope of raising the Jinqi purity and physical strength of the candidates in a single night, wasn't that nothing but a daydream? Those were the foundations of a cultivator, accumulated only through diligence over time. If they could be raised that easily, they wouldn't have to be put through suffering after suffering in the Combat Master Hall. These brothers over here, please hold it for a moment. Hearing that those men were mocking his teacher, Zhang Yang frowned in displeasure. He immediately walked over and stopped them with his hand. What is the matter? The young men frowned. It's nothing much. I just heard that the members of the Combat Master Hall possess superior strength, and I happen to be rather bored at the moment, so I wish to try your strength for myself to see if you are really as fearsome as the legends make you out to be. Zhang Yang said calmly. You dare stop us despite knowing that we are from the Combat Master Hall? You must be tired of living. To dare mock even us. Brat, you sure are arrogant, aren't you? These young men were already in a bad mood from the start. So upon seeing that even a youth around 16 or 17 dared to stop them to challenge them to a battle, they couldn't help but feel provoked and fly into a rage. They were the powerful combat masters, existences who were respected regardless of where they went. Yet, putting aside how their members had easily been floored by the candidates of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, now, even a young child dared to behave so arrogantly before them. How could they possibly accept that? Whether I am tired of living or not, you will know once you give it a try. Zhang Yang smirked as he whipped out a spear and flicked it with astounding prowess. Since you are the one who provoked us in the first place, don't blame us for getting nasty. Seeing the other party whipping out his weapon, the faces of the combat masters turned livid as well. One of them stepped forward and flexed his arms. This combat master was at Ethereal Treading Realm Pinnacle, and he was in charge of assessing the grade 4 candidates. With the frightening strength that he wielded, he had managed to subdue countless geniuses one after another in the selection earlier, instilling fear deep into their minds. The combat master could tell that the young man before him possessed a cultivation of Chrysalis Realm primary stage, so he decided to step forth to face him. As a combat master, he was capable of challenging opponents with cultivation far higher than him. Given that the other party was only a cultivation stage stronger than him, it should be a walk in a park for him to defeat the other party. Whipping out a sword too, the combat master said nonchalantly, while emanating a clear aura of confidence, make your move. I don't have any interest in bullying those weaker than me, so I will give you a 3-move advantage. You want to give me a 3-move advantage? There is no need for that. I will suppress my cultivation to that of your level. Seeing that the other party was still oblivious to the plight he was in, Zhang Yang shook his head and suppressed his cultivation down to Ethereal Treading Realm Pinnacle. On the other hand, seeing how the young man who had come out of nowhere was so arrogant as to suppress his cultivation to face him, the combat master sneered coldly. Since you are that intent on meeting your maker, so be it. Flinging his sword abruptly, an incredibly powerful shockwave swept through the entire area before him. Even though his cultivation was only at Ethereal Treading Realm Pinnacle, the might of this attack could easily leave Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle experts trembling in fear. Humph! Facing such an attack, Zhang Yang simply sneered coldly. Not bothering to evade at all, he raised his spear and steered it forward with ferocious might. Pong! As soon as the spear came into contact with the sword, the combat master was sent flying while coughing huge mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 939 The Invincible Zheng Yang 2. What? Zichen was defeated? Against a cultivator of the same cultivation realm, he was defeated in a single blow? Furthermore, the other party didn't use any battle technique at all. It was just sheer physical and Jinqi might. Upon seeing their own companion being defeated in a single blow, the combat masters, who had underestimated the young man before them a moment ago, couldn't help but clench their fists tightly with grim expressions on their faces. Even though the other party had reached an incredible height in his cultivation despite his young age, they had thought that he might just have been the offspring of a wealthy clan who had raised his cultivation through consuming pills. Typically speaking, the fighting prowess of such individuals tended to be subpar. As such, they hadn't thought of the other party as much of a threat. However, watching as their companion, who was unrivaled in his power class, being defeated with a single jab of a spear and now lying severely wounded on the ground, they couldn't help but freeze in shock. Weren't they, combat masters, unrivaled existences regardless of where they went? It was one thing for them to be outmatched by the candidates specially chosen by the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, but for even a random young man they met on the street to defeat them easily as well. More importantly, unlike the candidates whom they had faced in the day, the other party hadn't utilized any exceptional battle technique or extraordinary combat sense to exploit their flaws. Instead, he had defeated their companion with just sheer zhenqi and physical strength. In other words, they, who had gone through hellish training in order to enhance their strength, zhenqi, and reflexes, were being outmatched by the other party. Damn it! The severely wounded Ji-chun pushed himself against the ground and got to his feet. He glared at the young man before him hostilely with gritted teeth. It was one thing for him, as a combat master, to be humiliated during the selection exercise in the day, but to be humiliated by a young fellow who hadn't even reached his 20s yet in the evening as well. This was intolerable, unbearable, and insufferable. Roaring furiously, Ji-chun ignored the protests of his companions and dashed forward with his sword. Driving his zhenqi to its limit, he exerted a rampaging storm of sharp sword qi. Hong long long. In an instant, the air was cut into shreds. Even though Ji-chun was only at ethereal treading realm, he was capable of drawing forth a might that nearly no chrysalis realm cultivator could withstand. Humph! Seeing his enemy fly into a rage, Zhang Yang simply smiled wryly. With this posture upright like a spear, Zhang Yang stood firmly, and with a cold harumph, his spear shot forth once again. The brilliant glint of the tip of the spear streaked forward furiously as if a charging flood dragon. In just the blink of an eye, it had already appeared right before the opponent, giving him no time to react at all. This, impossible! Ji-chun's body stiffened from fright upon seeing the spear materialize right before his eyes. By that point, it was already too late for him to dodge. A sharp pain pervaded his chest as he was struck by the tip of the spear. The next moment, he was sent flying through the air. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted wildly from his mouth as his figure moved in a parabola through the sky. The previous move had already left him severely wounded, and this strike had further aggravated his injuries, rendering him incapable of fighting. You aren't a match for me. Isn't there anyone stronger? Ignoring the wounded Ji-chun, Zhang Yang turned his gaze to the remaining combat masters. Seeing how the young man had managed to subdue their companion with a single move, the others dared not underestimate him anymore. With grim looks, they traded glances, and eventually, a young man amid them stepped forward. I will be your opponent. This young man possessed a cultivation of Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, and he had been in charge of assessing the Grade 5 candidates. The weapon he specialized in happened to be the spear as well. With his prowess with the spear, he had struck fear into hearts of the other 3 Master Teacher Academy's candidates so deep that none dared step onto the dueling platform to face him during the selection. Stepping forward, the young man harumphed coldly. I will suppress my cultivation to battle you. Suppress your cultivation? There is no need for that. Show me what you've got instead. Zhang Yang waved his hand nonchalantly, after which he raised his spear and drove it forward with astounding might. Arrogant brat! The other party's abrupt move had left him no time to suppress his cultivation at all. The young man's face darkened as he raised his spear to counterattack. Having devoted many years to the spear, the young man had long achieved the realm of Spearman Union. Jabbing his spear forward, innumerable afterimages of the spear swiftly appeared before him, forming a seemingly impenetrable wall that sealed the other party within it. Excellent spearmanship. It seems like Qi Xiao has decided to go all out. Even our leader is full of praise for his spearmanship. That fellow is bound to lose. Ha! A mere chrysalis realm primary stage cultivator actually dared provoke us? He really should learn his place. Seeing the young man execute his spear art, the other combat masters simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. They knew full well how formidable their companion's prowess was with the spear. Even a half-saint would have to back down before his might. On the other end, the fellow their companion was facing was only at chrysalis realm primary stage. As powerful as that fellow was, they couldn't see him taking this attack unharmed. The combat masters watched intently to see how the other party would be utterly defeated before their companion's spearmanship, but all of a sudden, the chrysalis realm pinnacle Qi Xiao suddenly let out a stifled gasp before being sent flying into the distance. Just like the previous contender, Zhiqian, he crashed to the ground and began spurting blood wildly. How is this possible? Qi Xiao was defeated, and in one move at that? Narrowing their eyes, everyone's face warped in shock. They could still rationalize Zhiqian's defeat as the other party's advantage as a chrysalis realm primary stage cultivator, albeit suppressing his cultivation. But this time, the other party was weaker than Qi Xiao, but the other party had still managed to defeat him so easily. How was that possible? Qi Xiao, the other combat masters hurriedly rushed over to help their companion up. In that moment, they couldn't help but notice the horror and disbelief in their companion's eyes. "Are you fine?" Worried, they asked anxiously. Struggling to a sitting position, Qi Xiao urged through jaws clenched in pain, "Call our leader here. I am not a match for him." Taking a glance at Zheng Yang, the other combat masters knew that it would be impossible for them to defeat him, given that even the strongest Qi Xiao wasn't a match for him. Thus, clenching their fists in frustration and anger, they turned around and left. The residences that school head Mo and the others had prepared for the parties from the other master-teacher academies and the combat master hall were clean and spacious. Special attention had to be given to their accommodations so as to ensure that they would have a comfortable stay in Hongyuan. Seated in the vast main hall at this very moment was Zhuo Qingfeng, and Wu Tianxiang, Shen Pingqiao, and Wu Ran were sat at the opposite end to him. After the banquet came to an end, there was nothing else for the three principals to do. As such, they decided to pay Zhuo Qingfeng a visit, hoping to trade their insights on cultivation, and it was fortunate that they did so. The conversation they had with the other party enlightened them greatly. As expected of a 100-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, his understanding of cultivation and mastery of battle techniques were far above even principals like them. Just from the knowledge he shared in itself, they could already imagine the fearsome strength he wielded. There was no doubt that he was capable of challenging opponents possessing a cultivation significantly greater than his, and it would be unwise to gauge him just by his cultivation realm alone. The crux of cultivation lies in one's heart. As long as one's heart remains earnest, one will only continue to grow strong. Zhuo Qingfeng chuckled. The main difference between us, combat masters, and you, master teachers, is that our hearts are solely devoted to furthering our fighting capability. On the other hand, you have to divide your attention between learning supporting occupations and imparting your knowledge to the others as well. So, it's only natural that we have an advantage in terms of fighting prowess. Indeed. Wu Tianxiang and the others nodded in agreement. The main reason the fighting prowess of a combat master was greater than most master teachers was because they had devoted all of their effort to enhancing their fighting prowess. On the other hand, due to the primary responsibility that a master teacher shouldered, they had to divert some of their attention into studying supporting occupations, and such so as to further their teaching capability. Naturally, with their attention divided between several matters simultaneously, it was impossible for a normal master teacher to match up to the specialized combat master in terms of fighting prowess. As the principals of the four great master teacher academies, they possessed exceptional standing and had access to strong cultivation techniques as well. In terms of fighting prowess, they were superior to most master teachers. However, compared to Zhuo Qingfeng, they were still plenty lacking. As the saying goes, each field has its own experts. Not even master teachers could possibly be skilled at everything. At this moment, Wu Tianxiang suddenly thought of something and asked, "Combat Master Zhuo, Do you think that Principal Zhang's lecture tonight will be able to induce significant improvement among his students? Previously, Principal Zhang had said that he intended to conduct a lecture in order to raise his students' zhenqi purity and physical strength. In Wu Tianxiong's view, it was something nigh impossible to achieve. Nevertheless, the peculiarity that had happened with Hong Yuan earlier in the day left a bizarre feeling within him, prompting him to ask Zhuo Qingfeng about this matter. Under normal circumstances, I would say that such a thing is completely impossible. Just that, there is just something a little uncanny about Principal Zhang, Zhuo Qingfeng said with a frown. Had it been anyone else, he would have been certain that the other party's attempt to raise his students' zhenqi purity and physical strength significantly over the course of a single night would have been nothing but daydreaming. However, given that it was Principal Zhang they were talking about, he dared not jump to a conclusion so hastily. The other party was a person who could make his students' combat prowess surpass even that of combat masters within just an hour's lecture. It would have been a mistake to gauge the other party by normal standards. I feel the same way as well, Wu Tianxiong said as he shook his head. As compared to Zhuo Shi, the feeling was even more vivid for him because he had personally seen the difference in the strength of Hong Yuan's candidates before and after the lecture. It was as if that fellow was someone whom common sense no longer applied to. Actually, there is no need for us to think too much about this. We will know the answer tomorrow morning, Zhuo Qingfeng replied with a light smile. Halfway through his words, however, a young man suddenly rushed into the room. It was the Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle Combat Master, Yi Jun. As soon as he entered the room, Yi Jun began shouting, "Leader, bad news. What's wrong?" Zhuo Qingfeng frowned. Our men were walking around the academy just now when we suddenly encountered a young man who seems to be either 16 or 17. The other party stopped us and challenged us to a duel. However, who could have known that none of us would be a match for him, resulting in the complete defeat of the team? Yi Jun swiftly went through the events that had just happened. A young man, only 16 or 17, challenged you to a duel, and none of you are a match for him? Zhuo Qingfeng had a look of incredulity on his face, as if he had heard a ludicrous joke. Who were they? Combat masters, an existence that was invincible in their power class. Yet, they had actually suffered a complete defeat at the hands of a 16 or 17-year-old young man. Was this for real? That's right. The other party is only at Chrysalis Realm primary stage. Qi Xiao faced the other party with his full strength, but even he was sent flying with a single jab and suffered severe wounds, Yi Jun said. A Chrysalis Realm primary stage cultivator actually defeated the Chrysalis Realm pinnacle Qi Xiao? How can this be possible? Zhuo Qingfeng widened his eyes in shock. If a combat master were to lose to an opponent of the same cultivation realm, it could only mean that the combat master was still insufficiently skilled. However, to lose to an opponent of a lower cultivation realm, this was something that would really be worth looking into. Leader, it is true. Yi Jun replied affirmatively. Who is that cultivator? Is he a master teacher from Hong Yuan? Zhuo Qingfeng questioned. I am not too sure either. We were just walking along the streets when he suddenly stopped us, saying that he had heard of the strength that combat masters wield and wished to challenge us. He first suppressed his cultivation to fight with Ji Chun, but Ji Chun was defeated in an instant. After which, Qi Xiao stepped forward to accept his challenge, but he wasn't a match either. Yi Jun explained. To be able to move freely around the Hong Yuan Master Teacher Academy, the other party must be from Hong Yuan. Let's go over and take a look. Hearing about how two of his subordinates had been defeated so easily, Zhuo Qingfeng's face darkened as he got to his feet. Wu Tianxiong, Shen Pingqiao, and Wu Ran also traded glances among themselves before getting to their feet and following behind him. Before they had even made their way to the entrance of the courtyard, they heard several yells of agony. Rushing toward the voices, they soon saw the majestic combat masters who had easily subdued the candidates from the three master teacher academies earlier in the day lying on the ground, spurting blood as if a fountain. A 16 or 17-year-old young man was standing proudly in front of them with a spear in his hand, reminiscent of an indomitable god of war. Even though I suppressed my cultivation, none of you were able to take an attack from me. Is this the strength of the legendary combat masters? Glancing at Zhuo Qingfeng, a wry smile emerged on the young man's face. Seems like your reputation precedes you. Chapter 940, The Invincible Zhang Yang 3. What did you say? Hearing those words, the combat masters behind Zhuo Qingfeng flew into a rage. Even Wu Tianxiong, Shen Pingqiao, and Wu Ran were stunned by the sight before them. For the powerful combat masters to be easily defeated by an individual and even mocked that their reputation preceded them. Everything was happening right before their eyes. However, they couldn't help but wonder if they were in a dream. With a hand on his spear and the other behind his back, Zhang Yang remarked impassively, "I've always wanted to know how powerful combat masters are. It seems like this is all there is after all." Honestly speaking, after all he had heard about the combat masters, he was indeed a little disappointed with what he was seeing. What arrogant words! Seeing a fellow who had come out of nowhere criticizing them arrogantly, Wu Su bellowed furiously and stepped forward. "Do you dare fight me in a battle?" Wu Su had already reached half-saint. Even though he was only at primary stage, his cultivation felt irrepressible like a relentless river. An ordinary half-saint pinnacle would be no match for him at all. "Is there any reason I wouldn't fight you in a battle?" Gazing at the other party provocatively, Zhang Yang raised his spear skillfully. "Good. I will suppress my cultivation and fight you then," Wu Su said as he flicked his wrist and took out a sword. Over the past 3 months, not only had he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, his comprehension of swordsmanship had also deepened significantly. The current him was significantly stronger than back when he met Zhang Xian at the valley. There's no need for that. A half-saint primary stage cultivator. It will just take me a single spear. Chuckling softly, Zhang Yang leaped forward powerfully, bringing him before Wu Su in a single step. The spear in his hands burst forth with might reminiscent of a powerful dragon. "You are courting death." Seeing that the other party actually dared launch such a simple attack that was devoid of complexity and technique against him and intended to go head-to-head against him, Wu Su's face turned livid. No matter what, he was a half-saint combat master, an invincible existence among his peers. It would be difficult for a cultivator whose cultivation was lower than him to defeat him even when exploiting despicable tricks, and yet, the other party actually intended to face him head-on? That was no different from courting death. Harumphing coldly, Wu Su's sword flew forth to strike the other party's spear, his movements also devoid of complexity and technique. At the same time, he also pumped his zhenqi through his body at an incredible speed reminiscent of river water gushing out of a hole in a dam, augmenting the strength of his stab. Since the other party intended to face him head-on, he would use his superior strength as a combat master to make the other party understand how laughable his action was. Pong! The sword came into contact with the spear. Wu Su was thinking that the other party would surely be unable to withstand his overwhelming zhenqi and fall in defeat instantaneously, but in the moment that both weapons collided, he felt a might superior to even his own rushing at him like an overwhelming torrent. It was as if the other party's offense was a tsunami, devouring the river of zhenqi in his body in an instant. Dang 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 dang. Overpowered, Wu Su was forced to retreat 8 steps consecutively. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his eyes revealed his disbelief toward the situation he was facing. That fellow's strength is actually stronger than that of Wu Su, who is a cultivation realm higher than him. How in the world did that fellow cultivate? Seeing such a sight, Zhuo Qingfeng and the others who were spectating the duel by the side were shocked. Combat masters were representative of the strongest fighting force in terms of physical strength and zhenqi in their respective cultivation realm. Yet, a 16 or 17-year-old young man had actually managed to knock back Wu Su when his cultivation was beneath the latter. This was too frightening. Continue. After knocking Wu Su back, Zhang Yang roared grandly as he charged forward once more. At the same time, his spear shot forth and sealed everywhere Wu Su could possibly evade to precisely. What swift and profound spearmanship that is! Zhuo Qingfeng narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Possessing great strength granted one an advantage, but if one was unable to utilize it skillfully, one would still be unable to pose a threat to one's enemy. This was similar to the duels between the candidates from Hongyuan and the combat masters earlier in the day. None of the candidates from Hongyuan possessed strength greater than their opponent, but they had still been able to subdue the combat masters they were facing with ease. Even if one's strength was inferior to one's opponent, one could still make up for it with skill, searching for the opponent's weaknesses and exploiting them to achieve victory. As such, while Zhuo Qingfeng was astounded by the brute strength displayed by the young man before him, he had still thought that Wu Su would still stand a good chance. However, he had never expected for the young man to possess exceptional combat sense and precise control over his movements as well. That spear that burst forth was clearly a maneuver exploiting the flaws in Wu Su's moves. It was aiming to seal the space around Wu Su completely so that the latter would be swept into a momentum that would prevent him from executing any powerful battle techniques. Incredible strength and a profound comprehension of combat. Just where did this fellow come from? Wasn't he way too terrifying? Pong 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 pong. While Zhuo Qingfeng was still deep in thought, Wu Su was already pushed into a corner. After retreating several steps, he finally reached his limits. His sword flew from his hand, flying several rounds in the air before stabbing into the ground a dozen meters away. On the other hand, he faltered to the ground with the opponent's spear pressed against his neck. It was a chilling sensation, which penetrated down to his bone, and he felt as if a hole would be made through his neck at any moment. I have lost. Wu Su's body stiffened. He had never thought that after achieving a breakthrough to half-saint, he would still be defeated by a Chrysalis Realm primary stage young man so easily. You are formidable. Why don't I become your next opponent? Seeing that his friend had been defeated so utterly, Lu Cheng couldn't help but step forward and challenge the young man. Lu Cheng, you aren't a match for him. Zhuo Qingfeng placed a hand before Lu Cheng and shook his head with his eye of discernment. He was able to sense vividly how fearsome the young man before him was. Zhenqi, strength, speed, battle technique, combat sense. It was as if the young man before him was infallible. There was no apparent flaw that one could exploit against him. Lu Cheng had achieved a breakthrough to half-saint rather early on, and he was also the strongest combat master in the group he led. However, it was still clear as the day to him that Lu Cheng was no match for the other party. Leader. Lu Cheng turned to look at Zhuo Qingfeng anxiously. The other party had infringed on the dignity of the combat masters right to their face. If they didn't teach him a lesson, how could they possibly walk outside with their heads held high in the future? I will fight him. Shaking his head, Zhuo Qingfeng stepped forward and looked at Zhang Yang. I won't take advantage of you. I will suppress my cultivation down to your level. Hula. Right after saying those words, Zhuo Qingfeng's aura weakened from the initial Saint 2 Dan to Chrysalis Realm primary stage. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation, his battle techniques, combat sense, and reflexes still remained the same. Even with a cultivation of Chrysalis Realm primary stage, his fighting prowess was still more fearsome than the half-saint Lu Cheng. Let's begin. Zhang Yang nodded as he raised his spear. In an instant, his presence suddenly felt like a towering spear, as if he was a spear himself. The highest realm of Spearman Union, Spearman Convergence. On the other hand, with a grim expression on his face, Zhuo Qingfeng whipped out a sword and pointed it over as well. Who? Knowing the fearsome strength that the young man before him wielded, Zhuo Qingfeng didn't hesitate to make the first move and dashed forward. His footsteps were incredibly profound, and they carried a peculiar rhythm to them. Even when it seemed like he was right before Zhang Yang, if Zhang Yang were to attempt to attack him, he would realize that Zhuo Qingfeng was beyond his reach. It is a formation. Combat Master Zhuo has fused his movement technique with a formation. The movements he is making are aligned with the steps required to form a certain formation. Wu Tianxiong's eyes narrowed in alarm. Even though it was not necessary for combat masters to study supporting occupations, some would still choose to learn a handful of combat-oriented ones so as to augment their fighting prowess. This was exactly what Zhuo Qingfeng was doing. Through harmonizing his footsteps with a formation, he was able to confuse his opponent with his movements, rendering them unable to determine the perfect time and position to strike. This is indeed a fearsome move. Even I wouldn't be able to come up with a countermeasure for it. Let's see how that young man deals with this, Shen Pingqiao remarked. The movements that combat master Zhuo utilized were extremely unorthodox. It was difficult for him to see through it even with his current cultivation, so it seemed even less likely that the young man would be able to do so. If that young man failed to deal with this maneuver well, it wouldn't be long before he fell in defeat. Humph! Noticing the peculiarity of Zhua Qingfeng's move as well, Zhang Yang harumphed coldly. Instead of dodging, he abruptly pushed his spear toward the ground. Voila! With the sharp glint of a spear charging forth, a huge crack of around 10 meters in length emerged on the ground, following which the spear was levered up, and countless fragmented rocks and a cloud of dust rose into the sky. Upon seeing this sight, Tianxiong's eyes lit up in awe. He is making use of the fragmented rocks to determine the other party's position? Smart move. He had been wondering how the young man would attempt to cope with such a profound movement technique, and he was honestly impressed by the young man's wits for having come up with such a simple solution to the matter. Zhua Qingfeng had set up a formation with his leg movements so as to make his current location indeterminable to his opponent, and in a sense, it was even more fearsome than having to deal with afterimages. Yet, the young man had wisely chosen to strike the ground instead of attacking Zhua Qingfeng directly, creating a cloud of dust in the surroundings. Regardless of how complicated Zhua Qingfeng's movement art was, or which formation he had set up, one thing was for sure: the dust would only fall on tangible objects. In other words, whatever the dust didn't cloak was all fake. With this simple maneuver, he had successfully managed to overcome Zhua Qingfeng's movement art. Voila! It took a brief instant for the young man to find Combat Master Zhua's position amid the cloud of dust, and his spear pierced through the air to strike the other party. Humph! Seeing that the young man had managed to overcome his movement art so quickly, Zhua Qingfeng's complexion darkened. He swiftly raised his sword to counterattack. Ding ding ding. The sword came into contact with the tip of the spear. In that instant, Zhua Qingfeng felt a dull pain in his chest, and he was forced several steps back. Astonishment couldn't help but fill his mind. To his horror, his Zhenqi strength was far beneath that of the other party when they were both at the same cultivation realm. On top of that, he also realized that their Zhenqi purities were at completely different levels as well. For a 16 or 17-year-old young man to be so powerful, just who was his teacher? Hua hua hua. Zhua Qingfeng had to swing his sword several times consecutively before he was able to neutralize the force from the other party's attack, following which, he swiftly dashed forward to counterattack. However, to his shock, the other party's spear charged forth at a speed even faster than his sword, callously directed at his weakness. Left with no choice, he could only swiftly pull back his attack to fend off the other party's spear before attempting another one from another angle. However, the same thing only happened again and again. After trading 8 blows in such a manner, Zhua Qingfeng's face paled, and his breathing became irregular. The other party's might was simply too great, and with each attack directed precisely at his weakness, he found himself gradually being overwhelmed. If not for his superior reflexes and nimble movements enabled by his Saint Tu Dan cultivation, he had no doubt that he would have already been severely injured by now. Stop. There is no need to continue the fight any longer. I am not a match for you. Leaping backward, Zhua Qingfeng stepped out of the battle and sighed deeply. He hated to admit it, but the truth was the truth. Under the condition of equal cultivation realms, he was no match for the young man before him. The other party's comprehension of battle techniques, combat sense, and even sheer strength were far beyond his. If an expert of the other party's caliber were to enter the Combat Master Hall, he had no doubt that they would be able to obtain the seat of a 1,000-man commander, or perhaps even a vice-captain. Who would have thought that Hong Yuan was concealing such an incredible genius among themselves? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Zhua Qingfeng asked, "Are you student of Hong Yuan as well? May I know who your teacher is, and whether you have any interest in joining our Combat Master Hall?" "I am not a student of Hong Yuan." Keeping his spear, Zhang Yang placed his hands behind his back and said nonchalantly, "But my teacher is Zhang Xian." Chapter 941. The lecture ends. Zhang Xian? You are student of Principal Zhang? Overwhelmed by agitation, Tianxiong's voice sounded a little shrill. Wu Ran and Shun Pingchao had also stiffened in shock by the turn of events. Wasn't Principal Zhang only a half-saint cultivator himself? Yet, His student was already at Chrysalis Realm and was even capable of rivaling opponents stronger than himself, such that even 100-men commander of the Combat Master Hall wasn't a match for him. It was laughable how they had thought that Principal Zhang was only skilled at imparting combat techniques, but was unskilled in nurturing a student's zhenqi and physical strength. It was only at this moment that they realized how ridiculous the notion was. How could a man capable of nurturing such a talented student possibly be simple? It's no wonder he was able to solve the problem left behind by Kong Shi. It seems like Principal Zhang is not only capable in his supporting occupations but combat as well, Wu Ran remarked. Based on what he had seen previously, he also wouldn't be a match for Zhang Yang had the both of them been at the same cultivation realm. Since even the student was so formidable, wouldn't the teacher be even more powerful? Zhuo Qingfeng also had the same thoughts in mind, and he couldn't help but ask, if that's the case, does that mean that Principal Zhang is even stronger than you? Compared to my teacher, I am like the light of a firefly against the blazing sun, a raindrop before the vast ocean, truly not worth a mention at all. Speaking of his teacher, Zhang Yang's expression immediately turned respectful. My only dream in my life is to attain a 10,000th of the greatness of my teacher, and I will be satisfied. Say this. Zhuo Qingfeng's body stiffened. If even a person of the young man's caliber hadn't even reached a 10,000th of Principal Zhang's capability, just how powerful was Principal Zhang? Are you willing to join our Combat Master Hall to become a combat master? Zhuo Qingfeng asked. Hearing those words, Zhang Yang shook his head. I am not a master teacher. How can I become a combat master? Combat masters were the talented fighters sieved out from the master teachers. Given that he wasn't even a master teacher, how could he be qualified to join the Combat Master Hall? It is true that the Combat Master Hall belongs to the Master Teacher Pavilion, but the examination for it differs from that of a master teacher. It doesn't matter whether one is a master teacher or not. The only prerequisite required to join is for one to possess sufficient strength. Zhuo Qingfeng explained hurriedly. Considering the nigh invincible strength you wield within your cultivation realm, such that even I am not an opponent for you, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to clear the examination. You mean to say that I can become a combat master? Zhang Yang was stunned. Of course. Zhuo Qingfeng nodded. Considering your talent, you will surely receive the best resources if you join the Combat Master Hall. With your abilities, becoming a 1,000-men commander, vice captain, or even a captain isn't beyond reach. There was a hierarchy within the Combat Master Hall as well, ranging from an ordinary member to a captain. Zhuo Qingfeng himself was a 100-men commander. Furthermore, the resources available at the Combat Master Hall are even greater than what Qingyuan conferred empire can provide. If you join its ranks, you won't have to worry about procuring resources anymore, Zhuo Qingfeng persuaded anxiously. Since even he was no match for the young man before him, it meant that the other party had already achieved strength equal to a 100-men commander, and this was still given that the other party hadn't gone through the systematic training of the Combat Master Hall. If the other party were to become a combat master, he had no doubt that it would just be a matter of time before the other party became the Combat Master Hall's ace. He couldn't let a genius like that go. Noting the respect the young man had for his teacher, Zhuo Qingfeng continued his persuasion. Besides, Principal Zhang is a master teacher. The only way for you to follow his footsteps is to become a combat master. Otherwise, it will reflect badly on Principal Zhang if his direct disciple is only an ordinary cultivator. Zhang Yang fell silent. Indeed, his teacher was moving too fast. His teacher wasn't just a master teacher but the principal of an entire master teacher academy now, and he would only climb higher as time passed. If he were to remain stationary, it would only be a matter of time before the distance between them grew so big that his teacher was beyond reach. Furthermore, Zhao Ye, Yuan Tao, and Lu Chong had already gone out to seek their own opportunities, and they would only be stronger than ever when they returned. As a disciple of Zhang Laoshi as well, he couldn't and wouldn't allow himself to lag behind. Without hesitating for too long, Zhang Yang nodded. All right, I am willing to join the Combat Master Hall. Where can I take the examination? I am not qualified to assess a person of your prowess, and given that you aren't a master teacher, the procedures will be slightly more troublesome as well. Why don't I send a message to the Combat Master Hall to have them send a vice captain over to assess you personally? It won't take too long, around 3 days at most, Chua Qingfeng said. While fighting prowess was the only prerequisite to joining the Combat Master Hall, the Combat Master Hall was still a branch of the Master Teacher Pavilion, so it would be more troublesome for an individual who wasn't a Master Teacher to join it. Given Chua Qingfeng's current standing, he was still unqualified to make the call. Thus, he could only report it upward so that they could send someone qualified over. All right, I will be waiting for the assessment in 3 days. However, I might not be the only one participating in the assessment. Zhang Yang said. You might not be the only one? Chua Qingfeng frowned doubtfully, not comprehending Zhang Yang's words. I still have a senior and 2 juniors who are on par or even stronger than me. I hope that they can take the Combat Master assessment as well. Zhang Yang nodded. He had come here alone, but if Wang Ying, Liu Yang, and Wei Rian were to learn that they had the opportunity to become combat masters as well, they would surely be interested in taking the assessment. In any case, it would be best for him to alert the other party of this matter. Even stronger than you? Chua Qingfeng's lips twitched in shock. He had thought that the reason the young man before him was so powerful was attributed mainly to his overwhelming aptitude for combat, and it was already very fortunate for a master teacher to accept a genius as talented as that in his entire lifetime. Yet, judging from the young man's words, it seemed like Principal Zhang not only accepted him but many others as well. This was too ferocious. All right, I will agree to it. It would benefit any organization to gather as many talents of such caliber as possible, so how could Chua Qingfeng possibly turn him down? Thus, he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Hearing that he had the other party's permission, Zhang Yang heaved a sigh of relief before bidding farewell and heading out. His purpose for coming to the academy had just been to see the prowess of the combat masters, and now that he had seen it, honestly speaking, he was really disappointed. Knowing that the young man was Principal Zhang's student and couldn't possibly disappear out of the blue, Chua Qingfeng wasn't anxious at all. After the other party left, he clasped his fist toward Wu Tianxiong and said, Principals, pardon me, but I won't be able to accompany you anymore. Farewell. Farewell. Knowing that Chua Qingfeng was showing them the door, the 3 principals clasped their fists in response and left. After they left, Chua Qingfeng took out his communication jade token without any hesitation and reported everything that had happened back to the Combat Master Hall. Who? Oblivious to the fact that his student had caused a ruckus at the accommodation of the combat masters and defeated everyone there. At that moment, Zhang Xian had finally finished lecturing the method of condensing one's zhenqi and the simplified version of the quintuple incandescence golden body. Looking at the crowd busily cultivating before him, he heaved a sigh of relief. His lecture paired with his impartation of heavens will had benefited the students greatly, and the several hundred high-tier spirit stones he had tossed into the spirit gathering formation had also allowed them to make huge progress in their cultivation. It was just a single night, but the average fighting prowess of the candidates was raised by more than 2-fold. If only I had 3 days, I could reinforce their cultivation further, and they would be much stronger than this. Zhang Xian sighed in lamentation. While the content he lectured seemed to be simple on the surface, it was aligned with the essence of the world, so it was not that easy to grasp. It was only because of the exceptional talent of these 100 students that they were able to learn so quickly and make such massive improvements within a limited period of time. If they had been just an average student of the academy, they wouldn't have been able to make such considerable advancements in their cultivation even if Zhang Xian had lectured them for 3 days straight. While talent didn't necessarily determine one's endpoint, the talented were still bound to learn faster than the untalented given the same lecture. Considering that these students were able to emerge as the top 20 of their respective grades in the Master Teacher Academy, which was overflowing with geniuses, it went without saying that each of them possessed amazing talent. But even so, a night of teaching had only given them a glimpse into what Zhang Xian had tried to teach them. After the lecture came to an end, the students gradually awakened from their trance. Even though they weren't too sure how strong they had become after the lecture, they could still vividly feel the devastating strength coursing through their bodies. And the one who had given them such power was the young man before their eyes. Teacher. The 100 students kneeled to the ground as they gazed at Zhang Xian in admiration and respect. Regardless of whether the other party was willing to acknowledge them as his students or not, they would never forget the grace he had shown them. Good. From today onward, you shall be my students. After all Zhang Xian had imparted to them, even if the students still couldn't be considered his direct disciple, they could surely be considered his own students. As such, he didn't turn them down. Yes, teacher, the crowd replied. Fearing that the students would be unable to exert their full strength due to their nervousness, Zhang Xian offered some words of reassurance. All right, the day is up, and the Combat Master Hall's assessment should be beginning very soon. Later on, as long as you exert your full strength, you should be able to clear the assessment with ease. In response, the students nodded in agreement. Leaving the room, they immediately noticed that the world outside had already brightened up. The warm sunlight that shone on their bodies felt very comfortable. It was already nearing the middle of the year, and summer was nearing its end. The morning sun wasn't particularly warm, but it was devoid of the slight frigidity typical of autumn. Arriving at the training grounds, they found that it was completely packed with huge crowds, just like the day before. A night was more than sufficient for the entirety of Hongyuan City to learn about the affairs that had occurred the previous day. As such, even Emperor Yu Shanqing had come personally this time around to witness history being made in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Before Hongyuan's party reached their allocated area within the training grounds, a young man suddenly walked up to Zhu Jian and asked with a smile, "How do you feel after a night of training?" It was the champion of Luoqing's internal selection, Zhang Qingshan. He was one of the few who had cleared the selection yesterday and become a member of the Combat Master Hall. His question raised a ripple among the crowd as curious gazes swiftly turned over, desiring to hear Zhu Jian's response. If an hour lecture from Principal Zhang could grant them astounding strength capable of subduing even the combat masters, how powerful would they become after a night of cultivation? Zhu Jian shook his head. I am not too sure either. He was not being humble by saying these words. This was indeed how he felt at the moment. He had felt his zhenqi becoming purer and more condensed after a night of training, and his physical body had strengthened significantly as well, but he would be entirely sure to what extent his improvement was until he tested it himself. I see. Why don't I trade a simple punch with you, using just our physical and zhenqi strength? We won't use any battle techniques. This way, we should be able to roughly gauge the extent of your improvement. Zhang Qingshan said. From the assessment of the Stone of True Breath the previous day, it was shown that he had a score of 4.5, whereas Zhu Jian only had a score of 2.1, a significant difference between them. In other words, in a clash of brute strength, he would be able to overwhelm Zhu Jian easily. Through trading fists, they should be able to estimate where Zhu Jian roughly stood after a night of cultivation. All right. Thinking that the idea was great as well, Zhu Jian nodded in agreement. Chuckling softly, he clenched his fist tightly and flung it toward Zhang Qingshan. Hee, be careful. My strength is no joke. Seeing how candid Zhu Jian was, Zhang Qingshan chuckled in response and retaliated with a punch of his own. Pung. As the two fists collided, the smile on Zhang Qingshan's face immediately stiffened as a jolt ran through his body. Arg! A piercing scream of agony escaped from his mouth as he flew rapidly into the distance, disappearing from everyone's eyes. This strike had probably sent him several hundred meters away. Hey, don't be in such a rush to fly away. I haven't used my full strength yet. Zhu Jian scratched his head in embarrassment. The dumbfounded crowd. Chapter 942. All cleared. It took quite a bit of time before Zhang Qingshan returned in an unkempt state. His face was bruised, and his hand was swollen. He looked nothing like the awe-inspiring number 1 expert of the grade, 1 students from yesterday. He had seen Zhu Jian's prowess the day before, and while the latter's combat techniques were incredible, his zhenqi and physical strength were severely lacking. Under normal circumstances, even if he were to only use half of his strength, he would still have been able to crush the other party easily. Yet, despite using his full strength, he had still been sent flying with a punch. To make matters worse, it seemed like the other party hadn't even used his full strength yet. The more he thought about the matter, the more stifled he felt. He subconsciously turned his eyes to Principal Zhang, who was even younger than him, and admiration unknowingly seeped into his gaze. There was no doubt that the huge transformation Zhu Jian had undergone was a result of the overnight lecture. To induce such huge growth within an individual in just a single night, just what in the world was being lectured? Zhang Qingshan wasn't the only one who harbored such thoughts. The others also swiftly realized the same thing, and they couldn't help but stare at the students of Hongyuan in envy. They had taken pride in the fact that they had been able to enroll within Yunxiu, Luoqing, and Qingzhou, which were far more powerful than the bottom-placed Hongyuan. However, after all that had happened, they couldn't help but feel like they had made the wrong call back then. Under the leadership and guidance of such a formidable principal, the students of Hongyuan would surely reach incredible heights in the future. Taking into sight the expressions of the crowd, Wu Tianxiong couldn't help but remark with a bitter smile, "It's fortunate that the 4 great master-teacher academies are located a significant distance away from one another. Otherwise, all of our students would probably be taken away by Hongyuan." Indeed, in the past, I thought that the strength of an academy was determined not by an individual but the relentless diligence of the entire academy, be it the students, teachers, or the elders. However, after seeing Principal Zhang, I've realized that that is complete baloney. With just his capability as an individual, he is easily prop up an entire master-teacher academy. Shin Pingqiao sighed helplessly. Back then, when mankind was suffering under the tyranny of the otherworldly demonic tribe, Kong Shi single-handedly reversed the plight of mankind and ushered in an era of prosperity. We were still in the mindset that quantity is the key, and the more teachers there are, the better it will be for our academies. Yet, the other party was able to achieve everything alone. This is probably the difference between a real genius and run-of-the-mill geniuses like us. Wu Ran nodded. Regardless of whether Principal Zhang's lecturing ability was really that frightening or not, it was a fact that Zhu Jian and the others had undergone a transformational change after listening to his lecture. This in itself was more than sufficient to boost the other party's reputation, granting him prestige far beyond them should Zhang Xian give the word. It was very likely that their students might withdraw from their academies and join Hongyuan. To think that their 3 master-teacher academies would end up in such an awkward position despite everything they had done, they couldn't help but feel stifled within. The men from the Combat Master Hall has arrived. As the 3 principals were lamenting over their positions, hushed whisperings suddenly spread throughout the crowd. Turning their gazes over, they saw Zhuo Qingfeng and the others walking toward the dueling platform. After a day of rest and recuperation, the combat masters had mostly recovered from the injuries they had sustained from Zhengyang last night. Nevertheless, there were still visible bruises on their faces, which was unlike how they had been when they first appeared the day before. Their disposition seemed very different as well. Originally, they had arrived with their heads held high, not willing to spare a single glance for the others around them. An air of superiority had lingered around them, as if there was no one who could top them in the world. But today, their heads were hung in shame, embarrassed to meet anyone's eyes at all. But this was to be expected. Reputed to be the pinnacle of fighting prowess in the master-teacher continent, those who could join the Combat Master Hall were the strongest among the master teachers. It was inevitable that they would think of themselves as superior to the students of the 4 great master-teacher academies, and they had thought that serving as the invigilators of this selection would be a walk in the park. They would just have to show off their prowess to instill deference for the Combat Master Hall in the hearts of the students and charm a couple of female juniors while they were at it. Yet, instead of instilling deference, they were the ones who had been crushed instead. Just the sheer amount of blood they had spilled easily added to several gene, and placed side by side, it would surely be sufficient to circle around the academy. 1 gene equals 0. 5 kilograms. The Combat Master selection had always been a platform for the Combat Masters to show off, but when it came to them, it became a platform for them to be pummeled instead, and it was the kind of pummeling where they weren't able to find an opportunity to retaliate at all. How could they not feel embarrassed? There was even a point in time when they had wondered if they might have gotten things wrong, and if they were in fact the students from the 4 great master-teacher academies whereas the other students were the real combat masters. There is no need to be depressed. True strength is something that is accumulated through diligence over a long period of time. The students from Hongyuan do possess formidable combat techniques, But without sufficient strength to back up their techniques, they will still find themselves overpowered easily by experts wielding vastly superior strength. As the saying goes, true strength tears through all techniques. That is not to say that technique is unimportant, but at the very least, the suffering you have undergone isn't in vain. Noticing the downcast atmosphere shrouding the combat masters, Shuqing Feng offered a few words of consolation. The fact that you were unable to achieve victory only means that you haven't been working hard enough in your cultivation and haven't accumulated sufficient strength. We shall double your training when we return, so that such a matter will never happen again. Yes. Hearing Zhuo Qingfeng's consolation, the combat masters finally brightened up from their gloom. Indeed, true strength was capable of tearing through all techniques. As long as one could accrue sufficient strength, all techniques would be worth squat. Seeing that his consolation had managed to raise the morale of the combat masters, Zhuo Qingfeng heaved a sigh of relief. Following which, he turned his gaze to Zhang Xian and said, "Principal Zhang, let's begin the assessment." After which, he leaped onto the dueling platform and took out the stone of true breath with a flick of his wrist. "All right." Zhang Xian nodded before asking once more in confirmation. "As long as my students can achieve a score of 2 or above on the stone of true breath, they will have cleared the selection, right?" "That's right." Zhuo Qingfeng nodded affirmatively. The conventional prerequisite for one to qualify as a combat master was to achieve a score of 4, but in special consideration of the overwhelming combat prowess that Hong Yuan's candidates had displayed, they would only require a score of 2 in order to clear the selection. "Good. All right, you should all head up." Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian gestured for the candidates to head onto the dueling platform. The candidates nodded before forming a queue to walk toward the stone of true breath. The first in the line was Zhu Jian. He had been assessed by the stone of true breath the previous day, so the others had allowed him to head to the front of the queue so as to assess the changes he had undergone first. Upon reaching the stone of true breath, Zhu Jian placed his palm on it and began exerting his physical and zhenqi strength. There was a blinding flash of light before several numbers came into appearance. 6, 5. This, how is this possible? Wasn't his score only 2, 1 yesterday? A night-long lecture actually induced a 3-fold increase in his physical and zhenqi strength? Is that really a supplementary lesson they have gone through, and not the blessing of the deities? The numbers that surfaced on the stone of true breath had left everyone dumbstruck. A leap from the 2, 1 yesterday to 6, 5 today. The crowd couldn't help but think that their eyes were playing tricks on them. The ones who had suffered the greatest of blow were, naturally, the combat masters. Their bodies swayed weakly as they turned their gazes to Zhuo Qingfeng with tears glistening in their eyes. "Didn't you just tell us that true strength is something that is accumulated through diligence over a long period of time? Didn't you just tell us that the suffering we went through wasn't in vain?" An hour's lecture granted Hong Yuan's candidates a comprehension of combat and battle techniques far surpassing what we have learned over many years of hard work, and a night of supplementary lesson has enhanced their zhenqi and physical strength exceeding what we have achieved from years of arduous and hellish training. Haven't been working hard enough? Before Principal Zhang, does hard work even mean a thing at all? To think our years of effort can't even compare to a lecture from Principal Zhang. It could be just that Zhu Jian is an exception. It is impossible for everyone to have become as formidable as him. Noticing the looks from the combat masters, Zhuo Qingfeng hurriedly reassured them before turning his gaze back to the stone of true breath. Right after Zhu Jian was done with his assessment, another candidate stepped forward and placed his palm on the stone of true breath, and a brilliant flash of light shone. 6-1. Following which, 6-3, 6-2, 5-9, 6-7. Under this relentless wave of shocking results, it didn't take too long for the crowd to be completely numbed. At this point, it couldn't have been clearer to them that Zhu Jian wasn't just an exception. The average prowess of Hong Yuan's candidates had indeed been raised. The combat masters had already been no match for Hong Yuan's candidates on the grounds of combat techniques before, and at this very moment, the other party had even raised their physical and zhenqi strength to be beyond theirs. In other words, they were completely outmatched in all aspects. The combat masters who had just barely plastered the shattered pieces of their confidence back together suffered yet another heavy blow. Noticing the air of desolation shrouding the guests from the combat master hall, school head Emo stepped forward and consoled. Don't worry about it. Such blows are daily occurrences around our principal. It will be fine once you get used to it. Indeed, once you get used to it, you will start to think that anything our principal does is natural. Zhao Bingshu nodded in agreement. Zhuo Qingfeng. The combat masters. The three principals. Get used to it. Just how heavy a psychological pressure were the elders and teachers of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy put under for them to say such words. After a moment of heavy breathing to regain his calm, Zhuo Qingfeng finally soothed the frustrations in his heart and announced loudly, I hereby announce that the 100 candidates from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy have cleared the assessment, and from this day forth, they are official members of the Combat Master Hall. That's wonderful. All of our candidates have cleared the selection. For all 100 to clear it simultaneously, we have definitely made history today. Upon hearing the announcement, a huge commotion broke out beneath the dueling platform as the faces of innumerable students of Hongyuan reddened in agitation. Their academy had always been in last place in every combat master selection. Over the course of 10,000 years, only 327 candidates had successfully cleared the selection. Inevitably, this record had become the shame of the entire academy, be it the principal, elders, teachers, or students. But this time around, 100 candidates of theirs had cleared the selection simultaneously, and that was 3 times the number of the other 3 academies combined. They never could have imagined this to be possible in the past. Principal Zhang, we wish to become combat masters as well. Can you conduct a lecture for us too? Indeed. I swear that I will surely work harder than the candidates to raise my fighting prowess so that I can go and play around in the Combat Master Hall. Principal Zhang, please conduct a lecture for us. Ha ha ha, the Combat Master selection, is it? As long as Principal Zhang lectures us personally, it won't be too long before our entire academy is filled with combat masters. Right after Zhuo Qingfeng made the announcement, loud cheers burst forth from the crowd. Countless students gazed at Zhang Xian in agitation. Many of the top 20 candidates were friends or acquaintances of them, so they had a clear grasp of their strength. After witnessing the strength of the combat masters, they knew that it would be impossible for most of them to clear the selection under normal circumstances. Yet, with just 2 lectures from their principal, all of their candidates had managed to clear the selection. They might not be as talented as the top 20, but if their principal were to lecture them more frequently, wouldn't they have the opportunity to become combat masters as well? Such a notion swiftly rippled through the minds of the student populace, and it grew from a spark to an unstoppable inferno. The Combat Master Hall was just a branch of the Master Teacher Pavilion, but due to the overwhelming strength its members possessed, it was highly respected among all cultivators, and many sought to join its ranks. Even if they were uninterested in becoming combat masters, there was no cultivator who would be willing to give up on such an ideal opportunity to raise their fighting prowess. Not expecting the student populace to react in such a manner, Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. I do have the ability to raise your fighting prowess significantly, but not everyone will enjoy an improvement as great as the 100 candidates. However, if you are truly interested in listening to my teachings, I am more than willing to conduct a public lecture for everyone. However, whether or not you will be able to join the ranks of the Combat Master Hall will be dependent on Combat Master's call. If he is unwilling, there is nothing that can be done about it. Chapter 943. The stifled combat master Zhang Xian was well aware that his lectures had the ability to raise a person's strength swiftly. However, this was also dependent on the aptitude that each cultivator possessed. There were some who possessed mediocre talent in combat, and any effect that Zhang Xian's lecture would have on them would be minimal at best. Furthermore, in order to raise the jinqi and physical strength of the 100 candidates swiftly, he had put in 500 high-tier spirit stones to fuel their cultivation. On the other hand, there were 100,000 students in the entire Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. There was no way he could fork out 500,000 high-tier spirit stones, and he couldn't afford to set up a spirit-gathering formation large enough for all of them as well. Thus, it was clearly an infeasible notion to have the entire academy become combat masters. Besides, the Combat Master Hall also had limited slots. Whether one could join their ranks or not didn't hinge on him, but the call of a certain middle-aged man seated not too far away. At this point, Zhang Xian turned to Zhuo Qingfeng to seek his opinion on the matter, only to see the latter's face twitching uncontrollably with exasperation reflected in his eyes. Honestly, at this point, Zhuo Qingfeng felt as if he was on the verge of losing his mind. If Principal Zhang really did so, it probably wouldn't take long before the entire Combat Master Hall became a branch of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Cough, cough. Suppressing his frenzy, Zhuo Qingfeng replied with forced composure, Principal Zhang, it would indeed be great for our Combat Master Hall to take in as many talents as possible. However, the responsibilities of a master teacher are far greater and nobler. It will be a great loss to mankind should most of the students of Hongyuan become combat masters. Naturally, the Combat Master Hall sought to take in as many talents as possible to bolster their forces. However, too many people and the resources would be spread thin, and that wasn't a good thing. This was just like how every nation needed an army to safeguard the interests of their people, and naturally, a larger army would be preferred over a smaller one. However, if the nation were to recruit too many soldiers, that would put a stain on their finances, which could have been devoted to other purposes, causing the nation to lose out in the other aspects. Thus, balance was necessary. This was also the reason there were limited slots to the combat master selection each time round. If all master teachers were to become combat masters, who else would impart knowledge to the cultivators to encourage growth among the populace? If all were to devote their time to learning the art of combat, wouldn't the whole world fall into chaos? Indeed. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. If he were to lose all of his students to the Combat Master Hall right after taking over the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, that was indeed not really good. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian spoke up. All right, I will hold a lecture among the official members of the Xinxian faction later on, but no one is allowed to take the Combat Master assessment after that. With his current capability, it would be difficult for him to induce significant growth among the entire student populace through a public lecture. However, if it was just the Xinxian faction, that would still be possible. Furthermore, these men had been following him for a long time, and they were extremely loyal to him. They could be considered the foundation of his influence. Naturally, he would preferentially offer this opportunity to the members of the Xinxian faction. This would serve as a reward to them, as well as an impetus to encourage loyalty among the students toward Hongyuan and him, so as to further unite the academy. All right. Hearing that the principal would be conducting a lecture for them, the members of the Xinxian faction nodded their heads in excitement. Even if they were forbidden from taking the combat master assessment, it would still be great if their fighting prowess could rise considerably. Zhuo Qingfeng raised his hands and declared, All right, I hereby announce that the combat master selection has come to an end. In 3 days, there will be several non-master teacher candidates taking the combat master assessment here. Anyone who is interested is more than welcome to spectate. Non-master teacher candidates will be taking the combat master assessment. Who? I have no idea as well. The crowd was bewildered by the abrupt announcement. Zhang Xian was also intrigued as well. He couldn't help but turn to Zhuo Qingfeng and ask, May I know which geniuses will be taking the combat master assessment despite not being master teachers themselves? Cough, cough. Hearing Principal Zhang's question, Zhuo Qingfeng choked. They are your direct disciples, Principal Zhang. My direct disciples? You mean Wang Ying and the others? How do you know them? Zhang Xian was baffled. He had been in the middle of lecturing the candidates when Zheng Yang challenged the combat masters the previous night, so he was still unaware of the matter. Last night, a direct disciple of yours named Zheng Yang came to challenge us, and none of us were a match for him in a battle of equal cultivation. Even I fell in defeat against him, Zhuo Qingfeng explained awkwardly. That fellow. Preposterous. Zhang Xian shook his head. It was no wonder the members of the Combat Master Hall seemed a little deflated and subdued earlier on. Having suffered such a heavy blow, it couldn't be helped that they were unable to accept it all of a sudden. Zhang Yang had indeed gone overboard this time around. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian attempted to console them. There is no need for you to feel so dispirited over this matter. Zhang Yang is my direct disciple, and I have already taught him for around a year. I have been teaching him ever since he was at Jushi Realm 1, and he has gone through a lot since then. It is only normal that you weren't able to defeat him. It was still fine when Zhang Xian hadn't spoken, but after hearing his words, the combat masters suddenly felt like keeling over. Are you saying that he has grown from Jushi Realm to become a Chrysalis Realm expert within just a single year, jumping over a dozen realms? And more importantly, despite his rapid growth, he is still able to harness power capable of matching cultivators beyond his cultivation realm? Why do we feel even more stifled after hearing your consolation? Furthermore, what do you mean by it is only normal that you weren't be able to defeat him? We are combat masters, the occupation boasting fighting prowess far beyond ordinary master teachers. Knowing that he and his subordinates' morale would only continue to decline if they were to continue hearing the fellow's words, Zhuo Qingfeng hurriedly stood up and bade his farewell. All right, that will be all for today. I have to bring my subordinates away for their training now. There was a kind of talent in the world that allowed one to pierce a person's heart deep with unintentional words. This was probably it. The other party's gaze and tone couldn't have been any more earnest. But why did it feel like their faces had been viciously slapped by his words? We are also geniuses, you know. As Zhuo Qingfeng left, the other combat masters hurriedly followed behind him, and it didn't take long for them to disappear into the distance. The other three principals also felt extremely stifled within, and they felt that they would only be embarrassed further were they to remain there. Thus, they quickly found an excuse and left hurriedly. Were it not to spectate the assessment that would occur 3 days later, they probably would have marched up to the Cloud Cliff flying ship and left that very instant. Seeing that the others had left, Zhang Xian shook his head before getting up and heading toward the headquarters of the Xinxian faction. By the time he arrived at the headquarters, the entire area was already fully packed. Zhang Xian swiftly headed to the front and began his lecture. The content that he spoke of was identical to what he had imparted the other candidates, but this time, he didn't use the impartation of heaven's will, so the effects were significantly poorer. As such, most students weren't able to achieve breakthroughs on the spot. Nevertheless, the students still benefited greatly from his teachings. Their comprehension of battle techniques and combat techniques grew significantly, and the new physical body cultivation technique and method to condense Xinqi they were imparted with had left them incredibly excited as well. The lecture lasted 10 whole hours, until the sky had darkened once more. After resting for a brief moment, Zhang Xian left the headquarters of the Xinxian faction to seek school head Mo. Help me prepare. I intend to visit the Mausoleum of Principles, Zhang Xian said. He could tell that Zhuo Qingfeng and the three principals were avoiding him like the plague, so there was no need for him to remain around to host them. In any case, it was a good time for him to pay the Mausoleum of Principles a visit so that he could procure the lightning resonance rock required for his breakthrough from half-saint to nascent saint. His cultivation had already reached half-saint pinnacle, so it was about time for him to seek out the object to attempt a breakthrough. I knew that you will want to pay the Mausoleum of Principles a visit very soon, so I applied for the artifact to help sever your soul from the headquarters as soon as I received news that you have cleared the 6-star Master Teacher examination, and it arrived a few days ago, School Head Mo replied with a smile. A while ago, when he had spoken to School Head Mo about wanting to enter the Mausoleum of Principles, the other party had told him that he would have to sever his soul and leave it on the Mausoleum tablet. However, doing so forcefully would inflict significant harm on his soul and possibly reveal his identity as a soul oracle, so he had to borrow an artifact from the headquarters in order to do so, but the requirement to doing so was that he had to be a 6-star Master Teacher at minimum. At this moment, he had cleared the 6-star Master Teacher examination and successfully procured the artifact as well, so it was about time for him to head over to take a look. Great. Zhang Xian nodded. The duo headed toward the Mausoleum of Principles, and just as they arrived at the entrance, they met up with Zhao Bingxiu, who passed the soul-severing artifact from the headquarters over to Zhang Xian. This is the copper bell. As long as you hold this artifact in your hand, it will automatically nourish your soul and sever a small portion of it safely, Zhao Bingxiu explained. Examining the artifact in his hand, Zhang Xian noted that it was a spherical bell around the size of his fist. Holding it in his palm, he immediately felt a warm surge of energy flowing into his soul, nourishing it. This is indeed a good artifact. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. While it wasn't too difficult for a soul oracle to sever their soul, it was a daunting task for an ordinary cultivator and potentially extremely damaging as well. Zhang Xian had been wondering before how the preceding principals had managed to leave their will behind without fail, and now, it seemed like this artifact was the real reason for that. After the soul was nourished, it would be severed and stored in the copper bell before being deposited into the mausoleum tablet. The copper bell served to minimize the effects of the 5 declines on the severed souls deposited in it, allowing it to exist for over 10,000 years without dissipating. Principal Zhang, you should be able to open the entrance and enter the mausoleum with your principal seal. We aren't qualified to accompany you in, so we will be seeing you off here, Schoolhead Zhao said with a smile. Nodding, Zhang Xian took a look at the mausoleum of principals. It was located near the Elder Hall, built against a mountain. There was a massive concealment formation built around the mausoleum of principals, such that even the entire mountain had disappeared from view. Had the 2 schoolheads not brought him over personally, he never would have been able to find it. It seemed like the place of rest for the generations of principals were viewed to be more important than even the cultivation compendium to the Master Teacher Academy. Flicking his wrist, Zhang Xian took out his principal's seal and flashed it in front of him. In an instant, a small passageway appeared in the formation, and Zhang Xian made his way to it. The next moment, the world around him suddenly warped, and he found himself standing amid a lush mountain forest. The mountain wasn't too high that it was probably more accurate to call it a hill. The scenery within the formation was completely different to what he had seen on the outside. There was a road paved with bluestone tiles, and walking along it, Zhang Xian soon found his passageway blocked by a massive stone tablet. It was roughly 80 meters in height and 20 meters in length. It was hard to tell what kind of material it was made from, but it carried a lofty and ancient air around it, as if one had walked into history. Is this the mausoleum tablet? Zhang Xian wondered. Previously, School Hedemo had told him that to enter the mausoleum of principals, he would have to infuse a sliver of his soul into mausoleum tablet. Considering the sheer size and unique air shrouding the stone tablet, this was probably it. Circling around the stone tablet, Zhang Xian could feel powerful soul energy being harnessed within the stone tablet, as if many souls were infused into it, giving it a formidable presence reminiscent of a heavy mountain weighing down on one. There is no doubt about it. This must be the mausoleum tablet. Zhang Xian nodded. I should find Founder Mu Kai's tombstone first and obtain the lightning resonance stone before infusing my soul into the mausoleum tablet. Zhang Xian had just obtained the copper bell, and it hadn't been long since his soul had started being nourished by it, so he was still incapable of severing his soul. Even though he had been told that he had to leave a sliver of will on the mausoleum tablet, he realized that he could proceed forward without doing so. Most likely, it would suffice as long as he were to do so before leaving. Thus, he circled around the mausoleum tablet and proceeded in. The mausoleum of principles was tranquil but solemn, leaving one feeling slightly pressured walking through it. Not too long later, Zhang Xian finally caught sight of the first tombstone. Inscribed on it were the following words: Tombstone of the 103rd Principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. 103rd Principal? Doesn't that mean that this is the grave of the old principal? But didn't he go missing before he could enter the mausoleum of principals? Why is his grave here? Zhang Xian was stunned. Chapter 944. News on the innate fetal poison. Zhang Xian was the 104th principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, so naturally, the 103rd was the previous principal, as well as the first master of the Byzantium Helios Beast. In other words, the old principal who he had heard so much about. According to what he knew, the old principal had never been to the mausoleum of principals before he went missing, so how could his tombstone be here? Perplexed, Zhang Xian headed forward to take a closer look. His tomb was constructed out of ordinary bluestone, typical of the normal tombs erected for cultivators, showing no hint of the prestigious standing that a principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy should have. Taking a look around it, Zhang Xian soon found something amiss about it. He placed his hands lightly on a certain portion of the tomb, and a mechanism whirred into action, following which an old voice sounded. It was a mechanical recording, similar to what Wu Yangzi had left in the underground chamber. I am the 103rd principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Yinxiu. I knew that it would be difficult for me to return alive back to the Master Teacher Academy from my expedition, so I selfishly entered the mausoleum of principals without telling anyone and built my own tomb, storing my personal clothes within so that at least I would have a resting place after my death. The Zhang is of a different character as Zhang Xian. The voice contained in the mechanical recording sounded nonchalant, but Zhang Xian could hear a deep helplessness in it. It was easy to charge to one's death in a moment of hot-bloodedness, but difficult to march to a despairing situation nonchalantly. How wretched was it for a man to prepare for his own death in advance despite knowing that the path he was headed on to lead to certain doom. During his time in the Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Xian had learned a lot about the old principal from the mouths of others. All along, Zhang Xian had thought that the old principal had fallen into a desolate situation due to his failure to accurately assess the risk of the ancient domain, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like he'd been mistaken. To enter the mausoleum of principals in advance and erect a tomb for himself, the old principal must have known that there was a good chance he would lose his life in the expedition and prepared for his passing. The voice continued. Being unable to leave behind my will to guard the academy is truly the greatest regret of my life. It is not that I am unwilling to do so, but the mission I have to undertake is far more important than that. I can't allow my soul to suffer the slightest defect, for that will compromise the success of my mission. The artifact to sever souls allowed a cultivator to sever his soul safely, but that would require a very long duration of nourishment. Otherwise, one would suffer considerable damage to one's soul. Only someone like Zhang Xian, who cultivated the Heaven's Path soul art and possessed a soul far larger than the ordinary, could do so easily. Otherwise, not even a 7-star master teacher could do so. Sighing deeply, the voice carried on. The fact that you are here means that you have become the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Perhaps, we might even be old acquaintances. I hope that you can treat Byzantium Helios Beast kindly. Tell him that I have died honorably for the welfare of mankind, and I have no regrets in doing so, so do not grieve for me. Also, be wary of the saint beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge. From the old principal's point of view, there were only that few candidates in the Master Teacher Academy who were eligible to take over his position after his passing, and this message served to pass on his will to his successor. The old principal probably couldn't have imagined that his successor would have already resolved the 2 worries that he harbored in advance. Despite knowing that it was impossible for the mechanical voice to respond, Zhang Xian still asked in a whisper, "What were you intending to do?" It was clear that the old principal knew that his undertaking would cost him his life, going to the extent of even erecting a tomb for himself in advance. To march on despite knowing that the path ahead led to the edge of a cliff. Just what was he intending to achieve? Was there something more to the expedition to the ancient domain? What you probably know about me is that I have gone on a normal expedition to explore an ancient domain, but the truth isn't just so. I have found that the ancient domain harnesses secrets regarding Kong Shi when he was younger, and it seems like even the poison masters were involved in the matter as well. The information I have at hand is too limited, and the only way I can uncover more is to head there myself. Furthermore, anything concerning the world's teacher is not to be spoken of lightly, and there were certain compelling reasons as well, so I could only keep the news to myself. Zhang Xian was taken aback as his body stiffened in astonishment. Secrets regarding Kong Shi when he was younger? Poison masters were related in the matter as well? Could it be the innate fetal poison? Based on what he knew, Kong Shi had also suffered from the innate fetal poison when he was younger, just like him, and only by successfully becoming a 9-star master teacher before 30 would one stand a chance of avoiding certain death. This was also the reason Kong Shi had cultivated desperately when he was younger, not daring to stop in the least. A matter that concerned the secrets regarding Kong Shi's youth and the poison masters. After hearing such information in the old principal's message, How could Zhang Xian possibly remain calm? If you truly wish to learn more about this matter, pay a visit to the Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall. A word of warning, the location of the Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall is well guarded, especially against master teachers. Even after devoting years to looking for it, I was still unable to accurately pinpoint its location. However, based on my deductions, it seems to be in the vicinity of Jinyuan City. You should find a detailed map of the ancient domain that I seek to explore there. It is truly a pity that time is not on my side, not allowing me to prepare thoroughly before heading there. Detailed map? Zhang Xian was bewildered for a moment before coming to a realization. It was apparent that the ancient domain that the old principal hoped to explore was an extremely dangerous place. If he had been able to obtain the detailed map of the location, his chances of survival would have been significantly higher. However, it seemed like something major had cropped up in the midst of his preparation, prompting him to swiftly organize an expedition to the ancient domain despite the risks. It seemed like the old principal wished that his successor would be able to make ample preparations before deciding on whether to undertake the mission or not, so that his successor wouldn't have to follow in his footsteps. All right, I can only tell this much to you. As for what to do, that will be up to you. The voice gradually faded into the tranquility of the forest, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Thank you. Even though the voice had only been a mechanical recording, Zhang Xian still bowed deeply to the tombstone of the old principal. It was not out of gratitude toward the other party for giving him a hint regarding the innate fetal poison, but out of respect for the other party's willingness to charge forward bravely for mankind despite knowing that it would lead to his demise. Knowing that the mission he was going to undertake was important, he even passed on the opportunity to leave behind his will in the academy so as to not compromise his mission. Such an attitude was reminiscent of the master teachers who had charged forth valiantly to fend off the spirit beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge back then. For their justice and faith, they had willingly put down even their own lives. Perhaps it was due to the sacrifice of these noble men that master teachers had been able to become the most prestigious and respected occupation in the master teacher continent. In face of the survival of the entire mankind, how could one back down in fear of harm? Shaking his head with a deep sigh, Zhang Xian activated his Eye of Insight and scanned the tomb once more. After confirming that there was no other mechanism or the sort, Zhang Xian proceeded forward. Along both sides of the road were the tombs of the generations of principals, and inscribed on their tombstones were their deeds and experiences they had gone through. Taking a glance at each of them, Zhang Xian couldn't help but sigh deeply. As noble and powerful as these men were, most of them didn't live to the end of their lifespan. Instead, most of them had died in battle against the otherworldly demonic tribe. Take the man who was renowned to possess the greatest talent of all principals of Hongyuan, Liuzhen, for example. He had entered the subterranean gallery at one point of his life, only to never return. Aren't the otherworldly demons very rare in the world? Why would so many generations of principals die in their hands? Zhang Xian contemplated silently. It had been a year since he had started journeying from Tianqian Kingdom, and so far, he had only met a single living hybrid otherworldly demon, 20 otherworldly demon puppets, and the fragmented vicious. Hadn't the otherworldly demonic tribe been completely driven out of the master-teacher continent many years ago? But if that was the case, why would so many principals die at their hand? After glancing at another 10 tombstones and receiving no explanation to his question, Zhang Xian knew that it would be impossible for him to make sense out of this matter for the time being, so he decided to pay no heed to it. Forget it. I should obtain the lightning resonance stone first. If I really have to face the otherworldly demonic tribe in the future as well, I should first raise my cultivation so that I can stand my ground against them. Founder Mu Kai was the first principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, so his tomb was located at the deepest region of the Mausoleum of Principals. After around 10 minutes of walking, Zhang Xian finally arrived before it. Compared to the others, Founder Mu Kai's tomb seemed rather plain. After kowtowing respectfully several times, he took out the special token he had obtained from Mu Shi's puppet and flicked it toward the other party's tomb. Gotcha! As the token flew above the tomb, a loud buzz sounded as a certain formation was triggered, and a storage ring abruptly leaped out from the ground. Zhang Xian beckoned with his finger, and the storage ring flew into his hand. He swiftly immersed his consciousness inside to take a look. There are so many treasures in here. There were many valuable ores and artifacts within the storage ring, and the lightning resonance stone was within as well. These were probably the items that founder Mukai had accumulated over his life. He had buried them in his tomb as a heritage to the later generations in the hope that it could help them in times of need. This reflected the care and concern he had for the Master Teacher Academy and mankind at large, unable to put down his worries even after his death. "Thank you," Zhang Xian whispered as he bowed respectfully to the tomb once more. Pocketing the token and the storage ring, Zhang Xian turned around and began making his way out. Having obtained the lightning resonance stone, it was about time for him to cultivate to nascent saint. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the entrance of the Mausoleum of Principles, where the Mausoleum tablet was located. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xian took out the copper bell. At this moment, the copper bell was still nourishing his soul. Its effects weren't significant at the moment, but with sufficient time, he would be able to sever a portion of his soul safely. Forget it, I should just use the soul-severing method instead. Knowing that it would take a considerable amount of time in this manner before he was able to successfully sever his soul, Zhang Xian shook his head and sat on the floor. With a thought, he drew his soul out from his glabella. His soul was massive, around 10 meters in height. Executing the soul-severing method, which he had learned from Mo Hunsheng, it didn't take long before an identical soul appeared beside him. The soul-severing method indeed does inflict considerable harm to one's soul. After severing his soul, Zhang Xian's main soul had diminished slightly in size, and he couldn't help but feel extreme fatigue plaguing his existence. Sighing deeply, he shook his head. Even though he had only severed a portion less than a tenth the size of his original soul, the after-effects were still difficult for him to bear. Flicking his wrist, Zhang Xian took out of the fragmented soul of the blue-horned dragon beast, which he had obtained from Vicious on the Cloud Mist Ridge, and began absorbing it to nourish his soul. The reason Zhang Xian had chosen to us the soul-severing method instead of waiting was because he knew that he could heal the damage sustained by his soul through such a method. The consciousness of the fragmented soul of the blue-horned dragon beast had been wiped away by Vicious, so he could absorb it without fearing a backlash. While Zhang Xian was absorbing the fragmented soul to heal his damaged soul, his severed soul dived into the copper bell on its own accord. If there was no medium to house its severed soul, it would gradually be depleted under the effects of the 5 declines and eventually dissipate entirely. The copper bell served as such a medium, and the same had been done by the preceding principles as well. Once I fuse entirely with the copper bell, I will just have to enter into the Mausoleum tablet, Zhang Xian's severed soul thought. Soon, as Zhang Xian's severed soul fused entirely with the copper bell, he heaved a sigh of relief and gradually flew up before entering the Mausoleum tablet. Wong. As soon as the copper bell came into contact with the Mausoleum tablet, Zhang Xian's severed soul immediately felt a powerful suction force drawing him in, causing him to disappear on the spot. The next moment, he was already floating within a sealed room. Rather than calling it a room, perhaps a cavern would be more exact. Zhang Xian's severed soul suddenly felt a familiar aura in his surroundings that left him with an overwhelming feeling of goosebumps. Isn't this the killing intent of the otherworldly demons? The severed soul narrowed his eyes in astonishment as he froze on the spot. Chapter 945. Circumstances shrouding the Mausoleum tablet currently stored within Zhang Xian's storage ring were 20 otherworldly demon puppets and Vicious, so he was extremely familiar with this distinctive aura. As soon as he came into contact with it, he had no doubt that it belonged to the otherworldly demonic tribe. But wasn't this the most sacred land in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, the resting place of generations of principles? How could there be such overwhelming killing intent existent in here? The otherworldly demonic tribe was callous and brutal, feeding on humans. As such, they were the mortal enemies of the Master Teachers, such that it was impossible for both to coexist simultaneously. So, how could the aura of the otherworldly demons appear there? Astonished, Zhang Xian's severed soul quickly took a look around his surroundings. Judging from the cavern-like surroundings, it seemed like he was within the mausoleum tablet. The area was extremely spacious, but completely dark. There was no light or air in the area. It was impossible for any living beings to exist in this space. It seems like there isn't just killing intent in here. There is also a grand and righteous aura. Soon, Zhang Xian's severed soul noticed yet another aura lingering in the area. A grand and righteous aura, an aura distinctive of a master teacher. Looking around the spacious room, it didn't take long for Zhang Xian's severed soul to notice a massive abyss. It seemed like the killing intent had come out of this abyss. Surrounding the abyss were around 100 different artifacts, which, similar to the copper bell, were used for severing and storing souls, and they were scattered in the area to form a formation. Counting them, there were exactly 102 of them. These are probably the wills left behind by the preceding principles, Zhang Xian's severed soul internally. The other principles had probably used these artifacts to sever and store a fragment of their souls before depositing them into the mausoleum tablet. However, these soul fragments were unlike Zhang Xian's, which had been severed through the means of the soul oracles. Their movements were limited to the artifact, and they were unable to leave it under normal circumstances, similar to a non-living being. Realizing something, Zhang Xian's severed soul was stunned. Could it be that these soul fragments were left behind not only to assess the future generations of principles, but to suppress? The feeling he received was that the grand and righteous auras of the preceding principles, along with the entire mausoleum tablet, were suppressing the killing intent contained within the abyss. Without a doubt, the primary purpose of the wills wasn't to assess the newer generations of principle, but to stand guard here. It can't be that this is the passageway leading to the otherworldly battlefield of the otherworldly demonic tribe? Hongyuan Empire couldn't be considered powerful in comparison to the Tier 1 empires around it, but it had still been chosen as the location to construct the Master Teacher Academy. Rumor had it that the reason for this was because a passageway leading to the otherworldly battlefield of the otherworldly demonic tribe was located on this very land. As such, the Master Teacher Academy had been built to protect mankind. Could it be that this was it? Was this the passageway leading to the otherworldly battlefield? Was that the reason there was such concentrated killing intent within the abyss? Was the reason behind the existence of the mausoleum tablet and the deposition of the wills of the generations of principles in order to guard this land? If that were true, that would explain the reason behind the extreme security surrounding the mausoleum of principles, forbidding anyone but the current principal from entering. This was probably in order to conceal the existence of the passageway so as to prevent a pandemonium from occurring. If that's really the case, the preceding principles are indeed figures worthy of respect. As the principals of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, they had protected the academy with their life when they were still alive, and even upon death, they still continued to guard it with their will. The contribution that master teachers had made to mankind was indeed immeasurable. Perhaps it was because of this spirit that Master Teacher possessed that the other occupations viewed them with the utmost respect. Looking around, Zhang Xian's severed soul was soon able to confirm his suspicions. The killing intent emanated from the abyss was powerful, preventing any man from coming close to it. Were it not for the formation set up using the artifacts and wills left behind by preceding principles, it could have built up and destroyed the mausoleum tablet, bringing a great calamity upon Hongyuan City. A grade 7 formation, and one that is set up skillfully at that. Zhang Xian's severed soul nodded in approval. The formation wasn't fixed in terms of power. It could be supported by any number of souls, and as the number of souls in the formation increased, the stronger the prowess of the formation. Principal seals are embedded into the formation as well. The principal seal was an artifact forged out of the wills of students and teachers of the Master Teacher Academy, and it harnessed immense power within it. It was the most suitable artifact to be used to guard this passageway. After the principal of each generation died, the principal seal belonging to them would be used to augment the formation. It was due to this that Hongyuan Empire had been able to enjoy significant peace over the past 10,000 years, not threatened by the menace of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Sighing in awe, Zhang Xian's severed soul was just about to calculate where he should be positioned to maximize the force of the formation when he suddenly heard a deafening roar from the depths of the abyss before him. Hong long long, hong long long. As if struck by a massive torrent, an incredible might jolted the entire mausoleum tablet, leaving it shaking uncontrollably, as if it would collapse at any moment. Tzzzz. Following which, Zhang Xian felt an overwhelming surge of killing intent blasting forth like a tsunami, attempting to charge through the formation blocking its path. Wong. The formation immediately lit up and suppressed the killing intent, but the latter seemed to only grow stronger with time. Like a weak net trying to hold in a furiously thrashing fish, the formation seemed as if it would tear apart at any moment soon. At this rate, the formation won't be able to last much longer. Seeing the sight, Zhang Xian's severed soul frowned deeply as his complexion darkened. He could easily assess the limit of the formation and the might of the killing intent with his eye of discernment, and while the formation was still holding back the killing intent for the time being, it was swiftly approaching its limit. This won't do. With a grim look, Zhang Xian's severed soul rushed up to the formation and swiftly assessed it with a glint in his eyes. Following which, he raised his leg and kicked a certain spot on the formation. Wong. Under his surge of soul energy, the formation emanated a brilliant glow as overwhelming energy suddenly burst forth from it. In an instant, the formation, which seemed as if it would collapse at any time, suddenly stabilized. Hoo-hoo. 10 minutes later, the killing intent finally receded, returning calm to the mausoleum tablet. Zhang Xian's severed soul retracted his leg before heaving a huge sigh of relief. His kick had only served to heighten the prowess of the formation temporarily. It was fortunate that the onslaught of the killing intent hadn't continued for too long, or else the formation would still have eventually collapsed despite his efforts. While, as a severed soul, he wasn't able to utilize the prowess of the Library of Heaven's Path or the Eye of Insight, his sheer knowledge in the field of formations still allowed him to find the center of the formation and reinforce it. Why would there be such powerful killing intent in the abyss? Zhang Xian's severed soul frowned, not comprehending the situation. Thus, he took a look around the many artifacts used to store the wills of the preceding principles, and soon, he stopped right before a certain artifact and placed his hand on it. Wong. The artifact was activated, and a soul appeared before his eyes. It was Founder Mu Kai. Founder Mu Kai looked at Zhang Xian and thanked him gratefully. Principal Zhang, thank you for your assistance. Were it not for your help, our many years of effort might have been for naught then. Even though Founder Mu Kai's will had been sealed within the artifact, he was still able to perceive the happenings around him. Had the new principal not made a move and salvaged the situation, it would have been impossible for them to fend off the burst of killing intent from the abyss, nullifying their years of effort. Zhang Xian's severed soul waved his hand to show that it was fine before asking, "That thing earlier. What is going on?" If the formation had been placed under such pressure all this while, there was no way it could have lasted so long. Just as you have seen, our wills are here in order to guard the passageway between our master-teacher continent and the otherworldly battlefield. All along, it has been rather peaceful except for some slight emanations of killing intent that occur now and then. With the strength of the formation, it doesn't pose a threat at all. But for some reason, 2 years ago, killing intent suddenly started bursting out of the abyss like a deluge, similar to what you have just witnessed, once every day. As he looked at the abyss with a grim expression, Musher said, "Initially, the deluge wasn't that powerful, and we could still handle it with our strength. However, over the past month, the deluge has been growing stronger and stronger, and even with each of us exerting our full might, we still found ourselves barely being able to cope. The one that happened today was even worse. Had you not arrived, even if the formation hadn't been completely destroyed, it still would have sustained significant damage." 2 years ago? Zhang Xian's severed soul asked with a frown. Mu Shi's will nodded. "Have you found the reason behind it?" Zhang Xian asked. Mu Shi's will hesitated for a moment before replying. "Our wills have been fused into the formation, so we aren't able to move easily. As such, we aren't able to investigate what has happened. However, If I am not mistaken, something must have happened to the seal between the Master-Teacher continent and the otherworldly battlefield. Seal? The seal is not located here but in the depths of the subterranean gallery. It serves as the final barrier impeding the otherworldly demonic tribe from entering the Master-Teacher continent. Once it is breached, what we might be facing is full-blown war. Mu-Shirzwil said grimly. There were several seals set up in the subterranean gallery connecting the otherworldly battlefield and the Master-Teacher continent, and the strongest of which was the one that had been set up by countless preceding Master-Teachers in the depths of the passageway. That seal served as the final fortress of mankind to fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe. Principal Zhang, since you have sent your will in here, your main body must be around the area as well. Can you have your main body enter the subterranean gallery to take a look so that we can report the matter to the headquarters and have them prepare in advance? Otherwise, I fear that under the relentless deluges of killing intent, the formation might soon fall apart, and a calamity will befall mankind. Mu-Shirzwil pleaded. Their wills had been fending off the killing intent for many years, resulting in their strength being gradually worn down over time. On top of that, having fused entirely with the formation, they were unable to move as well. Even if they wished to investigate the situation, they were unable to do so. Besides, if they were to leave, there would be nothing to stop the rampage of the killing intent should it strike once more, and that could potentially result in a calamity. Enter the subterranean gallery? Zhang Xian frowned. You just have to go in to take a look at the situation, so that we can prepare in advance. Otherwise, should something worse come at us, the Hongyuan Master-Teacher Academy could suffer a devastating blow. Mu-Shirzwil said worriedly. Understanding the other party's worries, Zhang Xian's severed soul hesitated for a moment before asking, "How do I enter the subterranean gallery?" Due to the overwhelming killing intent contained within the subterranean gallery, your soul won't be able to enter its depths. You will have to enter with your physical body. Mu-Shirzwil said. With the principal seal, you should be able to bring your physical body into this space. After which, I will open a temporary hole in the formation so that you can enter the subterranean gallery. This entrance is closest to the seal in the depths of the subterranean gallery, so it shouldn't take too long. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's severed soul frowned. He had long heard about the dangers lurking within the subterranean gallery, and if he were to enter it, there was a good chance that he would never come out again. However, if he were to refuse to enter, he would be unable to determine the source of the deluge of killing intent. Furthermore, if something had really happened to the seal in the subterranean gallery and it collapsed abruptly, the entire Hongyuan Empire would be devastated by the powerful forces of the otherworldly demonic tribe. I know that I am putting you on the spot, but there is nothing else I can do. Naturally, Mu-Shir also understood how dangerous the subterranean gallery was. To ask the other party to enter the subterranean gallery and check on the seal was almost no different from urging the other party to leap off a cliff. However, the fate of mankind and the future of the Hongyuan Master-Teacher Academy were at stake. He had no other choice. With the protection of the principal's seal, as long as Principal Zhang were to proceed carefully, he should be able to return safely. All right, give me a moment. I will communicate with my main body to have him enter. Zhang Xian's severed soul nodded. Chapter 946. Entering the subterranean gallery. Knowing the severity of this matter, Zhang Xian, as a 6-star master teacher and the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, knew that he couldn't back down at this point. Thus, he quickly accepted it. Back then, Kong Shi had also ventured into the subterranean gallery thrice when he was younger. Zhang Xian was curious to see what the passageway linking the Master-Teacher continent and the otherworldly battlefield was like as well. I will be troubling Principal Zhang then. Mu-Shirzwil clasped his fist and bowed respectfully. It is only right that I do so. Zhang Xian's severed soul nodded before quickly establishing communication with his main body, which was currently cultivating outside. Not too long later, a silhouette emerged in the room. It was Zhang Xian's main body. Just as Mu-Shir had said, he was indeed able to enter the space by utilizing the principal's seal. After communicating with his severed soul, he was able to swiftly understand what had happened, and he quickly turned his eyes to Mu Shi. "Open the formation for me. I will head down to take a look. Principal Zhang, be careful. It will suffice as long as you find out what is happening beneath. Even if you fail to do so, it's no problem at all. We can slowly discuss the matter thoroughly to come up with a solution to this problem. No matter what happens, do not act recklessly. Great danger lurks within, Mu Shi's will advised." Investigating the seal was important, but Mu Shi's will knew that the man before him was a celestial master teacher, a man who could very well shoulder the fate of humanity one day. Mankind couldn't afford to lose him. "Rest assured, I am a cowardly person, so I will make sure to steer clear of danger," Zhang Xian replied with a chuckle. With his means, even if he couldn't defeat an opponent, he would still be able to escape easily. "That's good." Receiving his promise, Mu Shi's will heaved a sigh of relief before returning back to his position. Clasping the area in front of him, he was able to create a hole in the formation large enough for Zhang Xian to pass through. Having studied the formation for more than 10,000 years, it was nothing but a walk in the park for him to create a hole temporarily while fending off the killing intent emanated from the abyss. "Farewell." Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian stepped forward and leaped into the abyss through the hole in the formation. Who? His body disappeared in an instant. Will he be in danger? Right after Zhang Xian disappeared, the silhouette of the will of another principal emerged before Mu Shi. "Don't worry." Back then, Kang Shi also entered the subterranean gallery when he was only at half saint and returned safely. As a celestial master teacher as well, Zhang Shi will surely be able to resolve this crisis. Mu Shi reassured. "Let's hope that is the case." The other principal nodded, but a worried frown lingered on his face. There were many Saint Realm 1 Dan pinnacle experts who had entered the subterranean gallery, only to never return. Given that the other party was only a half-saint, would he really be able to return safely? He couldn't help but feel a little concerned. Noticing the other party principal's expression, Mu Shi shook his head helplessly. "There is no use worrying over this matter. You also know that we are swiftly approaching our limits. Over the past 2 years, we have depleted ourselves significantly, and our wills are already on the verge of dissipating. If we don't resolve this issue as soon as possible, I fear that we might just bring an irreversible disaster on ourselves." If he had a choice, he wouldn't have wanted to put Principal Zhang in danger either. However, extreme situations called for extreme measures, and there was nothing he could do. In the first place, the severed souls they had left behind weren't particularly strong, and fending off the many deluges of killing intent that had come over the past 2 years had worn them thin. Were it not for their unwavering wills tying them down, they might have already dissipated into nothingness. How else could they have lasted this long? This is the responsibility he has to shoulder as a master teacher and the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. Principal Zhang knows this very well himself. Besides, for him to grow, his path can't be all smooth sailing, Mu Shi said. "You're right." The other principal nodded in agreement before falling silent. Mu Shi was right. Being a master teacher wasn't just about prestige, it was a responsibility. If he were to escape from even his own responsibility, how could he possibly grow to become a true master teacher? Principal Zhang might be young, but it seemed like he had a deep understanding of the mission he had to bear as a result of his position. "This is the subterranean gallery?" Zhang Xian felt his entire body tensing up for a moment before his body came to a halt. Straightening his body once more, he immediately scanned his surroundings and realized that he was standing amid a vast underground world. The entire area was completely dark, devoid of any light. Unable to see the end of the underground world from where he stood, there was no way he could tell how vast and deep it was. Overwhelming killing intent permeated the area, creating a frigid and eerie atmosphere all around, rendering one unable to breathe normally. Had he not known in advance, he might have thought that he had fallen into an endless hell. It's no wonder no one is willing to come here. There was no master teacher who wouldn't show a hint of apprehension in his eyes when speaking of the subterranean gallery, and from the looks of it now, there was indeed a very good reason for it. This environment was indeed inhospitable. Just the killing intent drifting in the area could easily erode the minds of those with weaker cultivation realms over time. This was similar to when Hong Shi had taken out an otherworldly demon during the Master-Teacher tournament. The examinees had found themselves pressured by the killing intent exerted to the point that they dared not approach it. The killing intent felt even more intense and vivid than the one emanated by the otherworldly demon back then. It felt as if countless ferocious beasts were hidden amid the darkness, ready to pounce at one the moment one let one's guard down. If a 5-star master teacher who had never undergone special training to cope with such killing intent were to enter this area, they would surely start trembling uncontrollably from fright, unable to take a single step forward. If such killing intent were to reach Hongyuan City, it could easily cause a pandemonium that would lead to the deaths of at least 99% of its populace, Zhang Xian thought grimly. He hadn't thought much about the significance of the presence of the subterranean gallery in Hongyuan City previously, but after coming here, he couldn't help but think about the plausible dire consequences that could be realized should something go wrong. Such a concentration of killing intent had the ability of causing weaker cultivators to lose their sense of self and turn into killing machines. Were it to escape and permeate through the entire Hongyuan City, it could very well reduce the majestic city of 100 million people into rubble within a very short period of time. Driving his heaven's path Xinqi, Zhang Xian dispelled the pressure from the killing intent entirely before taking a closer look at his surroundings. The scenery around him was monotonous, just patches of darkness everywhere. Even when using the Eye of Insight, he could only see several hundred meters away. It was difficult for him to determine his direction in this manner. Forget it. If I trace the gradient of the killing intent and head toward area with higher concentration, I should be able to reach the depths of the subterranean gallery. Considering that the other end of the subterranean gallery was the otherworldly battlefield, Zhang Xian felt that he should be able to reach the depths of the subterranean gallery if he advanced toward areas with a higher concentration of killing intent. On top of the killing intent, there was also a bizarre demonic tune drifting in the area, beguiling souls within its reach. Those who possessed weaker minds could easily find themselves falling into a trance under its effects, and the affected could very well end up marching to their doom without even realizing it. It is no wonder soul depth is so important to master teachers. Had it been another cultivator possessing the same cultivation as me, it would still have been difficult for them to last too long in here. Zhang Xian assessed the surroundings warily as he began journeying ahead slowly. With the omnipresent killing intent and demonic tune in the subterranean gallery wearing one down, those who had weaker minds could find themselves succumbing swiftly. Putting all else aside, even if another half-saint expert were to be here, he might find himself losing his mind if he were to stay here for an extended period of time. However, that was all ineffective against Zhang Xian. With the heaven's path Zhenqi guarding his mind, he was impervious to all of it. After proceeding forward for a moment longer, Zhang Xian suddenly stopped in his footsteps and frowned deeply. These are footsteps of otherworldly demons. On the ground just ahead of him was a congregation of innumerable footsteps. Each of them was around a chi-1 in length. Zhang Xian had seen otherworldly demons before, and their physique was significantly larger than an ordinary human. Considering how deeply imprinted and large these footprints were, there was good chance that it was left by them. But wasn't there a seal in the depths of the subterranean gallery to prevent otherworldly demons from entering here? How could there be otherworldly demons on this side? Wait, there are human footprints too. Walking along the trail of footsteps, Zhang Xian suddenly noticed the footsteps of several humans scattered sporadically around the area. On top of that, there were several signs that indicated that a battle had occurred in the area. From the looks of it, it seemed like human cultivators had encountered the otherworldly demons, and a fight had occurred as a result of that. Zhang Xian knew that there were human cultivators in the subterranean gallery. From time to time, master teachers who found themselves stuck in a bottleneck for an extended period of time or were swiftly approaching the limit of their lifespan would choose to venture into the subterranean gallery, hoping that they might be able to find the impetus to push for a breakthrough or to make one final contribution to mankind before their passing. Activating his Eye of Insight, Zhang Xian studied the marks in the area and frowned. It doesn't seem like it has been too long since these marks were left behind. There is a significantly greater number of otherworldly demons as compared to master teachers. If I move quickly, I might still be able to save the master teachers. From the marks, he could tell that the human cultivators had been in a disadvantageous position in the battle. Overpowered, they had attempted to flee, but the otherworldly demons continued to pursue them. No matter what, I should head over to take a look first. As a master teacher, he couldn't sit idle while his fellow humans were being harmed by the otherworldly demons. Activating the red dust heaven ascending steps, Zhang Xian stepped onto the air and advanced swiftly, following the footsteps. Having cultivated the Saint Ascension Decipher, the amount of zhenqi he had in his body had grown tremendously. In comparison to that, the depletion in maintaining his flight was insignificant. Concealing his aura and his presence, Zhang Xian's flew quickly with a sharp glint in his eyes. In such a dark area, any six-star master teacher would be forced to proceed warily, especially given the presence of otherworldly demons in the area. However, Zhang Xian's eye of insight allowed him to easily see a significant distance ahead of him despite the darkness. Even if there were otherworldly demons ahead, he was confident that he would be able to spot the other party first. After flying for around an hour, there was still no one within Zhang Xian's sight. However, the marks on the ground were growing more concentrated, indicating that the battle between the escaping human cultivators and otherworldly demons was growing more and more intense. Most of the marks were fresh, meaning that he was already very close to them. Proceeding forward for a moment longer, Zhang Xian soon felt a violent disturbance in the air. It seemed like a battle was ongoing just ahead. As Zhang Xian approached the source of the disturbance, he sealed all of the acupoints throughout his body to conceal his presence completely while gradually slowing down warily. After circling around a hill, he saw a group of otherworldly demons standing in front of him. Upon taking a look, Zhang Xian's eyelids began twitching uncontrollably. Rather than calling it a group, perhaps an army would be more appropriate. To his astonishment, there were more than 200 otherworldly demons, and each of them possessed cultivation of at least Saint Realm 1 Dan. There were even a couple of Saint Realm 2 Dan experts among them. It was fortunate that Zhang Xian had decided to conceal his aura so as to avoid notice. Otherwise, even with the 9 kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge, Byzantium Helios Beast, Golden Origin Cauldron, and Myriad Antive Queen, he would still be tragically defeated. A race designed for war, the otherworldly demons were granted superior strength at birth, and they were capable of even overpowering a Saint Beast of equal cultivation realm easily. 200 Saint Realm otherworldly demons gathered together. Putting aside him, even a Saint Realm 4 Dan expert would struggle to cope with such a fearsome force. How could there be so many of them here? Zhang Xian's expression was grave. 200 Saint Realm 1 Dan and several Saint 2 Dan otherworldly demons. While this force was insufficient to defeat the entire Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, there was no doubt that they would bring catastrophic damage upon Hongyuan City if they were to successfully charge through the formation. Where in the world did they come from? The deluges of killing intent striking the mausoleum tablet must have been a coordinated assault from this group. It would be impossible to produce a formidable force that could overpower the wills of the 100 preceding principles and their principles' seals otherwise. Zhang Xian realized. The might of the wills of more than 100 preceding principles unified and enhanced by a grade 7 formation, further augmented by their principles' seals, which harnessed the wills of several dozen million students and teachers throughout the history of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Yet, the formation had still shaken to the point of near collapse. Without a doubt, this couldn't have been a natural occurrence. The army of otherworldly demons before him had to be behind it. But who are they fighting with? Frowning, Zhang Xian turned his sight toward the human cultivators clashing with them. It was a group of elders donned in master teacher robes. They were clustered together with their backs against one another, and their bodies and robes were completely dyed crimson with blood. In their eyes, one could see the stolidity of a man who had accepted his death. They are 6-star pinnacle master teachers, Zhang Xian noted. There were around 40 of them. Suddenly, Zhang Xian noticed a familiar figure. Lu Feng? Chapter 947. Don't have to say anything more. As Yusu's good friend, Lu Feng had caused Zhang Xian a fair bit of trouble back in the Master Teacher Academy. However, with the revelation of Zhang Xian's identity, the grand appearance of Yang Shi in the Elder Hall, and his confirmation as the next principal of the Master Teacher Academy, Lu Feng had been punished, and he had disappeared from the academy. According to school head Mo, Lu Feng had voluntarily applied to head to the subterranean gallery in order to redeem himself, and it was very likely that he would never return. Back then, it had left Zhang Xian in deep thought for a long while. Given how large the subterranean gallery was, Zhang Xian had thought that it was extremely unlikely for him to meet Lu Feng. Who would have thought that he would encounter the other party shortly after entering the subterranean gallery and find them cornered? At this moment, Lu Feng's complexion looked extremely pale and worn out, and the grandeur and authoritative air that had shrouded him back when he was the head of the apothecary school had faded completely. His left sleeve, where his left arm should have been, was fluttering in the air, and there were many wounds on his body as well. Even though most of them had already closed up, the wounds were still rather glaring and appalling to look at. Despite the heavy injuries Lu Feng had sustained, his eyes were sharp and calm, as if the battles with the otherworldly demons had brought peace to his mind. As a result of that, his half-spiritual perception realm cultivation had been further reinforced, putting him on the verge of achieving a breakthrough. Despite the dangers of the subterranean gallery, it had allowed him to see past the trivialities of authority and power, thus broadening his mind. Putting aside Lu Feng, the other 6-star pinnacle master teachers also harnessed incredibly sharp auras that were on par with the vice school heads of the Master Teacher Academy. However, their ages were already beyond 1,000, and their bodies emanated an aura of deterioration, indicating that they were nearing the limit of their lifespan. Occasionally, there would be several master teachers who were nearing the end of their life, applying to enter the subterranean gallery. Their purpose was simple. They hoped to use whatever they had left in them to slay a few more otherworldly demons in hopes that it could prolong the peace that mankind enjoyed. I must find a way to save them, Zhang Xian thought grimly. Had it been before, in face of such overwhelming odds, he would never have put his life on the line to save a group of strangers. However, after all he had been through, he realized how much these master teachers had contributed to mankind. It was due to them putting their lives on the line that the Master Teacher continent was able to enjoy many millenniums of relative peace. The Master Teachers before him were figures worthy of his respect, and he couldn't bring himself to leave them in the lurch. Doing it forcefully won't work. Zhang Xian frowned. Against more than 200 otherworldly demons, even if he were to utilize all of the means he had on hand, it would still be impossible for him to save the Master Teachers. On the contrary, it might even anger the otherworldly demons and cause them to fight even more desperately. If that were to happen, he could very well only be hastening their deaths. As urgent as the situation was, he couldn't charge in recklessly. He needed to come up with a plan first, a plan that would allow him to eradicate the otherworldly demons and save the Master Teachers. After a moment of thought, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and took out a book. Vicious, do you have any way to disguise me as an otherworldly demon? Bypassing the encirclement of more than 200 otherworldly demons discreetly to save the Master Teachers, such a feat was nigh impossible, unless he was an otherworldly demon. You want to disguise as one of my tribesmen? The heart in the book beat several times before replying. That's simple. Master, given that you have cultivated the quintuple incandescence golden body, you should be able to alter your height and weight at will. As for the killing intent, I can release it in your place. It might be difficult for this disguise to fool the otherworldly demon emperors, but it should be more than sufficient for this group of peons. The most difficult aspect when disguising as an otherworldly demon was imitating their killing intent. As long as this problem was resolved, the other aspects regarding the outer appearance weren't a problem at all. Zhang Xian had already reached the 4th incandescence for the quintuple incandescence golden body, allowing him to alter his muscles and bone structure at will. All right, I will give it a try. Hearing that it was feasible, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Using one of the puppets in his storage ring as a model, he began to warp his muscles and bones amid a series of cracks. In just 2 breaths, His appearance had already changed altogether, after which he took off the clothes of his puppet and wore them. At this moment, he looked completely identical to an otherworldly demon in terms of appearance, such that even most master teachers would be unable to tell the difference. Master, hide my finger in your hand, and I will exert my killing intent from within your body so that others won't notice it, Vicious said after seeing that Zhang Xian was done with his transformation. Zhang Xian nodded. Who? A finger emerged from the Book of Heaven's path and fell on his hand. It fused into his skin and disappeared within, following which, Zhang Xian felt a unique energy flowing through his body, one that was completely different from a cultivator's zhenqi. This energy felt exceedingly violent, as if it would rip apart the world if it could. If one were to come into contact with this energy often, it would induce aggressive tendencies within one, making one crave war and battle. This is the source of the otherworldly demonic tribe's killing intent? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. It was no wonder the otherworldly demonic tribe was so belligerent. There was probably no one in the world who would be able to remain themselves after cultivating such zhenqi. We call this zhenqi of slaughter. Vicious replied before asking with a doubtful tone, Master, do you feel any discomfort driving the zhenqi of slaughter? Discomfort? Zhang Xian tried circulating the zhenqi of slaughter through his body, and eventually, he shook his head with an excited glint in his eyes. None at all. If any, I feel energized. Energized? Vicious was stunned. Ordinary cultivators, even one who had reached Saint Realm, were unable to withstand the zhenqi of slaughter. Yet, his master was actually able to drive it as he wished without feeling the slightest discomfort, and even feel energized at that. Wasn't his body's ability to adapt a little too powerful? It's good that you don't feel any discomfort. Vicious heaved a sigh of relief. Having pledged his loyalty to Zhang Xian, he had to ensure the latter's safety. He was planning to withdraw his zhenqi if the other party felt any discomfort, but since there was no such thing, it should be fine. Knowing that Vicious was thinking about, Zhang Xian replied with a nod. Given that his body was even to harness the might of the Heaven's Path zhenqi, what could the zhenqi of slaughter do? A thought suddenly emerged in Zhang Xian's mind. Wait, since the Heaven's Path zhenqi has the ability to imitate the attributes of other zhenqi, could it possibly imitate the zhenqi of slaughter too? He had always thought of the killing intent as an aura emanated by the otherworldly demons, but if its true form was a type of zhenqi as well, was it possible for him to imitate it? The Heaven's Path zhenqi was an omnipotent zhenqi. Possessing no attribute, it was capable of fusing with the zhenqi of any other attribute and emulating its properties. With such thoughts in mind, he began to warp the properties of the Heaven's Path zhenqi in his body. His body jolted for an instant as the Heaven's Path zhenqi began to seethe. A moment later, a powerful killing intent abruptly gushed into the air. It wasn't as powerful as the one originating from Vicious' finger, but it was far purer and cleaner. Just as Zhang Xian was delighted with his success, he suddenly heard Vicious' voice in his ear. Grand Emperor, how is this possible? Master, are you an otherworldly demon in disguise? Grand Emperor? Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. An otherworldly demon in disguise? How is that possible? It was not like the other party didn't know that he was a celestial master teacher. How could he possibly be an otherworldly demon? Otherworldly demons are ranked in various strata according to their bloodline. The Emperor stratum has the purest bloodline, followed by the King stratum, the Marquis stratum, Noble stratum, and finally, the Mortal stratum. Each stratum is further divided into several classes, and the strongest one within the Emperor stratum is the Grand Emperor class, Vicious said. The zhenqi that Master has just exerted is extremely pure, a trait distinctive of the Grand Emperor class. Grand Emperor class? Zhang Xian blinked in astonishment. He had just casually emulated the zhenqi of slaughter with his Heaven's Path zhenqi, but to think that it would actually be so formidable. Yes, Vicious replied respectfully. At the same time, he couldn't help but harbor some doubts regarding his master's identity. The other party was clearly a celestial master teacher, and yet, putting aside how he didn't feel the slightest discomfort driving the zhenqi of slaughter, his body actually harnessed zhenqi exclusive to the Grand Emperor class. Just how many more secrets was his master hiding? If I am at the Grand Emperor class, what about you? Zhang Xin asked. Given the extreme purity of the Heaven's Path Zhenqi, it went without saying that his emulation of the Zhenqi of slaughter would also be of the highest class. However, judging from Vicious' astonished tone, could this mean that he wasn't from the Grand Emperor class? Wasn't he one of the strongest experts from the otherworldly demonic tribe? Otherwise, how could he have stood his ground against Kong Shi? With a bitter smile, Vicious was just about to explain himself when he suddenly realized something and hurriedly warned Zhang Xian telepathically, "Master, we have been discovered." "We have been discovered?" Taken aback, Zhang Xian turned his gaze upwards. What he saw left his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Unbeknownst to him, 50 otherworldly demons were floating in the air above him, each of them exerting an extremely powerful aura. They had sealed the surroundings tightly with their Zhenqi of slaughter, leaving him no opportunity to escape at all. Hadn't he concealed his presence well? How had he been discovered just like that? To have been encircled before he could initiate his plan to save the master teachers, this sure was a huge failure. I must have failed to control my strength properly in the moment that I turned my Heaven's Path Zhenqi into Zhenqi of slaughter, Zhang Xian thought as his face twitched. As he had wished, his Heaven's Path Zhenqi had turned into the Zhenqi of slaughter unique to otherworldly demons perfectly. However, he had failed to control his power for a brief moment, resulting in his killing intent bursting into the air. It was probably that brief moment that had betrayed his presence to the otherworldly demons. Walala! Just as Zhang Xian was at a loss as to what he should do, the otherworldly demons in the sky finally got a clear look at Zhang Xian's face, and the tense atmosphere in the surroundings alleviated slightly. After which, a Saint Realm 2 Dan otherworldly demon descended from the sky and went up to Zhang Xian. "Who are you?" The Saint Realm 2 Dan otherworldly demon asked questioningly. "Me." It was only at this moment that Zhang Xian suddenly recalled that he had already changed his appearance and was wearing the clothes of the otherworldly demons. An overpowering killing intent was emanating from his body, making it clear to anyone that he was an otherworldly demon. The other party must have thought that he was their tribesman, but owing to his unfamiliar face, the other party still had to confirm his identity. "I am." Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian prepared himself to make up a name so as to get over this matter. In any case, there were so many otherworldly demons about, so it was unlikely for the other party to recognize everyone. However, at that moment, a thought suddenly came to him. The next moment, he narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath, following which, the Zhenqi of slaughter from Vicious' finger burst forth. Hong Long. While the killing intent emanated from his disguised Heaven's Path Zhenqi was pure, it was only at the level of a half-saint. On the other hand, the killing intent from Vicious' finger was overwhelming and relentless, leaving one unable to determine how powerful he was, as if looking at a seemingly endless ocean. Feeling that immense strength, the Saint Realm 2 Dan otherworldly demon's face paled, and his body stiffened. "I don't have to say anything more about my identity, right?" Placing his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian glanced down at the other party impassively. Zhang Xian currently held no intelligence on the current state of the otherworldly demonic tribe at all. Vicious might know a thing or two, but his intelligence was already outdated by several dozen years. On top of that, his memories were fragmented, so it might not be safe to rely on it. While he could simply make up a name on the spot, there was a chance that things could go wrong too. For example, what if the name he came up with wasn't typical or was avoided by the otherworldly demons? If so, he would be placed in an extremely difficult position. Besides, even if he were to successfully come up with a name and join the other party's group, it was unlikely that the other party would trust him enough to allow him to approach the master teachers. It would still be extremely difficult for him to save them. Thus, the best way was for him to assume an identity that the other party feared. Since the otherworldly demons were ranked according to the purity of their Zhenqi of slaughter, he could very well make use of it to instill fear in them. He was already proficient in it anyway. He had done it so many times that it came naturally to him. Don't have to say anything more about your identity? On the other hand, the The Saint Realm 2 Dan, otherworldly demon, was taken aback. I have never seen you before, so how am I supposed to know who the hell you are? Chapter 948. Master, I am tough. However, the Saint Realm 2 Dan, otherworldly demon, wasn't bewildered for too long. The zhenqi exerted by the other party was incredibly condensed and powerful, reminiscent of a towering mountain. Without a doubt, the other party had to be a king at the very least. Even if he didn't know who the other party was, one thing was for certain. The other party's standing was far above his. Seeing the other party stuttering in uncertainty, unsure of what was going on, Zhang Xin frowned in displeasure and bellowed furiously, "You don't even know me? Men, drag this moron down and execute him." This time, it wasn't just the Saint Realm 2 Dan, otherworldly demon, who was stunned. The otherworldly demons in the area were completely dumbstruck as well. To speak of beheading our leader like that. Who the hell do you think you are? Which asylum did you run out from? Could it be? The Saint Realm 2 Dan, otherworldly demons, was extremely frustrated, and he had no idea what he was supposed to do. However, at that very moment, a thought flickered across his head and a certain name surfaced in his mind, and his face warped in astonishment. Could you be the Golden Leaf King? Rumor had it that the Golden Leaf King was a combative and vicious person, often assaulting others over the slightest verbal disagreement. He had never seen the Golden Leaf King before, having only heard of the other party's name. However, considering the pure energy the person before him was emanating, as well as his arrogant disposition, threatening to kill him despite having only met moments ago, he couldn't help but wonder if the other party was indeed him. "Humph, seeing how fast you reacted, I will let you off this time." Harumphing coldly, Zhang Xian tilted his head up haughtily. The leader of the 214th Squadron of Greenleaf King, Tong Yu, pays respect to your highness. Upon seeing that he had identified the other party correctly, the Saint Realm 2 Dan, otherworldly demon, Tong Yu, heaved a sigh of relief before hurriedly kneeling onto the ground to greet the other party. After which, he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Our king has said that he will be coming over soon, and he asked us to make preparations. That is why we captured these master teachers in order to prepare the tributes to gather the required energy to break the seal for his arrival. But how did you come over without any tribute?" It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't perplexed by the abrupt arrival of the esteemed figure before him. The areas of jurisdiction of their direct superior, Greenleaf King, and Golden Leaf King were extremely far from one another, so the both of them didn't have much contact with one another. Furthermore, the Greenleaf King had paid a heavy price using a special ritual in order to send them over one by one. It was only recently that the Greenleaf King had issued an order for them to hunt down master teachers and have them serve as tributes so as to allow him to bypass the seal and come over. They weren't even done preparing for their own king to come over, but the Golden Leaf King was already here? What was going on? What? Are you actually asking me to report my activities to you? Zhang Xin's eyebrows shot up as his eyes narrowed menacingly. Emanating a wintry killing intent, Zhang Xin berated condescendingly, "You disrespectful lowlife, are you asking to be killed right here, right now? Do you think that I dare not touch you just because you are the Greenleaf King's subordinate?" Tong Yu's body stiffened as cold sweat began trickling from his forehead. The other party possessed the bloodline of a king, whereas he was just an ordinary soldier. Even if the other party were to kill him, he had no doubt that the Greenleaf King wouldn't speak up for him. This was the difference in their identity and standing. "I dare not." Tong Yu swiftly kneeled to the ground fearfully, not daring to even breathe loudly. He had long heard that rules were mere words in the eyes of the Golden Leaf King, and there was nothing that the other party dared not do. He had always thought that it was just an exaggeration, but seeing it with his own eyes, the other party was indeed a madman. That had better be the truth. Zhang Xian harumphed coldly before turning his eyes away from Tong Yu. He took a step forward before pointing at Lu Feng and the others and asking, "What's with them?" "We were intending to capture this bunch and have them serve as tributes to break the seal for our king's arrival," Tong Yu hurriedly explained. "Tributes? For the Greenleaf King's arrival?" Zhang Xian frowned. He wasn't too sure how it worked, but he was still able to get a rough idea as to what was going on from the other party's words. It seemed like he had arrived at a timely moment, considering how fearsome the ordinary soldiers were. If an otherworldly demon king were to breach the seal and come over, wouldn't Hongyuan City be reduced to hell in an instant? Noticing the displeasure on the Golden Leaf King's face, Tong Yu's lips twitched as he quickly realized what was going on. Thus, he anxiously said, "We were intending to usher in our king, but since your highness is here, there is no longer any need for that. I will have these fellows killed this very instant." It took more than strength to become a squadron leader. Tong Yu wasn't a foolish person, and he was very sharp at reading the mood as well. While he had not heard about any grudge between the Green Leaf King and the Golden Leaf King, considering that the Golden Leaf King was already here, bringing the Green Leaf King here could be viewed as an attempt to undermine his authority, and that was no different from seeking death. Thus, he turned around to the otherworldly demons behind him and waved his hand. "Men, kill all of those fellows here." "Yes, leader." Upon hearing the order, the otherworldly demons began marching toward the encircled Lu Feng and the others with overwhelming killing intent. "Comrades, it seems like we might be meeting our end here. From the moment I walked in here, I have never thought about leaving alive. So what if I meet my end here? Take one down, and I will have recouped my loss. Take two down, and I will have profited. Haha, come. Let me give you a taste of your grandfather's strength. Even if I die, I will make sure to pull a couple of them down with me." Seeing that the otherworldly demons were going to kill them, the master teachers trapped in the center roared in laughter, seemingly devoid of any fear for their impending doom. Just as Zhang Xian had guessed, these 6-star pinnacle master teachers were either those whose cultivation had stagnated at a certain point or those whose lifespan had reached its limit. From the moment they stepped into the subterranean gallery, they had already prepared themselves mentally to meet their end. Having served as a master teacher for a lifetime, dying in the midst of battling the otherworldly demon could be considered a fine conclusion to the end of their journey. As such, they didn't feel fear when they heard that the other party was going to kill them. On the contrary, their fighting will flared instead. What is there to rejoice about birth? What is there to fear about death? One another otherworldly demon killed meant another step toward mankind's peace. Even if death was their end, they had no regrets. "You wretched things, the only reason you are still alive is because you were going to serve as tributes for our honored king. Now that our king is here, your existence serves no purpose anymore." Tong Yu harumphed coldly as he raised his hand. Voila! Many otherworldly demons raised their hands simultaneously as a devastating energy gathered among them. The energy gathered was so immense and destructive that if it were to be released, the already severely injured master teachers would die without fail. With a deep frown, Zhang Xian bellowed loudly, "Hold it for a moment." Hearing his bellow, the otherworldly demons, who were prepared to launch an attack, swiftly halted their movements. Tong Yu also turned a doubtful gaze to Zhang Xian. The Golden Leaf King was known to be callous and vicious, never hesitating to claim the life of another. This was precisely why Tong Yu was so fearful of him. So, why would the other party suddenly ask him to stop? "Spare them, I still have questions for them," Zhang Xian commanded coldly. From his experience disguising as Yang Shi, he had learned the art of feigning as an expert. On top of that, through vicious, powerful, and devastating aura, he had already created a powerful first impression, which granted him more room to maneuver. Yes. Hearing that the Golden Leaf King had some questions for the master teachers, Tong Yu immediately waved his hands to gesture for the otherworldly demons to step down. Even so, the otherworldly demons didn't let their guard down. They continued to maintain their encirclement around the master teachers, ready to strike should any of them attempt to flee. "May I know what your highness intends to ask? I will immediately have my men interrogate them." Tong Yu turned to Zhang Xian and clasped his fist respectfully. A moment later, fearing that the latter would misunderstand, he quickly added, "These master teachers are obstinate fools. Without using some special means, it won't be possible to obtain accurate intelligence from them." It hadn't been long since he had arrived at the subterranean gallery, but he had already come into contact with many master teachers. Those fellows had an unyielding faith in their mission, making it nigh impossible to get any useful information out of them through a normal interrogation. How could a person who didn't even fear death succumb to an average interrogation? Placing his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian replied haughtily as he gazed into the distance, as if contemplating about the greater matters of the world. There is no need for that. This matter involves confidential secrets that the likes of you aren't qualified to know. You just have to find me a quiet place for me to interrogate them privately. In that moment, he exuded an unfathomable aura. Yes. Hearing that the other party wanted to interrogate the master teachers personally, Tong Yu hesitated for a moment before clasping his fist. Your Highness, our temporary camp is not too far from here. Why don't we head there to interrogate these wretched master teachers? This way, we will be able to prevent them from escaping as well. Zhang Xian nodded. He could tell that Tong Yu still harbored some reservations toward him, which was only natural given that he had appeared out of nowhere. At this point, it would be too unnatural if he tried to take them away willfully. He would have to bide his time and wait for an ideal opportunity to strike. Furthermore, his purpose there was to investigate the situation with the otherworldly demons and rid the threats that were lurking in the darkness. This was a good chance for him to scout the situation. This way, please. Nodding, Tong Yu hurriedly stepped forward and led the way. Without saying a word, Zhang Xian stepped into the air and began following behind Tong Yu closely while asking Vicious discreetly, the Golden Leaf King that he spoke of, have you heard of him before? How can I possibly know these juniors? Most likely, Tong Yu has never met that Golden Leaf King before and simply thought that you are him due to your pure and powerful zhenqi. At which, Vicious paused to ponder for a moment before continuing his explanation. There is a very strict hierarchy among the otherworldly demons. The purer and otherworldly demons' zhenqi of slaughter is, the higher their standing will be. My finger has just barely recovered and is still far from exerting the immense force it wielded back when I was at my peak. Nevertheless, the zhenqi it exerts is still far beyond the reach of mortals like them. Zhang Xian nodded quietly. This was also what he thought as well. Vicious had been one of the strongest emperors of the otherworldly demon back when he was at his peak. Even if his finger was far weaker than it was back then, the purity of the energy it exerted was still far beyond the likes of those fellows. Furthermore, his disguise was also nigh perfect, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that the other party would think of him as the Golden Leaf King or something. With your current prowess, are you able to deal with those fellows? Zhang Xian asked. It wouldn't be safe to leave such a large group of otherworldly demons lurking in the subterranean gallery. If Vicious could destroy these fellows easily, he wouldn't have to go through too much trouble getting rid of them later on. The most powerful attack I have at the moment is my killing intent. It is extremely effective against those of differing races, but against fellow otherworldly demons, I fear that its effectiveness will be negligible, Vicious said awkwardly. He had always boasted about how powerful he was, but in real times of need, he turned out to be useless. Having taken aback his finger, his fighting prowess had been enhanced considerably, allowing him to engage in physical fights. However, it would still be extremely difficult for him to stand his ground against so many opponents simultaneously. Furthermore, his strongest attack was his killing intent. It was indeed formidable against master teachers and saint beasts. Those who were afflicted by it would find their bodies stiffening on the spot, rendering them powerless. However, against his fellow otherworldly demons, who cultivated the zhenqi of slaughter as well, his killing intent was nearly ineffective. I see. Seeing Vicious denying the matter so quickly, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly as he muttered beneath his breath, I was just thinking how formidable you are. But to think that you are nothing more than a solder spear too, useless in times to need. Hearing those words, Vicious staggered and nearly burst into tears. Master, I am not a solder spear. I am tough, very, very tough. Chapter 949. Who called for me? In the time that the duo spent talking, the otherworldly demons subdued Lu Feng and the others and forced them to move along with them. From the very start, they were already depleted from the extended battle they had against so many otherworldly demons simultaneously, so they weren't able to put up much of a fight. In fact, Were it not for the fact that they were needed to serve as tribute to bypass the seal, they would have already been killed long ago. While they were attacked by the otherworldly demons, Zhang Xian didn't bother saying anything or even spare a glance at them. Since Tong Yu thought that he was the Golden Leaf King, the other party wouldn't dare kill any of the master teachers, and as long as they were still alive, he would have a chance to save them. Proceeding ahead, it didn't take long before Zhang Xian saw a vast area filled with massive buildings on the horizon. Innumerable buildings that extended for over several li were built against a mountain, concealed discreetly amid the darkness. A cold and sinister atmosphere drifted around those buildings, leaving one with a disturbing feeling within. It's so big? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. The subterranean gallery was the passageway connecting the master-teacher continent to the otherworldly battlefield. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't have been too many otherworldly demons lurking in the area. Yet, the buildings were extended over such an unbelievably huge area that it could even house several 100,000 individuals simultaneously. Was it possible that a huge army of otherworldly demons had already breached the seal and was currently stationed in the area? If that was the case, Hongyuan Empire was truly deep in danger. It would already be difficult for Tier 1 Empire to hold its ground against 200 otherworldly demons. If several 100,000 were to pop out at once, probably even Qingyuan conferred empire would be shaken at its core. Following behind Tongyu, Zhang Xian discreetly activated his eye of insight to look into the interior of the buildings. To his relief, there weren't any traces of life within. Your Highness, this is the base we have built over the past 2 months, and it is large enough to house tens of thousands of people within it comfortably without any problem. There won't be any problem with the lodging once our great army arrives. Tong Yu explained with a fawning smile. Deactivating his eye of insight, Zhang Xian directed a nod toward Tong Yu while heaving a sigh of relief inwardly. So, the buildings were just prepared by them in advance. For a moment, he had thought that they were already filled with otherworldly demons. From the looks of it, it seemed like something had happened to the seal. However, it hadn't reached the level where they could enter or leave freely. Based on Tong Yu's words, he was able to deduce 2 things. Firstly, master teachers had to be offered as tributes for the Greenleaf King guy to come over. From the looks of it, the requirement for his crossing was significantly harsher than others. Secondly, the group he was with was likely the scouting party. Their main mission seemed to be to prepare for the arrival of the main army, such as building a base and finding ways to undermine the seal. Once they succeed, it wouldn't be long before the great army of the otherworldly demons arrived. If that was the case, Hongyuan Empire would be in deep trouble. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian followed behind Tong Yu and descended among the buildings. There were significant differences between the otherworldly demons' buildings and those constructed by humans, and it felt like they were carefully designed to enhance the concentration of killing intent in the area. If one were to cultivate the zhenshi of slaughter here, one's rate of cultivation would surely be much faster than normal. From the looks of it, the otherworldly demonic tribe wasn't lacking in talent either. At the very least, they possessed means that were on par with the humans' formation masters. But that was only to be expected. If they hadn't possessed such immense strength, they wouldn't have been able to dominate the other races for so many years until Kong Shi's emergence. Tong Yu turned to Zhang Xian and said, I have long heard that your highness possesses a deep understanding of architecture and formations. Please do enlighten us if anything is inappropriate. I will have my men alter it immediately. Zhang Xian was just about to say that it was fine and that no changes had to be made when a sudden realization struck him, and he abruptly stopped halfway through his words. It seemed like Tong Yu was trying to sound him out to verify his identity. He had no way of telling whether the Golden Leaf King was truly skilled in the field of architecture and formations at all, so he had to be careful with how he answered this question. If he were to come up with a correct alteration, but the Golden Leaf King turned out to be unskilled in the field, that would be as good as giving himself away. The same applied if he were to come up with an inaccurate alteration and the Golden Leaf King turned out to be unskilled. This was truly a huge trouble. That fellow sure was a sharp person, laying out a subtle trap for him so easily. If he were to give the wrong response, he could very well end up turning the 200 otherworldly demons against him in an instant. On the other hand, If he were to refuse to respond, putting aside how the other party's suspicions of him would deepen, such attempts would also come time and time again at him, and it would only be a matter of time before he gave himself away. Is that how you speak to your king as well? Zhang Xian's complexion darkened in fury. Since it was impossible for him to come up with a correct answer to the question with any certainty, the only way for him was to change the subject. Noting Zhang Xian's fury, Tong Yu's body immediately stiffened. He suddenly realized that the words he had spoken were slightly disrespectful, and his face paled in fright. As a lofty king, the other party would speak on his own accord if he wished to offer any words of enlightenment. Otherwise, it wasn't his place as a subordinate to ask about it either. Enough. I don't have time to waste my breath with you. Take those master teachers to a secret chamber and have your men stay away from the area. I don't want anyone within 30 meters of the chamber while I am interrogating them. Zhang Xian roared furiously, turning the other party's attention away from the previous subject completely. Yes. On the other hand, Tong Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Golden Leaf King had no intentions of pursuing the matter. He swiftly left the area to make arrangements, and sometime later, he returned to the room. Your Highness, I had my men imprison them in the hall just in front. Good. Zhang Xian nodded. Your Highness, you must be wary. The humans are known to be cunning and scheming, and I fear that they might mean you harm, Tong Yu advised. They are nothing but a bunch of puny insects. They won't be able to harm me even if I stand on the spot and let them attack. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian sneered coldly as a powerful aura burst forth from him. Yes. Feeling the incredible power emanated by the other party, Tong Yu's eyebrows shot up in alarm. With the strength the other party had displayed, it would take nothing more than a finger for the other party to crush him. Tell your men to steer clear. I will be right back. Harumphing coldly, Zhang Xian walked out of the room. Yes. Tong Yu nodded with a lowered head. It was only after the figure before him finally disappeared from sight that he finally turned around with a frown and bellowed, Men. A moment later, an otherworldly demon rushed in hurriedly and bowed. Leader. You, head to the seal right now and check with the personnel stationed there if anyone had arrived today, Tong Yu commanded. Yes. The otherworldly demon quickly nodded before rushing out. The killing intent and prowess demonstrated by the other party was indeed on par with the king's, but Tong Yu still felt that there was a need to verify this matter. Too much was at stake, and no mistake could be tolerated. In the hall, Lu Feng and the others were lying feebly on the ground, their bodies bound with heavy shackles. Their cultivation had also been sealed through special means. It seems like we won't be getting out of this alive, one of the master teachers said with a bitter smile. Indeed, the only regret I have is that I did not slay more otherworldly demons. Another old man shook his head and sighed. Don't you think that it is a little bizarre that they are keeping us alive to interrogate us? But regardless of what their intentions are, they sure won't be getting a single word out of me. A master teacher spat through gritted teeth. The otherworldly demons and master teachers viewed one another as nemesis. It was perplexing that the otherworldly demons would keep them alive even though they served no value at this point. But even if they were to die, they would never allow themselves to become a traitor of mankind. One of the elders couldn't help but ask in curiosity, speaking of which, the reason we are here is because our lives are already approaching their limits, but Lu Feng, you still have many years ahead of you. Furthermore, you are the esteemed head of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy's apothecary school. Why would a person like you come to the subterranean gallery? Hearing the question, the others also turned their gazes over. Under the furious pursuit of the otherworldly demons over the past few days, they hadn't had the luxury of time to chat with one another. At this moment, however, since their fate was already sealed, they wished to at least unravel this mystery before their deaths. Those who would descend to the subterranean gallery were those who had found themselves nearing the end of their paths. However, Lu Feng was not only the head of the #1 school in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, he was also at half-spiritual perception realm, which meant that it was highly likely he could advance further to Saint Realm 2 Dan. Why would a person like him with such a bright future ahead descend into the subterranean gallery like them? This is truly a long story. I can only say that I have erred. Lu Feng shook his head. Had he not provoked Zhang Xian, he wouldn't have landed himself in such a state. What happened? Did someone frame you? Another master teacher couldn't help but ask. I offended someone that I shouldn't have, so I voluntarily applied to come down here. Lu Feng said. He had encountered many life-threatening situations since arriving here, but he didn't regret his decision at all. He was contributing to mankind back when he was an esteemed head of the apothecary school, and he was also doing the same down here as well. The only difference was that he would die a silent and unsung death. You offended someone? The others were even more perplexed. Who in the world did the stand-in principal of the Master Teacher Academy, a powerful half-spiritual perception realm expert, offend to have to be forced to come to these desolate grounds? Indeed, I offended a student. Lu Feng nodded. A student? The others were stunned. You are a member of the 10 Great Master Teachers and the stand-in principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. To be reduced to this state from offending a student, just what kind of student wields such frightening power? An elder suddenly thought of something and asked, was it an offspring from one of the sage clans? No, he is just an ordinary student from Huanyu Empire, Lu Feng replied. From Huanyu Empire? The group stared at one another in bewilderment. A student from a Tier 2 empire was actually able to force the stand-in principal to enter the subterranean gallery? What was going on? I knew that you all won't believe me. To tell you the truth, I have been musing over this matter for the past few days, and I still feel as if I was dreaming. Taking everyone's expression into sight, a bitter smile surfaced on Lu Feng's lips. Why don't I tell you about his deeds after entering the academy? You should be able to understand it after that. Shaking his head, Lu Feng began to recount the many things that had happened ever since Zhang Xian enrolled into the Master Teacher Academy. As the matter regarding Yang Shi concerned the privacy of a higher-ranked master teacher, he neglected to mention him. A 20-year-old lad challenged vice school head Yu Su to a life-and-death physician duel, and the latter actually lost. His lecture actually caused all of the teachers and students to leave the apothecary school. He successfully tamed a Saint Realm 2 Dan beast at his young age. The Master Teacher Academy's Golden Origin Cauldron acknowledged him as its master after he touched it. Hearing about the various matters concerning Zhang Xian had left everyone dumbstruck. Who could have imagined that a student could actually cause such a huge ruckus within several months of enrolling into the academy? Was this for real? How did you end up offending a genius of such caliber? One of the master teachers asked. Such a talent would eventually become the pride and honor of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Given so, Lu Feng should have been intent on getting on good terms with the other party. Why would he have a conflict with him instead? It is because his talents are too formidable that I suspected that he is the king of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Otherwise, how could a person that young gain such a deep understanding of so many supporting occupations and wield such extraordinary strength? At this point, Lu Feng shook his head bitterly and said, only a little later did I realize how ridiculous my suspicions were. From the moment he met Yang Shi, he immediately realized how ludicrous his suspicions that Zhang Xian was an otherworldly demon king were. How could the student of a celestial master teacher possibly be an otherworldly demon? This notion in itself was a huge joke. Ridiculous? Why would it be ridiculous? If I was in your place, I would have thought the same as well. After all, no matter how talented a person is, there is a limit to how much he can achieve within a limited period of time. Considering the vast knowledge he has displayed despite only being 20, it is only natural for one to doubt his origins. I share the same thoughts as well. You were sent here just because you doubted him? The other master teachers frowned in indignation for Lu Feng. Wasn't it making a big fuss out of nothing to issue such a harsh punish to an esteemed head of the apothecary school for something as minor as that? You don't understand. Zhang Shi is. Seeing that the others had misunderstood what he was saying, Lu Feng shook his head and began to explain. But at that moment, the doors to the hall abruptly opened, Jia, and a head popped in through the crack of the door. A pair of large eyes stared intently at the master teachers. Who called for me? The bright smile on the large face looked extraordinarily unnerving. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.